trade. I just think it's very important that you stay in your lane. We already looked at some weed names, looked at some Canadian banks. Neil just talked about some, AI is going to be hot. SMCI, Dell, NVIDIA, AMD, Apple. We haven't even talked about Apple yet. I mean, Apple's a beast. Meta's we crushed. One of our best trades on Friday. Last time we traded was Meta breaking through 5 bills, so this is another one that's actionable again here today with Meta. We got a 495 fill on that 501. We were short 501, out 495. Like, we got the bottom there. That's crazy. If we can come back into these levels, there's more trades there. So again, just pick sort of the poison that you're interested in, and just don't take too much of it. And I think it will work out today. Could be a little bit of an interesting open. Remember, it's super hot right now across the northeast of North America. It's still vacation. It's a shortened week. It's a Thursday, heading into what's going to be a very well-holidayed Friday, I would assume, as well. So, you got to stay with names that are printing with some catalysts. So I'm glad Brendan brought up DJT there.
All right, let's get into everything else we need to know here as we head towards the open. If you haven't done so, as always, very easy. Go to the website, tradertv.live. Wait for that pop-up to appear. Enter your email address, and that is it. Comes right to your inbox every single day, has everything you need to know on it in the pre-market from us. 3.5% right now. It was a little bit higher earlier on, but trying to get back to session highs for NVIDIA right now. Officially the most valuable company.
What a look for NVIDIA. Even going through the watch list today, a lot of these catalysts that we have coming up, which we're going to talk about, including Dell. There are some mentions here of NVIDIA as well with regards to that XAI, right? So NVIDIA is really embedded within all of these AI-related stories and catalysts. Great look for Jensen Huang and his crew over there, with that stock apparently already gaining $100 billion in the pre-market today alone. So yeah, great look for NVIDIA, very quickly usurping Microsoft and Apple here.
Yeah, a lot of people putting just absolutely crazy goals or price targets on this from a market cap standpoint, talking 5 trillion. I saw yesterday, I was reading a couple of things. So this move just keeps going, guys, for NVIDIA.
You can say that again. I make a joke about it being the Energizer Bunny, but I feel like that dates us a little bit. But you know what isn't dated? The Freedom and Wealth podcast, which is brand new. And episode 3 was fantastic. I'm assuming... I guess, are you taping?
We did. We did it already.
You did it already, okay. I was going to say because it was a holiday, so you guys would have done it already. So episode 4 is going to come out on Saturday. You can check that out, or check all of the old ones out as well. Make sure you're doing that on a regular basis. So just scan that QR code. And one of the things that I think is obvious to say, but you say it all the time, and I think we should, is invest in good companies. I think the way to extend that to trading is to buy stocks that are trending up. And we'll say this all the time, the trend is your friend till the end, and when it eventually does bend. But until something changes, there's been, like, even the down day the last week that NVIDIA had, right? Like, if you go back to Monday, you still had a dip right into prior day support and a bounce off that level. So the 130 level, it dipped at the open into 130, which was the prior day support. So even on a down day, it just goes into the more obvious level, I would say, and bounces once and then holds that. I don't want to say yesterday, it's Tuesday. So last trading day, holds above that 130. So when I see this, I'm thinking pre-market. I'm thinking the pre-market 139 support's already come in. Even if it tries to fill the gap, I think you're just buying again at the 136. The first long for me will be at 140, and then the 139 level. I just want to buy the obvious dips and look to be in that curl. And sometimes it might take a while for it to make that bottom off the open. This bottom came in at 10.15, so I think you got to be willing to be nimble, be willing to take it out. Jump in if it can't hold 140, get out. Jump in 139 if it can't hold that bottom, get out. It's just a matter of looking for the long, as far as I'm concerned, until that entire notion stops working, and only because it's not going to be on the list. We don't have AMD on the watch list or the rundown, but I think we all know what's been good and what hasn't been good. Riding the 50 period in the wrong way in a downward trend is AMD. So if it sees this 50 period, that's $159. Maybe there's some strength to get in there. But when I see a trend like that, you want to be shorting those pops. So the 159 is going to stand out as the first level to look for a short. Even 160 and 161. Unless this is through $162, I'm going to be looking for places to curl with the trend, even if it is up 1%. That doesn't matter. If you like the chip names long, there's plenty of other things to play.
So we talked about this on the market recap show, and you should go see this, Neil, if you can. I think you can. Keep that leg up. Just get one of those aisle seats. But we went with the whole family. My son didn't want to be in the picture, you know, it's Inside Out too. So, but he had a great time, and we had a great time as well. We went to go see Inside Out 2 on Tuesday night, and honestly, it's a fantastic movie.
I heard it did huge numbers.
It's great. It's absolutely great, and
we just did
Disney stock not so great.
We just did the first one.
Oh,
on
yeah,
Friday for movie
I didn't
night.
realize it was like 9. It's 9 years old, 8 or 9 years old.
It's
so it was
super
actually.
old. My daughter she saw the trailer for it.
Mm-hmm.
Second one was like, well, I have to watch the first one. So like, we can do that for movie night on Friday.
Right.
Which is I'm glad you brought it up because that is definitely an activity that I can still do. So I know for sure we will be watching that one. Can't do a heck of a lot, but sitting in a theater, no troubles whatsoever. That I can definitely handle. But obviously.
No, I completely enjoyed it. Yeah, I mean, we hadn't been. Well, I mean, like I said, I still am part of that Cine Club, so I get like a ticket a month. But then I look down and I have 10 tickets in my account, so I got to start.
You got to use those.
I got to start using those up. It's $10 a month. Thing is, like when you go to the concessions, you save 20% every time. So it's like if we buy popcorn and whatever, it's like $3, or you save $3 or $4 every single time you go there.
Isn't
at
the
least.
candy like $8?
That's what I'm saying. Like it's like $40 or something for a family of 4, if not more, way more than that. What the hell am I even talking about? Anyways, Disney right here. I just want to bring that up because I actually left the movie thinking, because you know what else they have coming out too? Moana 2 is coming out. I think The Rock, it looks like he's in that one again. So I like Despicable Me, I think is coming out. Despicable Me 4 is coming. I think that's Pixar, right? Yep. So Disney is going to have something to say about some of this. And I don't know. If movies are back a little bit in the box office, I could see Disney trying to hold some of these levels. But again, that movie was out last week, so I know it's putting up big numbers, but the stock really isn't reflecting any of that, and I don't know if it will. But it's nice to see that that's coming back. And I just want to say, I think Disney down here is an opportunity. I know we're talking about NVIDIA, but I think Disney's an opportunity in and around $100. Look, NVIDIA is my #1 trade of the day here on the sticky note. I know we're running out a little bit of time. We've already talked about this a couple times here, but there's NVIDIA. 140 is where we're long now. We'll play dip buys into that, but then I think 138 would be a great area for dips. And then if it gets real violent, then you kind of got to assess it from there. Tuesday wasn't that scary. I mean, we went down a couple bucks and then made the move back up. You could see here, this was a little bit worse on Monday where we opened up around 134 and went all the way down to 129. So we do know that there is an opportunity for this thing to break. So if it breaks 138, that was sort of the level that I wanted to talk about, the 200 period moving average. So we'll wait to see if you get back into 136.50. But if you break 138, that might be it for me until we reassess what's going to happen with NVIDIA. So I'm a buyer. I'm a buyer right now on these dips. I'm a buyer into the open. But 138, if we drop that, then we're dropping this trade and we'll reassess it after, because when this name falls, it's going to fall. I just don't see the catalyst today.
To red to the tune of about 0.4% right now. So did gap up ever so slightly. There is a note on EU sales on a month-over-month basis, downside ever so slightly. 185 though was that sticking point. Last day of trade going into the close. This note just talking about the expansion of the Texas Gigafactory, going to house 50,000 of NVIDIA's GPUs. And in this, they actually talk a little bit about ventilation being a bit of a problem, or they're still trying to figure out how they're going to get enough ventilation to cool the things, because you said 50,000 NVIDIA GPUs are nothing without the right amount of ventilation to run them. If you remember earlier in the year, Elon said, and specifically for AI purposes, they're going to spend $3 to $4 billion on AI-related infrastructure, manufacturing, and this is one of those facilities.
Another story with some NVIDIA-related implications here. The Tesla sales themselves, what I'm seeing here is 34.2% drop in May sales in the EU. But to be fair, EU sales overall were dropping for May with regards to EVs. There was the announcement of that tariff for up to 38.1% on China-made EVs starting in July. With that in mind, Tesla, after the fact, said it's expecting to increase the price of its China-made Model 3 when these tariffs come into effect. So this is necessarily not a bad catalyst for Tesla with regards to the EU, and of course anything with AI is pretty well received by the markets.
Yeah, if you zoom out a little bit, past few days anyways, we're basically back to the middle of the range. We did have that negative day on Tuesday, guys, but held the support from mid last week.
Yeah, I mean, if it gets to the 50 period, that's an obvious long, but we're not getting to that today, so I think you can throw that out the window. Unfortunately for Tesla, you know, it's been stuck. It's stuck in a range. Let's be real about it for a second. The good news is when it's down in the low 170s, it's clearly been a long, no question about it. It's trying to put in some higher lows here. I think it'll be a decent attempt, this 182 in the 180 levels. So I don't think, like with this stock, it hasn't been that complicated in terms of what the key prices have been. It's just, do you have the patience enough to wait for it? Because the 180 level, resistance into a monster breakout, and then the 82 level, which was like support, and then a breakdown of that support. It broke out from that level. It bounced off that level. So it's just, it's 182, it's 180, and don't try, like, if it bounces off the level, it bounces. But when it loses one of these levels, let it trade to the next one. It's as simple as that. We definitely learned that lesson a couple of days ago. It was on Friday, actually. So last week, if it cannot hold 182, then you've got to wait for it to trade off of the next level at that 180. That's all I'm going to do with Tesla. This is not, you know, like multiple take every single bounce that looks good because NVIDIA is super strong. I think this is a case where you just have to, 184 is no good. 183 to me, no good. Has to be holding 82. If that can't hold, then it's got to be the 180. If that can't hold, then you have maybe a chance at 177. But Tesla's in the penalty box. Still, I'd like to see it. I'm more confident in this. When it's breaking 190, when it's testing 200, I think then you'll have more explosive upside. Until then, you really just got to pick your spots and pick your levels. And the last week or so has told you 80 and 82 are the places to be.
Yeah, Tesla right now, same kind of thing. It's just bouncing around. It's not doing too much at these levels. We'll have to wait. I mean, it either gets up to this 188 and we'll talk about it, or back into, I mean, I was going to say 180. I mean, that's nice. That's where the 200 period is. It sort of bounced off there the first time. But again, not a super clean looking chart to me. Down today while the market's up. Thinking negative on Tesla, but sometimes when we do that, it gets carried away a little bit here. I see everyone talking about MGOL now. Obviously, there's some sort of an agreement now with Hydmar Inc. right now into an agreement with MGOL. Is this the Lionel Messi clothing brand? Yeah, so, all right, looks like they did reverse split up there. Or maybe not. We'll find out more about this. But MGOL right now starting to go. Good luck with everybody on this former penny stock. Now $1.40 and ripping upside. 220 we've been at before. But I thought this was way more expensive, like a long time ago. So maybe, yeah, okay, yeah. So we are right. So we've been down here before, 20 cents. We'll find out what happened down there in May. Looks like it might have been a reverse split, but it was a pretty sharp move in 2 days to the upside. So we'll find out. I don't know if this is one split or not, but nice move up for MGOL right now. I would say you play this back to $1, but you might not get that opportunity. Find out more information about this. MGOL starting to go.
Let's say we were just talking about Optimus and the opportunity for Optimus still to come. Let's talk about SMCI here. Big gap higher along with Dell this morning. This one a little bit more active and volatile. As expected, being $964 today, 4.8% to the upside. I mean, long story short, Dell and SMCI selected to provide some server shelving for XAI and some of this new storage that they're going to have available. But this is a big move already today.
It's a big move, and as well, worth noting here, Michael Dell, CEO of Dell, actually saying on a post in X in response to what Elon Musk said about Dell and SMCI working on the server racks, which was also announced on the social media platform X. Michael Dell saying that they're going to be building a, quote, Dell AI factory powered by NVIDIA, just specifically for powering this AI robot Grok. So this is a really interesting note here. Dell definitely going to be very involved in SMCI with these server racks as well.
Yeah, we're right at these May highs right now, the end of May. You got to go back to 975 here. It tagged it twice. Right there, or just below it right now, guys.
Yeah, like SMCI, it's probably like this. It could be if it gets another $10 up and makes this break at 975. You have to think a test of 1,000 is going to be in play, but it's not through it just yet. So you have pulled back about $10 on SMCI. It's a $900 stock, right? So you understand that $10 on this isn't the same thing as $10 on insert other stock here, like Nvidia, Tesla, something else like that. So it can easily make that break, but you've already rejected that and pull back that 10 even. I like Dell a little bit better for the setup because unless you're breaking out, SMCI is like right at a resistance level. At least with Dell, you've got Dell recovering from what was a drastic pullback, hold that 50 period, hold some higher lows, and then you get the catalyst working for you. It gives you 150, easy round number, closed at 49 on Tuesday. And then you have the highs from Tuesday's trade, the 153 area. If you have this consolidation, morning high 53, afternoon high 54, and then the pre-market gives you the same thing. So I think that gives a 153 buy zone for Dell early. If it holds that, you look like dip and rip. If it cannot hold 153, it's just back it off until $150 on Dell. I think that makes it at least relatively simple. That MGOL, like eventually it'll turn into, like they're combining and then it turns into I forget the name of the new listing it's going to be. So it's not like some cash deal where you're just getting X amount of dollars for your shares. You will eventually own the new entity. So, I just play the momentum here. I haven't been able to find a really good valuation concept for what this will be worth to MGOL, but with 37 million in volume, there's VWAP, a dollar would make some sense as well, but VWAP's at 110. I'd be looking to play bounces on this, but I don't know if you get to $1, so got to be flexible with MGOL.
Yeah, I was just looking, MGOL, interesting name there for sure. So I have Dell written on here on the sticky note here. I just said dips into VWAP because that's generally, I'm going to play this kind of like, not like an earnings play, but like a catalyst that could easily get sold off as well. So right now, VWAP's not going to mean anything. We're taking in consideration these big prints here. So right now it's at 153 and change. Let's just let this settle down a bit. I wouldn't be surprised if we pull back into 150. All Elon Musk did was already confirm what Dell's already told us. I mean, their racks, their servers, everything's being used all over the place for all of these servers. So yeah, XAI is using them. I feel like that's important to know. So it just justifies what we already do know about Dell. I mean, Dell, although we got that dump off there on earnings, it was just ripping from February of $80 up to $180. It was more than double in a matter of months there for Dell. And the story was exactly what the story is today. Customers are buying them. Dell continues to be a great story. I don't know what exactly we want to do up here at these highs, so I'm not going to break the long, but it's up 4% and looking amazing. So I really want to be into Dell. I just feel that this news is not something that we should pretend is new. It's just, it does justify where Dell's trading. And that's it. It's a good story. We can now believe them, obviously. Bouncing off the 50 period is really strong. I like Dell back here. I'm right now bidding 150. I don't think we fall $5, but if it does come through, I want to get the long. So like 150.50. We'll see if we can get a bid down there. But we do want to keep Dell definitely up on a screen here because if you're going to trade names with Catalyst, this is a good one. We like the story in AI. We like the story with the chips. And Dell continues to be a big part of that. I don't trade SMCI, so I feel like SMCI, the same kind of story, but just maybe with options as it's a $1,000 name. So pullbacks in, if you're gonna do the same type of thing, it's 920. So there's the gap fill back to 920. It's the same fill back for Dell to 150. So 920 SMCI, 150 for Dell.
Another one continuing to benefit from this move in AI overall, TSM just marching higher as well. If you go back to the end of April, I guess, 120, 125, all the way to 185 at this point, gapping up for the third straight day in a row here. A number of analysts with positive things to say. Bernstein, one of those, maintaining outperform on TSM, $200 price target from Bernstein, $15 or so to go, according to them. There's a few other ones. I mean, there was that note a couple days back on the packaging side of things. They've developed new ways to package these, or more efficient ways to package these semiconductors that they are making. And they've also increased their prices, I think, which is more key on that front to not only get them out the door efficiently and quicker, but making more as they do so.
Taiwan Semi definitely in a lot of analysts' mind. We've seen consistent price target increases over the last few weeks here. And with regards as well, a little more details on that packaging story, Nikkei Asia reporting that apparently TSM is going to be collaborating with some equipment and material suppliers on their new packaging technique. It could, however, take several years to commercialize, but that in the works in addition to all of these positive analyst notes. So yeah, we'll have to see where TSM goes from here, but that 120 to 185, quite the journey.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive to say the least. Yet another daily chart looking the same, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like sometimes it can be a little bit of a broken record to talk about if you like a stock and you're looking to get into it or you're looking to add to a position, whatever it might be. You take the opportunity that's given to you and not the one that necessarily you think is perfect. Because there were multiple opportunities to buy dips in TSM and probably a host of other names, but like it is what it is. You got to move past that. Now that you're at these highs, it just doesn't feel. Look, the reaction that this had to 185 and why I'm kind of preferring Dell is just this pullback off 185 to lose 180 on Tuesday, right? So you had a pretty hefty pullback off this level, and until you're breaking it back out, I just don't love it as much. So it has to be holding $185 on the bid, and if it can do that, I think I'd be a little bit more inclined to want to be in TSM. So it just the manner in which it traded off of that high, I feel just it distinguishes itself a little bit from Dell. Like Dell made a move 146 and topped to 154 and then pulled back half the move, as opposed to TSM in the case here where it made the same kind of similar breakout into a fresh high and then kind of gave it all back. So I just don't love it as much. And you can talk about stocks being overvalued, TSM trading at a premium to its, the ADR trading at a premium to the actual, but you're just here to follow price action. So I'm not a huge fan. It has to hold up the 85 level on the bid. Then I'd be interested in the long there. I know the chip names and AI names that we'll be playing today, NVIDIA, AMD, Dell in the pocket as well. I'm a maybe on ARM, but TSM, unless it's holding 185, no.
I'm still trying to remain the same, and if I'm going to look negative on a stock here today, not that TSM is negative, I mean, I like TSM, but in the space, now AMD's starting to go back up to the upside. It looks like NVIDIA is starting to go downside a little bit right here, so just to look at these names, I was going to say try to short AMD, but again, I don't want to forget about SMH. We've been trading that pretty good lately. Another name in this space that not all of us are looking at. Like, we can keep going over all of these different names. I think SOXL or SMH, I mean, SOXL is the other way. There's many different ETFs that we could trade on this. So this is just another one. I just, looking at some of these, you're just gonna get a little bit of a better return on a triple or a double levered ETF in case something does start to come back in to the downside. So right now, I'm just looking over here. I mean, TSM's been, again, another rocket ship. It's the second most popular holding or weighted holding in the SMH. And again, another big move for Taiwan Semi, looking to take out that top of 185. So I'd still say stay long on these names, but again, feel like it's a little early here right now. We're in NVIDIA. You can see it's starting to go down. I don't necessarily want to average into this. We've already gotten a fill down here on NVIDIA at 139.60. So now we'll have to wait. We'll have to wait for that 138 to come in and watch out for NVIDIA right here off the open, as imbalances are just minutes away.
All right, Meta. We'll wrap things up here real quick with Meta, $500. If you zoom out on a daily chart, you'll see why that's important. It's been a pivot for the past couple of weeks, gapping back above it this morning after spending all day, going back to Tuesday, trying to get through it from beneath. But here we are, back to 502, 503 here for Meta.
Nice little price target increase here from KeyBank this morning, 475 to 540, maintaining an overweight rating, basically saying that they're seeing a, quote, meaningful uptick in Meta's ad prices, amongst other things. So META getting this price target increase above 540 as the stock tries to climb up that level.
Making session lows as we speak here, though. Guys, what do you think, Meta?
Well, you might have just said it, like 500. 500. There's a reason why that's going to be in there. But let's go. I'll go a little bit of a step further than that. The 500 has been a good. It's not a pivot point because I know a pivot point is an actual technical term. So 500 isn't technically the pivot point, but if you look at the chart, it has been a good turning point for the stock. Like if you look at it 2 days ago when it finally held the 500 and consolidated above, look at how big the breakout was. So this is it holding 500 on a dip, and there's it breaking back out. So if it does something like that at 500, great. Otherwise, well, 495, 496 looks pretty good to me down here on Meta. And then you can very clearly see 510, 511 up top. That's a range-bound trade. So, if 510, 511 shows up, I think that's a pretty reasonable curl spot. Look for short. If you see underneath 500, I think you got to wait for 495. That 500 level only matters if you see the right action off of it because it's blown through it twice and not even cared. It's just a matter of, here it blew through it, then held underneath when re-challenged. That made it a short. Here it came back up. Once it broke back above, it then held over it on a consolidation. So you look for a long. Sometimes you just have to wait for action off a price level. Other ones, you can see support and go for it. So 500 is not that sit on the bid level. I think that's down in the mid 490s, at least for myself. And then as far as NVIDIA goes, it's too late to show you now, but there was 100,000 on the offer at 139.60. They just broke that order. I was adding in front of the pre-market low where I'm getting out. It's not really the pre-market low, but the afternoon, like the 7 o'clock low, let's call it 139. Technically, it's lower in the pre-market, but the 139 was my out. So when it consolidated higher, that's where I got some in. When it broke that order, I took some out here at VWAP in front of 140. So if it breaks 139, I'm going to be out of the stock. If it holds, probably take another profit take in front of the pre-market high, and then just look for trend longs when it comes to this name. But Meta, I think that's a name you just got to be patient with. Some of these big cap tech names have been relatively range bound, and when they are, I think diddling in the middle too much is just going to get you in trouble. You diddle in the middle when you're buying a strong trend. If you don't, in the absence of that, you wait for the key prices, which I'm not sure that 500 qualifies. The 95 for sure. The 95 level, yes. The 510 level, yes.
Look, we hit Meta real good on Friday, and I mean this was sort of the start of the trade. I don't think I talked about it anymore, but we hit 500 to the downside, and then we averaged it in, and then we're able to get that huge move down. And by the way, NVIDIA's moving around; the imbalances are out. It just went back to flat. It just broke through 140 and came back. And then we shorted Meta right into here, and we got this 495 print. So we had Meta off and right when we guys left, we were talking about looking at Meta at 11 o'clock there on Tuesday. We were able to get it up here in and around 501. So we actually shorted up here at the 50 period at the time and brought it all the way back in. And I remember telling the story about how Obi was like, maybe you just hold that one, and we did. And we were able to get that $6 or $7 winner on Meta. So we'll look to see about doing that again. I'm not super interested until it comes into 500, but that's going to be coming pretty quickly right now as the NASDAQ has not been able to gather any steam whatsoever today. It's not even like a violent move down. It's slowly dripping. Like when we opened the show, it was up 0.4, and then it's like 0.3, 0.25, where we are right now. So just a little bit of a slow grind back into the downside there off that number at 7:30 or at 8:30, 7:30 Chicago time. So let's wait to see now what happens with all of this. I mean, my attention early will be on NVIDIA, obviously, as we're into that one with only a minute left or less than a minute left. Adara will be there in just a couple of seconds to ring the bell. But early looks at NVIDIA on dip buys into 138. We'll have to watch out for that. Palantir on my radar as well for a dip into maybe. I mean, I put a bid at 26.10, but now the 200 period is starting to get upside, so maybe we have to get a little bit more aggressive than that, but still watching Palantir. And Dell's at 157, so
it's
I think you could forget about it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for dip buys in Dell, you might not get them. It is what it is, but with only 20 seconds to go, we'll get to Apple right off the open. But Apple trying to go green here on this Thursday as it was relatively weak. It's bouncing off 213. I didn't see an imbalance on it, but it just bounced $1 off the bottom. Let's ring that bell in 3, 2, and 1, Adara. And we are open. Just very quickly, Apple did dip all the way down into 2 days ago, the 213 level, looking like a decent one for Apple. I kind of thought 212 today, but the 213 looking good. We still like Apple. We're still fans of it. Dell trying to pull back a little bit here as NVIDIA is retesting the 139 level.
Yep, 139 and change coming in for Dell. We'll still, like I said, we'll still wait to see what we can do with this name for NVIDIA. All right, so GameStop. NVIDIA, we're waiting for 139. We could talk about that. Whoa, what up with that? Palantir, huge move down. Like, I don't know what's going on with Palantir. Let's see. It is making that move down as the NASDAQ's not doing much. Palantir just cracked into 26. So that just dropped 50 cents immediately off the open. Now, interesting levels coming through here. For Palantir, we are starting to head to the downside now. So let's just be careful with it. We do have NVIDIA as well. So a couple good pickups. We're long NVIDIA right now at 139.60, and we're long Palantir here at 26.08. So 10 cents out of the money here on PLTR. 25.80, that bottom wick, something kind of interesting down there for me right now as well. What's up, Adair?
SoundHound, another AI name here to keep an eye on. This is a small cap here, SOUN. You might remember this ticker because it was announced in mid-February that NVIDIA invested in them. SoundHound today, a couple minutes before the open here, announcing that they've acquired key assets from Allset. So keep an eye on SOUN here, 21+% short float. So SOUN on watch, guys.
So this is just very, very quickly, just to show you guys what happened. NVIDIA bounced off 39 a couple of times. I was taking longs in front of 39. I just got in the 50 fill a couple of times there, and the last break got you to 80s. So at wick the 80 level, I got out. It just bounced again off that 80 level, and I went back in above that 39. The stop is still going to be underneath the new fresh low, so now I'm out of it under 39. We want a 39 bounce. 39 does not hold, at least in the time being. If it's going to be a long again, going to have to look for another level down or for 39 to reestablish itself. Unlike other dip buys, this is one I would take a couple of cracks at this particular level. Apple is right back into that 13 level, starting to come back through. So Apple also heading in lower. I did want shorts on AMD, but I feel like we say this every single time at the open on advanced micro devices. It's not really doing anything. At 59 level is what we want, so we have to be patient. I wanted to short pops in AMD. There are no pops to be shorted on this stock right now.
No siree. All right.
Tesla just
Tesla is too much Tesla for you, or
just
no?
tank
Not
$3.
really. Okay, it does tank $3. Not bad. All right. So Palantir. I mean, we're long at 26.04. This has been a pretty violent name here today. So let's start to ring the register. Oh, we just tried to get out 08s and it completely stopped on a dime. All right, NVIDIA, man. Here we go, baby. Let's go. Let's get this stock rocking right here. Just a couple hundred shares on board now for NVIDIA. Long at 139 flat right there on NVIDIA. We said that we wanted to stick with this name, so that's what we're doing. NVIDIA upside move. We wrote down 138 as a stop problem. 99 problems right now. NVIDIA ain't one, as it's a monster. We just got to get above. We just offered 50 and got missed there. There it goes. Nice move back upside for NVIDIA. Hey, man, could we have the first Dollar Club winner with NVDA? Let's see if we can get that back in the pocket right now. NVIDIA really cooking, man. We stuck with it. And again, sometimes you watch these stocks just continue to fall to the downside. Today, let's see if NVIDIA continues to climb higher. And right there now, 70 cents in the money. Come on, NVIDIA, man. We don't hold enough all the time, but this time we hopefully will be able to do that. As here it goes, man. We are almost that Dollar Club now on NVIDIA. Let's go. Keep going to that upside, my guy. See if we could take out 140 and then just continue the plan of action. The number one trade on here is Palantir. We'll still hold on to that. But here we go right now. It's a big one. It's NVIDIA. And so far, so good. What's up, Rivian Millionaire and everybody out there that has this with me? It's 139.80, and there it is right there. It is your first Dollar Club member of the day, and it's going to be with NVIDIA unless, you're out of that one. And Palantir is what I'm trying to get at right now. This is falling the other way. So we'll be like net flat right now pretty much as we try to battle with Palantir.
Yeah, I'm out of NVIDIA. I'm back on the bid at the 39 level if it wants to come in there, but I'm not going to chase it too far. It's still in the same range. If it makes a break, the local high was $140, so there's always a 140 breakout to be had. As it comes back in here, Tesla's at that number, that 182, so it just tagged the 182 level. We said wait for 182 on Tesla, so we waited. Now you're getting a bounce off of this level, going to grab the longs out in front Now, if it continues to trend down, then we've got the level that we wanted and we did not compromise. I just want to quickly, I'm backing NVIDIA off the 139 level. GameStop starting to go for anyone interested. GameStop starting to head into the upside. We'll probably have to break 25 to look a little bit more enticing, but it is making a power move in there. Dell, I think we're just going to have to adjust plans on Dell. Obviously, we're not going to get 150s. We're not going to get maybe the pre-market low could still come into play, but it just dipped down to 155 and bounced. That pre-market support was at $153. So you're just going to have to step up whatever the higher low is going to be at this particular point in Dell. As far as AMD short, it's starting to rally. So that 159, whoops, there we go. It's starting to rally, so that 159, it's going to be annoying that these are the same price. That 159 coming into play on Advanced Micro Device. Not there yet. It's at 158.30. I'm sitting offer in front of 59s.
All right, we just got a nice one there. Let's go face slap up a little bit with Palantir. I said, remember, I was like, oh, Palantir's a problem and NVIDIA is not. Now Palantir's not a problem and NVIDIA is trying to become that for me. So we'll have to wait now for all of these to sort of fill out a little bit here. So there goes Palantir. We're long at 26. That was kind of the plan. It did dip down into the 80s. We were trying to give it to 26.50. So now we got to let this thing float. I mean, hopefully we get something in the teens and in the 20s because we need at least 20 cents here because we did hold that 20 cents against us. So let's see if this can get back up to the upside. We don't use those ratios with NVIDIA because, this name could go up $2 in a straight line. You don't want to hold something $2 against you if it gets too violent. So again, this name not super violent today. We're really happy trading NVIDIA over the last couple of days. So let's just continue to hold on to this. We do have our target outs in downside at 138. So Google, we marked down 174 as a possible bid. That name got going real good here. The market actually, we might have to look out for some of this. The market might go red, which would not be a good sign which would not be a good sign for a day like today. I'm at 16s right now. It's at 13s. You know what? All right, I'm just going to put something at 12 then. We just missed it. Let's see if we get run through at 12. We're actually on a paid gateway, so it needs to print all the way through in order for us to see. I'm not even getting a fill yet. Did we just get that? No, we did not. Sometimes there it goes, now we got it. So there's a nice fill for us on that one. We'll props it up for anybody trading PLTR with us so far here today. But yeah, so far so good. Just trying to hold on to some of these trades. You know what was another name that we were both looking at that sort of got going and no opportunities to buy it back? Dell still ripping right now. Come on, market. If the market can bounce, man, OMG, we'll be doing pretty good.
So we didn't reverse in Tesla from on that 82 level. Probably would have worked out pretty nicely, but headed down to 180. We said 82 and 80. I didn't reverse. I did attempt to reverse, I should say, but I didn't actually get the fill. We have to use two orders, one to get out and then one to try to get back into position on the other direction. It is flushing, still heading into the downside. The 140 level is still proving to be a little bit of a concern for NVIDIA, not getting past it. It also happens to be VWAP, so I'm going to cover some in front of that, and then we're going to play the range. If it keeps bouncing down here, take some out and then reload, rinse and repeat over and over. Apple has bounced nicely off of 212, right back into 214. This is looking relatively strong here for Apple on that little reversal play. We didn't get that long. We're going for Tesla at the 182 level first, and AMD wants to challenge the resistance from Friday. I want to say, that's Monday. Monday's resistance right up here. So Monday's resistance is where I want to be out of the stock. Needs to curl here for any kind of an ad. So we're range bound on NVIDIA, that 139 to 140 level. Tesla, I think a 182 short is going to work inside of this range here. And AMD going counter trend to the market. Although it's done this in the past and then usually ends up falling. It did this before. You had to be willing to give it a couple of shots. That was on Friday when it did that couple of tests at 161. So you got to be patient.
We told you it didn't matter who's sitting beside us, right? We did it on Friday. We did it on Tuesday. Neil right now back. Good luck for me again coming through here today as we talked about luck, right? And luck is not something that you want to sort of count on, but you need it sometimes. There's NVIDIA, nice move up to the upside there, $1 as we still hold on to that one. And then honestly, man, $26 we wrote down here. We said that we needed at least 20 cents on this play. There's 30 cents as Palantir just, honestly, this is going to be, well, no, PL number one is actually Palantir, or is actually NVIDIA, just because of the amount of shares and the confidence that we had in this name over a Palantir. But there goes NVIDIA, man. This is PL number one by far. Today's a monster day. We're even probably having a better day today than we did on Tuesday. Let's just keep on going to the upside. Man, it's so good to be back. I loved having a vacay, but hey, man, vacays are something that are forced around here. It was nice to have one, but there goes NVIDIA. There it goes, 140. Oh, man, are we printing? It's Palantir to the money side. It's NVIDIA, man. There it is. Let's go. It's a cash cow, as you know that one, and we just continue to get higher and higher. Wow, what a stock, what a name. The number one trade idea on here. Look what we have written down. Palantir and NVIDIA, trade number 1 and 2. And you know, on this floor, this is PL 1 and 2 today. Palantir and NVIDIA, that's what we're talking about. We're trying to put those up, and we did it again there with NVIDIA. Now $1.70 in the money, Palantir 50 cents. Oh man, it's a good day here today, Neil. Let's go over to the desk with Adara.
NewScale Power, or SMR, here making its 4th consecutive candle on the 3-minute chart here. Nice move on the daily chart as well. Not seeing any news on this name, but it has, as you can see here, traded higher over the last few weeks. We do have a smaller market cap, $2.2 billion, and also quite a lot of attention here on social media. So keep an eye on SMR if you're looking for some smaller names. This one trading around $10.50 right now, guys.
For s'more, that's what I'm going to be calling it. So 140 broke. I actually added on the 140 break. I'm out of the 139s. I'm only in 140s on NVIDIA now. So this was the 139. It broke out the 140 level. If we're looking for higher lows, I think you work VWAP. VWAP's 139.5. If it bounces off 140, I'd play that level. So we're going to continue to trend upside there. Tesla, we went and reversed. If 182 is not going to hold, then we'll look for the short off of that level. VWAP's at the $0.50. That's where I'm going to look to get out. So just want to make sure we have our order set to go there. Dell's pretty much, I'm not even on Dell anymore. It just broke the $160 on Dell. So I think you can stick a fork in Dell. That one looking like it's going to be an absolute rocket ship to the upside. 161 now trading on Dell. So we got 2 shorts on, but with the market making a bit of a bounce, that's going to be that concern. AMD is still at Friday's highs. Check that. I keep saying Friday. This was Monday, Monday's highs. If it does not hold that lower high, or that high, then we just got to jump out of this one. AMD, the best short when it did this move last time wasn't necessarily the first top. You had to be able to catch it on the back end. So I'm willing to stop it out if it makes a fresh top and then try to find another entry on the other side of this trade. AMD has been relatively weak. As far as the longs go, the only one that actually set up and gave the fills was NVIDIA. Dell was the one we loved, and we're just not going to get in that. It has to calm down and give us some kind of a spot.
Man, this has been. What else we got? Palantir, NVIDIA. Okay, well, let's check out some GameStop. Look, we're getting some NVIDIA out here at 140.50. I mean, this is, and again, congratulations, everybody. I see Obi back there has got it as well. So, I mean, everybody on NVIDIA today, and it has to be, right? It is the stock. And again, this is why it's literally been my number one trade ticker. Remember before NVIDIA split, I said NVIDIA will be my number one name moving forward. So, I mean, right there, we knew that we liked actionable trades. I feel like we do got some here with NVIDIA. All right, so Palantir is another name. We're trying to get some out. And again, you don't want to be too greedy when you're looking at trades. And good out there at 140.50. We got a bunch of different outs. We can play pullbacks in for sure. But a good trade up for NVIDIA all the way back into pre-market highs where we sat and took it out. So just the fact that you're taking shares out there means you just made this money back. So see this dip buy? I just sold 140.50. You could buy it back right now. Wow, now it's starting to go to the downside. And this is part of the risk about punching levels like that. We did that on Tuesday again. And it's like when it works, great. But then you got to watch out for the backside there, Phil. So back into 140 one more time. Bounced off VWAP again there. So yeah, it continues to work here for NVIDIA. And, you know, we really couldn't be happier with these trades, but, you know, there's more to come on all of them. As you know, we had Micron above 150 on Friday. Tuesday, that keeps on going there. Nice downside move right into 150. Oh, no. Wow, that was a great trade to be had down there. I didn't even realize it fell that far. So nice move back in for Micron, back down to 150. Great trading there bouncing off of that bottom. But honestly, man, I mean, NVIDIA, oh yeah, by the way, NVIDIA, we took $2 on that trade, and we're $0.50 in the money on Palantir.
Mogul's halted here, guys. So it's halted to the downside. It halted once up, it's now halted down. I think this could be your chance if you're looking to buy this one on the dip, which we thought maybe 110 or $1. If it opens back up here, it's 145. VWAP sits at 120. It's a volatility halt, so it'll be open in about 1 minute or so. NVIDIA did a dip. It bounced off VWAP, but it was really quickly. You'll see the wick down here. It tried to hold VWAP. It was like a split second that you had a chance to get in there at about the 70 level. I threw the bid out there, didn't get the fill at 74. Probably 80s would have worked it. But still looking for that lower high to be able to get NVIDIA. AMD pushed through. We got out of that one. I don't think I want back in anytime soon. However, Tesla was different. Tesla wicked out, but it's still holding underneath VWAP. So it's still a little bit downward trending Tesla, making me a little bit more interested in this. So it's one thing to short a pop on a weak stock. It's another one, and, AMD got to the level, it blew through it. I want to see some lower highs and confirmation. At least Tesla is still downward trending if it can hold underneath VWAP here. Let's go to the desk. We've got Adara.
Zap EV making new day's highs here, pushing a little bit higher. This one is certainly of note, about 70% up on the day. As you can see here in the daily chart, we actually had a 1 for 20 reverse split in mid-April. News catalyst for this one today, they reported their earnings for the first half of fiscal 2024, net loss of $5 million, so less of a loss on a year-over-year basis than last year's $8.6 million, also expecting to start delivering its i300 vehicle in Q4. So nice look here for ZAPP, 1.6 million share float, guys.
Zap,
yeah, zap that one up to the upside there. Okay, so I was actually looking at Disney. We did talk a little bit about this one before. It's trying to break above $101 right now, and it is doing that. We have the 50-period moving average at 101 flat, and we do have the 200 moving average right here as well, as the NASDAQ's trying to get back higher and higher and higher, and NVIDIA is trying to get to those levels as well. So possible dip buy opportunities at 101 and change right there for Disney. I did want to check back in on Google, another name that we were looking at earlier. I want a dip buy opportunity for this, and it is retracing back down into the 50 period, or sorry, the 200 period moving average right now. So a decent dip buy opportunity available here for Google. Although we are down on this move, still up on the day, bouncing off the 200 period moving average right now is Google. So again, a possible opportunity here for this name, if you like it, to get back involved. I don't know. I was looking for the long at 174, so I wonder if we're going to be a little bit too early looking right now at Google. So let's be patient. Possible buy opportunity here on Google off of that bottom wick. As we've already seen it had to move up. Maybe we could buy at 175.40. Worth trying, but I'm going to hold off just for a minute here on Google.
You know what? Google's one of the names I actually didn't look at this morning. Unfortunately, we're looking a lot at Meta, Apple. Mogul reopened and held basically the open low, $101.29, 129. If this stock gets to $129, there'll be a lot of happy people, and the shorts aren't them. But look, 129, it held it right here at the open. It just put in a bid at 133. So pretty simple, looking for dip buys. If you get VWAP, you get VWAP and you play it there. But catching that bid off of 133. I got the long on the way back up 140s. If it makes that fresh low, it's about 12 to 15 cents worth of risk on the stock. And the high is $1.73. So there's plenty of room to run to the upside. That halt price at 150, I want to get some out at the top of that wick just in case it fails that halt level. Want to be taking some profit on MGOL. Still looking for the dip buy in NVIDIA, which I think is coming into play right now off of VWAP. So VWAP can hold. That's the dip area for me on NVIDIA. Still not much happening over there in Tesla. Mogul, always have a stop. Like, I'm getting out if it breaks that 129. I'm not getting caught in any down halts.
All right, 26. I'm just going to play this back to VWAP, 26, 24 or so. Apparently, everybody's favorite meme investor, Ryan Cohen, looking at stake in Chewy right now. So we'll take, we'll take a little bit of a long here. Again, it's hard to like trust some of these stories, of course, but we'll take it. We're long here at 56. So not really moving. We'll take a 75 fill. It just went up to 70s. We'll see if that can fill. We'll give it back to VWAP. If it's going to be right, it's going to be, if it matters, it matters. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We'll take the hit. Not a bad trade, up 2%. We always like to play pullbacks into VWAP. So again, on a news-based story, you kind of hope that you catch the story maybe before it happens or as it's happening. And right now, Chewy, if that is the case, we've seen a lot more volume and a lot bigger moves coming in this name. And again, just to look at CHWY, as we're still in, NVIDIA's not doing anything, so we're going to wait for that. It's still going good. We're still $1.50 in the money on NVIDIA. You know what? Let's take out a piece. Why not? Okay. I just want to check this out. Short photo on Chewy, 13.79%. So a little bit of a catalyst there, not really moving. We did just take some, we missed it. So we put an offer at 140.10 there for NVIDIA. It's starting to fall back in. NVDA coming back pretty nicely here. We're out of about 70% of Palantir as it went into day's high again, possible reload spot again, but I'm going to wait for the bottom. The market's not healthy today. It doesn't appear to be. So we're going to have lots of opportunities to get back into a lot of these positions. And right now, NVIDIA is pulling back down, man. There it goes. That's, again, one of these issues, pulling back into VWAP as the market does not look super healthy, but it is a nice bounce back there.
Yeah, it's making that VWAP pull, but it does not bounce off VWAP. And if it doesn't bounce off VWAP, then that's not the re-entry for me. I'm out waiting for the 139. I want to see it holding above. I want to see it trending above. Tesla, we're not in Tesla just yet, but that just went the other direction off VWAP as well. I tried grabbing it here on the way down. Pretty slick move at 183 for Tesla as it continues to trend into the downside and looking for a VWAP retrace here as well. We probably got it a little bit early and don't want to do the same mistake twice. We'll look for a little bit more of a push where we can get a better price on Tesla here underneath the 183. It's trending down. If the market wants to head down, I think this can still head lower. Let's go to Adara.
Some more details on Chewy here, CHWY. This one actually was trading higher on Tuesday as well. Never a specific catalyst found, but apparently the company's online sales were higher in May. With this story today, though, what I'm seeing is apparently traders have been circulating rumors, so totally unconfirmed and not sourced here, saying that Ryan Cohen could be buying a $3 billion position in the company. So again, rumors, as Sean was kind of stating there, just to restate this, rumors circulating that Ryan Cohen could be buying a $3 billion position in CHWY. Nice look here, guys.
All right, well, we're already, let's just go, I don't care what he's doing, we'll just ring the register right now. We just got 180s, we got 80s, we got 84s right there on this name, so we're long at 57. We talked about that, we punched into it, and there's the outs. We said we were waiting at 75, which we were, and then we got an 84 print as well, as it looked like it was stopping, so I was over there looking at it. So that is Chewy. Let's wait to see if it goes upside again. NVIDIA is still trying to bounce off those levels. GameStop, because we're talking about Ryan Cohen. Let's go over here and quickly look at that one. Oh, wow. We were bidding. Honestly, I'm still here, so I can look. 23.51. It went to 65. Let's see if we are getting a move back in for GameStop. So we still are bidding 23.50, trying to play off of that level. Wow. There goes NVIDIA. Yes, sir. What an awesome day it is today for NVDA. Another one bought that dip off 139.50. If you did do that, that's a 200 period move. We'll take another out at 140.10 right there. Now $1.50 in the money there. 20 cents in the money off a bounce play for Palantir. This is just, we're not at the maximum spot we were at earlier, but things are still holding pretty good. And we were able to get out plus add a new position to our roster with Chewy. So let's just keep this going, man. So far, so good there. And more talk about MGOL. Again, halted right now. So halted to the low. Nice move down $1.25. Obviously, you'd like to be involved in that short, but right now we were not looking at it. Just now halted. MGOL. Man, NVIDIA and Palantir have been so good, and Chewy trying to make that move as well.
Yeah, there's no free locates on this name, by the way, for Mogul, so we'll probably have to go ahead and pay them. But I said I'm not getting trapped in a down halt. We're long in front of the 128 level. The second it broke, we got out. I actually got the print here at 27s. It halts at 25. It's up to you. I'm never holding through a halt if I can avoid it. But if it bounces off of VWAP, that's got to be a different trade. I don't want to guess that it's going to happen. I want to see it happen at least first. Tesla, just quickly, before I actually pay for these locates, Tesla just came back underneath VWAP. So we got this one, at least a little bit of a better entry, I want to say, here off that 182.5. So 182, still a key level. If it bounces off that, I want to make sure I'm taking some profit on the way to the low. Tesla down 1.5% into a flat market. Trending down, want to respect the trend because last I checked, the trend is your friend. I was just on the other side of 182 trying to get some 90s. I'll just stick in here at 182.02 and see if we can get that fill on Tesla. If it stays in this range, we'll do some scalping off of it, and NVIDIA pulling back above and trying to hold on to that VWAP. Apple, it's not at the lows, so I'm not really seeing. The trade for Apple, I think, is going to be off of the lows where it bounced right away at 9:30. It was 212. You go to a 15-minute chart, 212 is a big level for Apple. So I think you got to wait for that as the market is starting to come back in. NASDAQ could go red. If it does, I think you want to be patient, look for the dip buys, try to play that trend in. Tesla's settling into a downward move. Apple might be doing the same.
All right, guys, we're, what time is it even? 9:55, okay. So far we're 3 for 3 today. We have Palantir long at 26. I mean, just trying to get more out now. We have NVIDIA long at 138.60. I mean, that's still $1 and change in the money. And then we have Chewy long, which has come back, but we've already cashed out of some of that. So let's wait to see now where it goes. I mean, this has just been, honestly, another. I mean, we have something for this. It's just been another one. I mean, just over and over again as we go. We'll see if we could find one more again and drop down some more of this one as we go. Look at AMD, man, up 5 and change, just continuously going here. So happy to be in other names, but for right now, we're at the highest spot we've been at all day, P&L wise, and part of that was because of Chewy giving us those highs, and then NVIDIA, we did not reload it, but still hovering near there. Palantir made its move back. What else you guys want me to look at? Meta, maybe? Coming in again. Yeah, where are we on the market? So I'm looking at this, and I might be thinking Meta as a short, actually, right now, to be honest with you. 504, looking to 503 to break a little bit lower. Now for Meta, we actually really nailed this the other day. Thing is that we're already pretty. If I'm going to go short Meta, let me get something more out here on NVIDIA. All right, so Meta, 502 break lower. We could try this. We're going to have to hold out for maybe a better price on Meta, as you can get really railroaded here. Let's try to take something at 502. And then I wanted to look at, what is that, 503? Of course, now we're not going to get it. I just put a 501.99. I actually joined that offer. Now look what's happening. Yeah, want to get something short up here, under VWAP, under the 50, under all of that. I like this one for a short side trade right now today. So yeah, man, Meta, we just missed it. We'll see if we can get it again. 502 is the offer that I have for Meta, but it is coming back in. And as the market comes in, I mean, this is it, man. I don't know if big BPI back there has this or not, but right now it's Palantir long, 25.97. It's a big one, man. We're 3 for 3. It's all good today, so we'll just continue to hold it, but watch out. Trying to look for more opportunities. It doesn't matter what you've been doing, it's what you're about to do. So let's wait to see what happens here. Chewy, remember where we're going to get out a break of VWAP? Well, I'm still going to use 25s down here. We've already taken out some profit. If this name doesn't work, fine. Good so far for Chewy. Let's just hold out and try to see if we can get Meta on a bounce back to the upside.
Yeah, for what's next, I mean, NVIDIA is still, while the market's heading down, it's still holding VWAP in there. It broke VWAP. We got out of the breakout trade. We jumped back in for a VWAP hold, scalped it out when it got that 50 cents up. It was technically like 60 cents to move, but we got about 50 on it. If it can hold out here, still a bit of a downward trend. I'd like to see it bounce and show some more strength before we get any more shares in there. Tesla is still holding in the other direction. So holding underneath VWAP. Next press up, I'll look for a VWAP fail for a reload on Tesla. MGOL after the down halt. Mogul, it is Mogul, I think. That's what I'm going to call it. Holding underneath VWAP. The dollar level feels like it's going to come into play. So no bounce off VWAP, which means no trade again for me. But the $1 level, if it can bounce, I think it's a relatively simplistic trade. You did have support here at about 95 cents, so I'd look for it to hold a buck, try to get 1s and 2s on the way back in, and stop it out at 95. Still have Apple trending toward 212. I think it's going to get there at this point. I was just scanning, looking for things that are weak into a weak market. And ARM, which I haven't paid for locates of, still looking a little bit timid, down 2%. I mean, NVIDIA's up 3%. ARM being down here, not necessarily great. It's kind of following along with Apple. And it's been strong since Apple's event. So 172 was this support, pre-market lows. It just wicked off the 172 level. that looks like a short to me. I always want to join trends at this time of day around 10 o'clock. And if it's putting in a lower high and down, I want to take that shot on ARM. But first I have to pay for locates, and we've got to go to the desk for happening now.
The markets had a holiday yesterday, but everything is just back to normal. Tons of strength for all of these semiconductors, with NVIDIA continuing to push higher, even after becoming the top U.S. publicly traded company as of Tuesday. So great look for NVDA. Also, we do have a lot of Fed speakers on the horizon. Fed's Kashkari saying that he thinks it'll take a year or two to get down to that 2% inflation target. We also have Fed's Barkin coming in at 4 p.m., so keep an eye on some Fed speak on a day that's been pretty light for economic data, other than the initial jobless claims and building permits we got this morning. Let's look at some names here, and all of the names we're going to be looking at are going to be some chip names with catalysts, including SMCI. Supermicro and Dell both trading higher after Elon Musk said that his XAI supercomputer is going to be built with server racks from Dell and SMCI. So good look for those two. SMCI about 9% to the upside right now. AMD also very strong. Tuesday morning, it was circulating on Twitter that AMD had been the victim of a cyber attack. AMD came out last night saying that there was, quote, no material impact on its business because there wasn't a lot of information access. So AMD up 5.5%. Last but not least, here we do have TSM here, Taiwan Semi. Another chip name here, this one continuing to push to the upside as well. A couple positive analyst-related notes, so a little bit weaker than its peers, but still up about 1+% right now, guys.
All right, we have a new position. It's Meta, and it's just an ho-hum 70-cent winner right now. We'll wait to see where we go now on Meta, as we just shorted that 502. We talked about that, right? So we actually got it a little bit early. We didn't get that 501.99 fill. We got 501.75. So 71. Sorry. So we'll now wait to see what happens here on Meta. Looking to be hopefully a downside push. I'm not bidding anything till 500. So if it comes in, it will be fantastic, I hope. And then maybe we get a break lower. But hey, for me, if we're going to try to take $1.50 on the first position, we got to give this some room back up to the upside. So we'll look to short some more here in and around 503. If, again, we're lucky enough to get something at that level, then that's where we want to take it. So, yeah, everything cruising. Chewy's still there. Is there anything else? We looked at Meta. I don't know. Again, we're waiting for that price. We just got greedy. We could have taken 501s for sure, but hey, I mean, that's why I'm telling you to trade this way. And I put in the chat, like, you could see Neil's positions at the bottom, my positions at the bottom. Right now, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. So again, a little bit of management having to happen here as we go. I mean, let's take out another piece of NVIDIA. I would love for NVIDIA to continue to go higher right now, which is, it is having a problem with 140. We're $1.50 in the money. So let's just hold on here to see what winds up happening. But I am getting another piece out as we've come up to this 140.20, 140.15, like over and over and over again. So we'll see if we can get something out. BTC, yeah, 65,000. Good call there, Sebastian.
Bitcoin's at 65. I mean, Bitcoin has been lagging. I don't know. Lagging is kind of like the right word, I suppose. That's what I want to use there. But yeah, I didn't really look too much at anything except for Mara, and Mara was a 21, looking like a potential breakout. Just very quickly, I said I would get into ARM. ARM did make that pop. We paid for locates. They're dirt cheap here at Real Trading, so shout out to Real Trading. Sometimes you got to pay for them, but usually really, really cheap, less than 1 cent per share. I got 70, 78 here underneath the 71. I was trying to get a little bit more closer to that 172, but as we did not get that fill, I'll look for another place to add. If it bounces off VWAP and holds a higher low, I'll probably just jump out of the trade and then look to reestablish a little bit higher up, closer to that 72. Tesla is making that run at VWAP again. I want something closer to 183 where that local high has been. It's in the spot right at yesterday's lows, Tuesday's lows, where you want to look for the curl, but the best fills have been over VWAP into the 183 level here on Tesla. So that's what I will hold out for on this name. MGOL, we did want, you can want to bounce all you want off $1. It just bounced off 110, so we just have to be patient with it. No need to jump out in front of it. If it's going to continue lower under VWAP, then the $1 level can come to us. We looked for a bounce off the first stop level. The second it broke, we get out. I just want to make the same type of play here, but off the $1 even. So no need to rush into this just yet. Or back into it, because we're already in it once.
Yeah, we just took a little bit more shares on Meta here at 501.70, so it's still our same price, 501.69 actually. We got a little bit of a worse price right there. So let's just see now what winds up happening. Here, I'm pretty excited about this play. So we are now bidding where am I bidding here? 501. All right, so it's gonna have to slam down. Look at the spread though. Remember, we talked about this on Tuesday, where this can get quite spready. So one little push down through 501 and we'll get that fill, but let's just wait for it as a little bit of a tricky idea there to try to get that fill. So we'll wait. We need a slam down for that. There it is. Come on. One more slam right here and we'll take 70 cents. There it is. Yes, sir. 4 for 4 today. Right now, as we'll throw it up here, as we've been having diamond hands, trying to hold on to the best positions that we have. And if we're able to do that, then hopefully success will be forthcoming. Nice move downside now for Meta, as there it is. It's another one. We took $2 in the money on NVIDIA. It's $1 right now on Meta. We're 50 cents in the money on Palantir. I mean, today, guys, I know it sounds like a broken record, but another good day. I mean, I just hope that you can see all of the trades, obviously, that we're putting on. I don't hope that you can. And you can ask us questions in the chat about any of the trades, why we got out, what's going on with them, and if we're looking at anything else, right? So keep those stuff going. Make sure you like and subscribe everything that we do here, and so you can get notified when we have new things that's going on. And, of course, on the midday show today, Sharif is sick again, and we will be subbed in with Obi, I believe, on the midday show. So thanks, Obi, for being,
hope so.
Hey, man, so do I. This is what happens when, we're sick around here. So we'll try to do our best to come in. Neil's obviously here with this Achilles, and we are here every single day that the market is open, and that's why we were not here yesterday. Palantir still here. I might take this another opportunity right now. Oh, we can't. Did we get filled? Okay, good. We got something there at 46. Sometimes it depends on the gateway you use, whether or not you get filled or not. But with this much volume, 17 million shares, so far so good here on that one. NVIDIA moving, Chewy moving, Meta. Good thing we got that fill. We're still waiting for 502. So if that comes back in, then we'll get that. Brad, you want the money for your short? Then you got it right there. Today's going to be a good day for us here. So far, we'll be holding this as our second place, because I got to give a big congratulations to the man who's killing it in the back there. He is the leader. He is the leader of all of us. He is the man. He is the myth. He is the legend. And I got to give a big congratulations and a big bang up for Brankos putting up numbers today. So that obviously means a lot there to everybody behind us, because Brankos puts in a heck of a lot of time teaching everybody, and it's great to see some numbers being put up there. So congrats, Brankos, there in the back, as we'll just continue to sort of do as we've been doing here today, waiting for opportunities. Intel might be another one. I'm going to check back in on Disney in a couple minutes.
Yeah, NVIDIA just lost support, so we'll go over it just a quick little second here. I got to get to ARM as well, as that's starting to drop back in. VWAP hold, we scalped it out. It cannot hold on to VWAP. It made this bounce off 139.5 once. When I saw it happen again, we jumped back in. So just looking for levels to establish. Once it made a fresh low, I jumped out of the trade. We're still short Tesla and ARM. We'll go to Tesla first. ARM is a little bit safer. Tesla did a wick shimmy. I'm using Sharif's term in his lieu. You know what, it doesn't matter what I would call it. It wicked the top at 183 and then instantly retraced. So, if I'm sitting there at that point 1 for 3 on the short, but it's still a short, then I just jump back into the trade. You just have to. It is what it is. If a setup's there, a setup's there. It doesn't matter. The stock doesn't care that you're 1 for 3.
Whoops, oh no.
Really, the market and the stock don't care. Jumped right back in at the same price on the way back down and just got 182. So we're right back into the same trade. ARM is tanking now. A little bit into the low of the day. We took some out at VWAP. I did make an attempt to get in again on ARM, but we didn't. So the low of the day is down at 166. If you see me moving around, I just have to find comfortable positions, that's all. I'm going to be doing some squirming, I'm fine. But I want this 166.5 bottom. If it bounces off that, we're going to take the profit on ARM and run. The way that I've successfully traded ARM has been when it makes a bottom, I get out, and it's a defined low like this. So sometimes it's too early for a lot of people, but when I see it already make a bottom that's significant, like this 167 area, I'm taking this profit. I'm not going to look this $3 in the mouth. I've got a trailing stop for 50 cents, and I have a bid out at that low of the day.
Yeah, it looks like a good trade there. It looks like we are starting to get to the downside here on a lot of these names. We just put in some shares here on NVIDIA, so let's see if this one wants to go. We are $1 in the money, obviously, on Meta, as that's trying to go. Chewy, by the way, we tried to change our stop order, and instead I executed immediately at the current price. So we bought back in, but it's right down at the 50-period moving average. So Chewy could fall on its face and do absolutely nothing. But we loaded it up, man. And this is the thing. If I'm going to write down NVIDIA 138 and it gets down there, then you damn well know what's going to happen. We're going to put some shares on. So let's go. Again, nice trade, hopefully to the back upside here for NVIDIA, but if it breaks 138, then we're gone, which is why we just averaged out. We put on our biggest amount of shares in one individual moment down there at 138.25. So far, so good on that hold back in upside for NVDA. Oh, and by the way, $2 on Meta right there as we get 500. Let's see what's happening now to the downside there on Meta. Hopefully more downside. But you know what? We have many more shares on NVIDIA. So if this one can climb back up, that would even be better. So right now we are long at 138.30 here on NVIDIA. Would be nice to get this back, but who knows if it's going to or not, but we did look at 138. If it breaks 138, we're out. So 30 cents worth of risk here plus slippage. Looks like it's going to come in right now. There it goes. It's going to lose 138, I feel like. I don't know if there's been news on something, but
the market just took out the bottom.
Yeah,
20,000 could come into play. I think it's red to green on the green to red on the NASDAQ. Was the acceleration to the downside. Just come to my chart for a quick second.
This is so good.
We broke overnight lows. Obviously, and you're headed down to the 20,000 level over here on the NASDAQ. As I said, I'm trailing this arm all the way down to what is the bottom. This is the low. So yeah, it is what it is. Arm is falling like rock. It's down like down 5% now. I'm taking it out at the bottom because that's what works for my trading style. Sometimes I have tight stops. Sometimes we take targets, hold from one level to the next level. But 71 down to 65 half, we'll take it. Tesla is continuing to flush to the downside, but it's not nearly as weak as ARM is. But we had to take a couple of hits there on Tesla, and if it hits the low of the day, I'm thinking the 180 level instead of this 180 and a half. The 180 and a half is the current low, but I'm looking for the 180 level here on Tesla. The only thing I am now left in is it works back to the downside. Technical break on the futures, but you know what? For all of that, Apple didn't break the low. So we play patience game with Apple. Probably wrong, maybe. I thought 212 was going to be a thing and the market would take us down toward it. Apple putting in some higher lows. If these futures bounce from here, I think Apple's going to look like an intriguing long. But until then, we're just going to have to just back off, wait for the level to come. If it wants to bounce off the low, that's 50 cents from now. You don't want to jump in too early. If it's got a $1.50 range, then 50 cents is going to matter on something like Apple. So I do still want the lows or that 212 even level. I'll check back in on ARM. I would want to short a pop back into VWAP if we can get it, but that's a good $3 away. So let's let it make the move, and then we'll adjust to the move as it happens.
all right, we'll stay positive on NVIDIA, but it did drop through 138. So that last take there, we actually, I didn't even look at the price we got because I think it was fine. We got 88s on the break, so that's pretty good. We're able to take that. That's where it is right now. So if you're not out of it, and we're looking to see what I was doing, I'm out of it. So we talked about that. I'm, again, that's why we have those restrictions on our price targets and limits and stuff like that, because if it breaks, we want to make sure that we are obviously out of those names when that does happen. So, all right, that's fine. So far, so good. Not great. We'll wait to see what happens here as we're still just sort of on the Mendoza line here with NVIDIA. Palantir, good. We're almost out of that. We actually have like less than 5% left on George Springer. We've already talked about that. That guy needs to be just taken out the back and put somewhere else. All right, 164, but like you said, hopefully we'll bring up some guys to fill in. Oh, is that guy we brought up an outfielder at least?
He can play the outfield.
Okay, well,
I will tell you. Okay,
hopefully he will.
I'm going to say this. This kid that the Blue Jays brought up, he's my size. I saw him in spring training. His name was Relvis Martinez. When he was taking batting practice in spring training, this guy is my size. When you heard the ball off the bat, It's just different. You could close your eyes and know if he was hitting.
Okay.
He's got serious pop. Don't judge a book by its cover. I think we're gonna like this. He's gonna strike out a lot. Alfonso Soriano is what he reminds me of, but he can't really run that fast. So if we're gonna get a short pop in here on ARM, obviously this has been my best stock, so it's a place I want to go back to because not everything else has been as clean. Where it's like just get it in, see the confirmation, add to it back when it wicks that price, no bounce off VWAP, and you see how weak it was going into the bottoms. I'd like to see VWAP back, but if we're not getting VWAP, I don't know what the play is going to be on that stock because I have to watch for a level to come in for me. What I can do, if the market's going to continue trending down, is look at something that we do like. And a couple of people have mentioned Intel to me, like, what do you think of Intel? My first thought was, I bet you we can short that if the market's weak. Well, Intel is putting up higher lows, and it's at VWAP. So that makes no sense to me, except for the fact that when everything else is weak, Intel's strong, and when everything else is strong, Intel's weak. So I don't think I see a short unless it's right off this $31 level, which I had marked off. I've had 31 marked for a while, so I know it was pretty irrelevant when I wasn't here on Tuesday. Just note that I marked that off before it made that breakout that I guess you guys would have traded through on that name. So 31, I'd only short that one. And it looks like I've drawn the mustard cup after getting the red. Right. Yeah, this is literally McDonald's, like the mustard yellow and the ketchup red. It's exact colors. Well, you know what? If McDonald's wants to sponsor the show, I will eat a Big Mac live on this program every single day and have no trouble with it.
Wow, no, that's a very bold statement. Yeah, I think a lot. I mean,
I'm not making this up. So I wasn't feeling that great about myself when I tore my Achilles. And the first thing I'm like, you know what? I'm eating comfort food at home. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna get a McDonald's apple pie because that thing is so delicious. It is the best value on that menu as well. That McDonald's apple pie, serious value. I had that. I had a egg BLT because that's delicious. No mayo because I don't like mayo. And I also had a Big Mac because that's how I roll.
Yeah, man, that's good. Yeah, so you gotta treat yourself.
Although I am gonna eat way better because I'll be pretty sedentary. But I'm not shorting Intel till we get to 31. That's the next one here. As far as Apple goes, the reason why this is why you're patient. Because you're looking for a bounce here, but if it does a blow through, you don't have to be long. Just because I like the 212 level doesn't mean I have to sit on the bid. There was nothing there. It didn't care that it was what little size was there. It didn't care. It blew through it. So we're just going to have to wait for it to make another bottom at this point. So we're only in Tesla short. It's not really trending as weakly as Apple was, but it's down 2 points. We've had to play it a couple of times. I'll look for this to maybe get down to the 180 level before we get out. And NVIDIA is not nearly at that one. For me, the only levels after it doesn't hold these pre-market lows would be Tuesday's tops. That's 135 half into 136. So if we sit at $1 or $2 on NVIDIA, if we can catch the bid, it should be pretty good. Mike Crean, what up? Member for 36 months, 3 years. Is that so? 3-year anniversary. Congratulations to you, Big Mike, out there. Deep value apple pie. I'm a big believer in value. Like if there's a couple of things that are good on the menu and I like them both, I'm going to split the difference on the one that's going to satisfy me the most out there. And that's an apple pie almost every single time as a dessert. Don't get that McFlurry. The pie's better. That's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, one of the longest. I think that's one of the longest. Longevity as far as their menu.
Well, obviously the regular.
Yeah, and like something that they've never really. You're right, because they've never really changed the price of those. They're always like 2 for $1.
Well, you know what my concern is with Apple right now, or not Apple, with McDonald's. Yeah. These price wars. So everyone's doing this like McDonald's,
we're
Wendy's.
Long gal, by the way.
Yeah, they're basically all doing this like drop the price $5 menu stuff when prices are going up. That's not necessarily good to get into a war. I mean, McDonald's maybe tactically can get away with it, but I'd be concerned when some of these fast food places are having to do these battles. Who can do the lowest price on their value meal? That's going to burn into some profits in there, so that could be a bit of a, headwind is what the term I'm looking for.
Yeah, I think McDonald's needs. I agree with you, but I think they need to do that for sure.
Your boy ran a 992.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, it doesn't matter really until the Olympics, right? We'll see. When is that? When is
Paris
right now?
Paris is coming up soon.
Yeah.
I'm just saying if he can hold form, he might be a sneaky bet for a bronze. He won't win the gold. He might be a sneaky bronze bet, but I want to see how he runs the first round. I'm talking about the defending Olympic champion who's an Italian. In the
Right. Everyone knows the fastest people in the world are Italian.
So look, NVIDIA is getting down to this level. 136, 135 half was the close. We're $1 away. That's the only place I'm looking for the dip here. And NVIDIA. And Anurag, we'll have a look at Nikola maybe a little later. I didn't realize it's down 22%. That could be something. I don't know why Nikola would be down 22%, to be honest with you.
Probably because...
No, I'm being facetious. I
Yeah,
know exactly
yeah,
why Nikola's down 22%, because it's Nikola.
Yep, exactly. I mean, that sounds ridiculous, but that's probably right. I mean, EV space, not a great space to be in right now. I thought chips were a good name to be in. Oh, by the way, we're long Dell, but I don't know for how long. Dell came back into 150.
What?
So we're long Dell right now at 150. I was just looking down, I was like, okay, that just came in real quick. Like right now, Meta is still at $1. Meta's actually not falling with the market, so it looks like that's short as opposed to Neil's ARM. Meta not really doing anything. ARM and the chip names are the ones. Look, we just tried 137. It was actually pretty good. We actually got a 138 retracement bounce, but then NVIDIA trying to go red, and I'm actually thinking about 136 now as a level to see if we can support. I'm gonna put a bid now down into here, see it, so we'll just take a little bit of a long right now. I was gonna say green to red on NVIDIA, as Neil just mentioned. That's down here to 135.50. So I want to just see about a 135 move. So it's going to suck right now because we're not in it. We're just in it now. If it falls down, you can see we do have stacked offers there. There was some 200s there to come through. So right now we're long NVIDIA. We're 50 cents. We're at almost $1. Now back in the money to the long side. Let's take something out. We offered 94 and didn't even get filled there. So there it is. There it is. Good. So we're back in the money now, 70 cents on this NVIDIA fill. Let's see if it wants to get a little bit higher, as we'll see if we can sort of lick the wounds from this recent move down, buying 136 flat. And on Dell as well. But if Dell loses 149, we're gone. I mean, we said that this was going to be good news today. It obviously was, but Dell just gave it all back. So let's be very, very careful about this. Meta now $2 in the money. So that's the name that's going to the downside. Just quickly before we go over to Adara, it looks like we are near or at the low of the day now and going lower on Dell. So yes, sir, we've got that one. And there it is. We're back into the dollar club right now. So good little trade there on NVIDIA. It's only $1 if you get it out, and we just did that at 44s right there for NVIDIA. So let's go. Oh, by the way, Dell, that's $1 winner now as well, as that goes back up to the upside. So far, so good here. Let's see if the market wants to bounce with it. Greater market good, chip names bad for now. $1 in the money everywhere here. Back over to Adara.
Nice stop and turn here for IWM around this 201.40 area. It is up on the day, kind of having these lower highs, but right now we are trying to bounce a little bit at this 201.40. So let's see how the Russell 2000 fares on the day right now. Quite a few small cap runners to talk about, including MGOL, of course. This one is MGO Global, apparently agreeing to combine businesses with this Heidmar crude oil company. So interesting look here for MGOL. We also have ZAP EV, ZAPP is the ticker for this one. This one also up over 100% right now, up about 130%. Now saying that they're expecting its first customer deliveries for its i300 vehicle in Q4. This one does have a smaller float here, about 1.6 million shares, and they did have a 1-to-20 reverse stock split going back to mid-April. So keep an eye on ZAPP. Last but not least, ZNTL. This one, near highest of days here, up 27%. No new catalyst on this one, but looks like it's recovering from a lot of weakness on Tuesday when the FDA placed a clinical hold on studies for its treatment due to some sepsis-related deaths. So ZNTL recovering from, Zentalis Pharmaceuticals recovering from some weakness on Tuesday, currently up about 27%, guys.
Oh, man.
There we go.
Go ahead. I mean, we could talk about it. We're on the same trades, man. $2 in the money. NVIDIA just freaking ripped. So let's go, man. We talked about trying to defend that level. We've been defending it all the way down, but that was a good one there. You can't just keep on buying every single dip. So that last one, we actually let it fall down $1 into 136. And we don't have 136 flat. We have 136 134. So the bottom of the day there was 136, basically flat. So nice recovery, but I mean, who knows for how long. And meanwhile, Dell. So let's just take a piece out on Dell right now. Bang, there it is right there. That's a face slapper. We snap it. They're like Thanos, although Dell is not losing half of its value. It's actually just put in, we just got out at 151.60. So that's $1.35 right there on our Dell dip buy, which you might be saying like, who thinks this is going to happen? We wrote down Dell 150. We talked about these levels. We also talked about supporting NVIDIA at 138, which is where we're back to right now. So yeah, go ahead.
I look for me. I just got out of it on NVIDIA. I always do this at a key price level. If it's a key support level and it breaks down like this, then it's bounced from here to there. So like if it makes a higher low or holds view up again, I want to look for another entry. Like I've been trying to just get in and get out and then make those plays like one at a time. So when we get that bounce off 36, I did try to add when it bounced even off of this 36 level, but you got to be pretty quick. So we got some on the falling knife, 37 out, and then 37.80 was the last out for me on this name. We're only in Tesla, so NVIDIA marching back over to VWAP. If it can get there, then I tend to think if the market bounces, NVIDIA bounces all that good stuff, then ARM should get back into VWAP, and I can play that one southbound one more time. So we're back over to only in Tesla. It might just be that Tesla is not a 180 play, and if you're shorting the 182 half to 183, it's just a play down into 181 half. Tesla trying to catch a bit of a bid. And Apple, for the first time, there it is. So Apple, there's your heavy wick bottom, there's your higher low. It's down 1%. But instead of trying to catch it as it's falling like an absolute rock, if you wait, this has been the bottom the last couple of weeks, the 211.5, and this is where you're catching a bit of a bid. So Apple going to look for the long into the local bottom, but if it makes a fresh low, we just jump out of this one on AAPL. Remember, this is still a weak stock. Down 1%. The market's only down 0.15%. The NASDAQ's only down 0.15%. The ES is actually better, believe it or not.
Yeah, I think that's probably.
Yeah, the ES is up. Well, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, the ES is up.
Definitely makes sense due to the fact that NVIDIA, I mean, some of these stocks are trying to pull back a little bit, and the weighting there on NVIDIA is something else. So, all right, so
well, there's strength there. Just to finish the thought, there is actual strength. I mean, Amazon's up 1% here.
Oh, is it?
Intel's actually up a little bit. The Dow is up 0.4%. You do have a little bit of strength. JP Morgan's kind of flat-ish. So it's not all doom and gloom. AMD is absolutely flying. Good thing we got away from that. Oh, I was going to mention Nikola reverse split is the reason why it is down 20. Not that Nikola needs a reason to be down, but they've announced a reverse split, which they need to do, obviously being a penny stock. I tend to think these things usually find bottoms when they do this. So 25 cents, 30 cents, I'm not going to get cute about it. 35 cents. If I see a big bid and it attempts to bounce off one of those, I want to try to risk under 2 cents and get some kind of a bottom here on Nikola because it's short sell restricted. Let's go to the desk. We've got Adara.
Keep an eye on the Kroger company here, guys. KR, this one actually did report earnings this morning. Initially trading a little bit positively, but falling down here. We are getting some guidance coming out of this call with the executives expecting a drop for adjusted earnings per share in Q2, similar to the decline they had in the first quarter, though they did beat analyst estimates. So not a great outlook here coming from KR executives during their call, guys.
All right. Just hearing something about Oracle. Let me just have a quick look to see if anything's happening with Oracle right now. Wow, Oracle's at 143. Are you kidding me right now? So I might have to. I didn't even realize Oracle was up this high, and it's even pulling back. So I had no idea that Oracle's up to 146 here. We're long this name like at 108 or 109 off of some of these dip buys. Not here. The earnings report before that where we dipped into $100 and had to average it in. So it's not like this has been a huge, amazing, successful trade as of recently. But again, a hold play on Oracle. Wow, Oracle off earnings. I mean, we knew that from last week. We had saw that and talked about it here on the closing show numerous times. But Oracle, nice move upside right there for that name. NVIDIA still holding $2 up. Dell right now, I just tweeted this out. And I mean, right now we're $2 in the money. I think we go higher, man. My offer on Dell is $153.50. So, I mean, I'm thinking upside on Dell. How about you? We'll wait to see where it goes. Palantir, I mean, let's go. That's another face slapper for me here. My highest P&L name will be Palantir, but it's going to be Dell. I mean, Dell right now is $2.50, $3 right now in the money. So we just gave you another one as we continue to ride that bull all the way to financial freedom, hopefully. Make sure that you do check this out. We do have, again, the podcast that we are all very, very proud of. And I just want to say thank you for all the comments here. And another one, bang, love the podcast. Let's go, Freedom and Wealth. I like. Can't thank you guys enough for putting this information out. Everything so positive. Hey, Alex or Alexia, I hope this podcast does well. Well, make sure you hit the like and the subscribe. Get part of the Freedom and Wealth podcast. Get that part of your weekend sort of look right there. And again, it's on YouTube. It's not
weekend or anytime.
It
comes out on the weekend, but you can listen to it on the train on a Monday morning.
Yeah, and I was going to say it's not an overly visual. It's visually stunning.
Well, the room, great.
But
it looks good.
To your point, you can listen to it. We don't show up graphs or charts or anything like that. And we're doing that on purpose, just so we can talk about it and not just sit there with our laptops and throw down.
Not to harp on it too much, I actually really like that look because there's moments I'll be on the train, we'll listen to the old one. And it's like I'm just kind of like casually, I can have my eyes closed listening.
You get me halted.
But then if I have to then wake up the screen and look at a chart, it's a bit of a different feel. This one, I think you can really just be relaxed. You can be on your hammock on a Sunday, just doing whatever you do. And be patient with just one thing.
We don't have to go to Adara right yet.
Just before we go to Adara,
the market is ripped.
The market just ripped.
Let's go.
And Apple just took out the bottom.
Let's go.
So I need to see green on this before we jump back into it. Let's respect that. AMD and ARM is the one I'm going to trade. ARM is at VWAP. I'm looking for either 171 again or a curl underneath VWAP. But let's go to Adara.
Interesting note here coming up. This is coming from Cointelegraph, talking about how there is actually this analyst online here by the name of TED Talks Macro who looks at the correlation between Bitcoin prices and Fed liquidity after these Fed meetings. So interesting note here. Apparently, looks like from this analysis that as Fed liquidity subsides, Bitcoin could have a little bit of a rebound from its recent weakness. So interesting stuff there, looking at the correlation between the response to the market after the Fed and how Bitcoin responds. So interesting look. We have Bitcoin itself here continuing on its downward trend, basically flat on the day right now with this doji candle. We push up above 66,000 initially. Now cooling back 1,000 points just below that 65,000 level. Ethereum here also pretty flat, up about 0.05%, holding on to that 3,500 level for now. Solana down about 1%, but everything else generally pretty strong, but not by much. Ripple, Dogecoin, Cardano, Shiba Inu, all up less than 1%. So bit of a more muted day here for a lot of these crypto adjacent names, guys.
Hey, thank you so much for that one. We will get into what's for lunch as soon as we get it, but right now, bang, 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 diamond handing. Look at Dell right now, $3. Let's do it. $3 in the money. $1, $2, $3 off of 150. I mean, Neil was just as surprised as I was when this name fell back in, and we'll just say thank you very much for that trade, as it is now P&L number one. And I keep saying that kind of stuff because that's the point. We just put Dell on at 10.20. And now all of a sudden, it's carrying the day for me. Like, these are the things. Oh, by the way, it's $3 winner for Dell. How many dollars is it for NVIDIA? $1, $2, $3 for NVIDIA. We have two $3 winners on right now as we speak. So we're going to take a piece off here at the 50-period moving average. Yelling, the thing is, you can keep on yelling all you want, but right now, the market is coming back up to the upside. Your boy is long, and damage is being done. We have a pretty small amount left on Meta. We'll wait to see that one. But there goes Dell, man. This one, honestly, wow. Talk about trading new names. We haven't traded Dell in a minute. And there it goes. Good job there, buying those dips for anybody that was able to sit there at 150. I mean, we put that bid in when we made the sticky note. And I consider that to be lucky that it falls back in to do that. We weren't looking at it. But again, Obi said something last week. It was a Socrates line, and it was something about how luck has to do with preparation. Obi, when he's on the midday show.
Luck is when preparation meets opportunity.
Right.
Or opportunity preparation meets opportunity.
Right. So good one there. Thank you, Patrick and Neil, for that one, and for Obi, because
Socrates?
Apparently it was Socrates. So the idea from Obi, I don't know. anyways, the idea there is preparation and opportunity was both met, and you could find both those things right here at Trader TV Live, both on the sticky note with exact levels written down and or listening to us when we'll tell you where our bids and offers are. So we only have 20% left of NVIDIA. So sorry, 20%, 20, 40, 60, 80. So yeah, 20% left of NVIDIA as it comes all the way up to the upside right now. And again, today's going to be a decent day. A big congratulations. Again, to the leaders of the pack team. We've got Brankos, we've got Obi, and we've got my guy Patrick over here as well. So a big shout out to everybody doing damage there behind us. Really proud of the floor as we keep on talking about that. Money being made everywhere now, and it's just, again, opportunity. The market today has provided a ton of opportunity, no matter where you're looking, right? Again, Meta, Dell, we looked at Chewy today, GameStop. Oh yeah, by the way, I want to talk about GameStop because GameStop, we missed it by 20 damn cents. 20 cents. We're bidding $23.50, and yes, we did it again. We had missed it on Tuesday down here when we put 23. So today I was like, you know what? I'm not going to wait at 23 and a quarter. I'm going to wait at 23.50. Congratulations to everybody. You got yourself another one right there as the shorts get into the gates of hell there on GameStop. Again, congratulations to all, and to all, hopefully not a good night, and let this thing start to rip higher there for GameStop.
Well, I think you want a good night.
I don't know. I mean, if you're long, I think you want, you don't necessarily want to say good night to the stock.
Okay, good night. I get it. Good night has the connotation of
it's
negative.
like good night, see ya.
I understand that.
Downside.
I'm long Nikola, but I actually think it's probably going good night. But thankfully, you can day trade. And when you're day trading, it's very different from holding along in Nikola and saying, yeah, this is going to be a company that figures things out and works and all that good stuff. I don't necessarily believe in that. But I do believe it had a hammer candle. It held 35. I said 35 or 30, something like this. It bounced off 35, higher low 36.5. I'm long 37. If it breaks 36.5, I'm out. It's just going to be that simple. If it gets to VWAP, I start taking some out. If it gets to 40 and then 42, those are obvious levels. There's 40, there's 42. So we're VWAP, 40, 42 up, stop underneath this local bottom. Tesla's still figuring itself out at this 182 level. Did want to go back over to, I know we keep talking about the same names over and over again, and not every big cap tech name has been covered here, but Amazon, something about the Amazon chart probably it's catching my attention, I think would catch most people's attention. The market weak, Amazon was strong at the open, was about to hold like a bull flag there, and then gave it up, holds the pre-market high breakout price, and now screaming. There isn't a red candle to be found. This is not trying to catch a low. It's already caught a bottom. I'd say it's caught at a bottom, and it's done so definitively here on Amazon. I think if the market holds up, this looks like a great long opportunity. First stop, VWAP, but just try to join the trend here on Amazon. Up 1% into a flat market, holding the 50 period on the daily. There's a lot to like. And to boot, if you go back to Monday's trade, 185 this top, even better. Because that means bids over 185 can give you strength to fill in the rest of this gap. So on alert, I have not traded Amazon today. I wasn't even looking at it until I scanned some charts and found this one with a huge reversal off the bottom.
Oh, yeah, good. We've been looking at Amazon also for a little bit of time there, and good look there by Neil on AMZN. Dell is now $4.50 in the money, almost $5, and still wants to go higher. What an opportunity that was down there at 150. Look, it's only 10:37. I want to thank everybody for watching one more time. Make sure you do hit, where's my like and subscribe thing here? Like and subscribe, does this work? There it is. Don't forget to hit that like, and that subscribe. Man, the net is just like tick, 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 tick right now as we start to go higher and higher and higher right now. I mean, I just have to look to see what we're going to try to get out of here at some point. All right, so let's just regroup on Meta. We actually got part filled down there, so we just have a very, very small piece left on Meta. We really wanted 500, and then to hold something in case we did blow up or blow down to the downside, but blow up in the market maybe. That didn't happen, and we were able to take a lot of profit on very many names. All right, so that's going to be Meta. Check in on Google maybe to see. We did like that trade. Geo. What is this? NQ. We made a move back up to 176 right now for Google. You can see very, very bar-coded over the last couple of days. We've talked to this one. We talked to this with Danielle Shea. We've talked to this one with a lot of traders that we had on, and we asked Danielle to pick a stock, or I asked her about a stock, and it looks like Google consolidating and trying to break out would be something definitely to look at there on the day. But for right now, we just got filled on something, did we? No, we did not. Okay. So Google, I might go short against 176 now. Still just breaking through VWAP on some excitement, but the market doesn't necessarily want to do that. And we're right here on the 20 period. 176, a possible fade out for Google. Could try it. I do favor the long. We're $4 in the money on Dell. We're $3 or $2.50 in the money on NVIDIA and 30 cents here on Palantir. So let's look for Google possibly. ARM, again, you already hit ARM, was great. But Google could be a fade at 176.
Ooh, a fade.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Speaking of fade.
Do we want to go short or long? I mean, we talked about the market going red here.
Long, strong stocks, short, weak stocks.
Yeah.
I don't know. The only reason I liked Amazon was because the market's still trending down, and it kind of broke that trend down definitively, I would say. That's the only reason I'm into this one. Tesla is still working with the same area. As it keeps wicking the 180. This time I wait for it to actually wick the top. The first time I got stopped out and jumped back in. This time I wait for it to wick the top and then jump into the short. We'll play it back into VWAP as we go to Sector Watch with Adara. How are those banks doing? Kind of curious after we were watching a flat JPM.
Banks pretty mixed over here right now. BRKB to the downside, BAC to the upside. In general, though, we have a lot of names here gray, so pretty much flat on the day. Health technology similarly mixed, so there is a little bit more outsized weakness from names like Danaher here and Eli Lilly to the upside. A lot of these sectors are going to have that theme where we're pretty mixed to flat on the day. Retail trade with the exception of Amazon, pretty mixed here. Consumer non-durables, producer manufacturing, commercial services, consumer services, health services, process industries. It is worth noting that we have two sectors that are notably green that are not tech-related, energy, minerals, and utilities. So keep an eye on these two sectors, guys. We also do have, of course, electronic technology to talk about. A little bit of a shift here. We have weakness in AVGO, Qualcomm, and Micron, all of which have been strong recently, and some strength in AMD and Intel, which are usually a little bit weaker. So keep an eye on a bit of a shift in electronic technology. Technology services a little bit interesting here as well. Microsoft, Netflix, Oracle, all to the downside, but a little bit of strength in Google. Recent earnings name Adobe and CRM. ACN here, Accenture, reported this morning, so they could be on watch as well, guys.
Thing.
Oh, we just got this. All right. So we did have, it was herbed breast of chicken, if you guys remember, on Tuesday, and that was really fun. A lot of us had some fun with that today. Yeah, that's what it said. Today's a pretty simple one again, and it's appropriate. Because today there's been some chicken dinner winners around here. And today's not bad. I don't know exactly what this is glazed with. Oh, jerk. Okay. Jerk glazed chicken. So it looks like
I want the jerk chicken.
just another way of saying jerk chicken, it looks like. Rice with quinoa. So yeah, I like that. Along with steamed vegetables. And of course, most likely to be happening. And ever since I mentioned that I like tuna on the salad, we've been getting a heck of a lot of tuna. So I'm going to hope for egg salad as the protein. Now, with Sharif not being here, there's at least 14 extra eggs for everybody back there. So we'll see if that does come into play at some point today for the boys behind us. And again, big congratulations to Patrick and the crew behind us, especially Obi as well. You'll be seeing very, very soon. And he'll talk about, I'm sure, his trading. So get ready for that. Dell, $4 in the money. NVIDIA, $3 in the money. Palantir still trying to go, and Meta just back to flat. So what's up, Day Trader Cut?
Day Trader Cut in the house. I see Kevin Mendoza likes it when we're in chicken dinner.
Oh, they all do.
Look, man, you had me at jerk chicken.
Yes.
Like I said, we get the salad, but I'm pretty sure I'm just going to, if I have to, I'm not going to play any sympathy cards, but I'm getting that jerk chicken. There's no question about it. Hopefully we get the high of the day here on Amazon, which is continuing to tear. So here's what's happening in the market. I just want to quickly show. Here's what's happening in the market. The NASDAQ is, this is the ES, but whatever.
Did you see Apple, by the way?
Like, it's consolidating lower. I think it's because of Apple.
Yeah.
So there's that, and this is Apple heading low, which I try the long, and you get out when it doesn't hold, and you go into something that's actually strong. So we jumped over to Amazon. We're trying to get more here off VWAP. That's great. If it fails the high of the day, I'll jump out, but we're buying dips in Amazon. 1.5%. I don't care why it's happening. I just care that it is. And if that's going to be the case, we'll still be playing this one for the long side. Nikola. All right, so Nikola caught a bit of a bid here, but no push into VWAP. I'm at 30, I'm long 37. It hasn't really broken away from 38. VWAP's like 38.5, so we're just trying to grab that if we can. It's just an SSR bounce play. Made a higher low. They're doing a reverse split. I'm not even sure when the date is. We'll go read an article at lunch to figure out exactly when it's going to be effective. Doesn't really matter. It's just 20% down, and it held 35, and then a higher low on Nikola. So absolute moonshot to the downside, unfortunately, for them. But we've seen this story before. Sometimes you get that catalyst and it starts to bounce after the worst news comes to hit them. So if it does, great, but I'm not holding this past the 42 level anyways. That's the farthest it can go where I get profit is the 42 level on Nikola. So that'll be 37 to 42 if we can grab that.
Come on, Obi. Come on, my guy. Obi over here asking me if I caught any of NVIDIA. This guy's too much. All right, so yeah, just a little bit. All right, so we'll wait on that one. And again, you know, so happy to be able to have Obi when one of us needs some time off. So obviously, we publicly thank him all the time, but we'll just continue to do that. So get ready for Obi and Adara on the midday. Do we know what the topic is today? Volume, perfect.
That's a big
perfect.
one.
Volume related to level 2. We talked about it over the week that it was going to be tape reading and different indicators that are potentially not like chart based, but more time in sales, level 2, and volume, of course. Wrap it all together, and that's where you get that evil concoction of success.
The most underrated indicator might be volume. Everyone wants lines.
Yes.
Everyone wants lines on a
You
chart.
actually. Okay.
Volume is
thank
king.
You. Volume is king.
Okay.
Wow. Such great support
I think
from
volume
the
is
technical team today. We are getting absolutely amazing support from the ones and twos. And maybe it's Ray's day over there. I don't know what's going on with those guys, but thank you to Ramin for continuing.
Is it really?
No, it's not. Well, it's Ramin's 1-year anniversary today, so let's go. Congratulations. To Ramin. So maybe she is due for some of this. All right, we got to put in some more winning trades though to pay for this. You know what I'm saying? So let's go. All right, so no, congratulations to Ramin for surviving the board for more than, or so far, 1 year.
So far.
Big movement there, Ramin. Congratulations on that one.
Awesome.
Nice anniversary. We'll get Brendan to buy everyone Starbucks today. You like that, Ramin? Just say yes in my ear. How come everyone's scared of Brendan around here?
You can do better than Starbucks on our 1-year anniversary.
What do you want to do?
I don't know. What's that gourmet coffee place? I don't know the name of it. The one that's across. Yeah, whatever it's called, man.
Good Earth?
The one on the opposite corner. You probably know. I have no idea what it's called. There's a gourmet coffee place. I just don't know what it is.
Is that what it is?
The one across from Evivia or something?
The one that's the Greek place. Is that the Greek place you're talking about? I don't know anything about Good Earth. Okay, so we'll do something. All right, nice move to the downside right now for the market again, and I just wanted to look at it. So we're waiting for 155 on Dell. I mean, we're playing with house money. I think if the market wants to go, that'd be great for sure. Yeah, or Tim Hortons. Yeah, we'll get that too, Glenn Smith. Don't worry about that.
Well, that's not very
obviously, we're not going to get. Well, I get Tim Hortons for convenience, not for taste. All right, so downside move for sure in Apple. Apple down 2%. They're losing some of the luster, right? We talked about what the tailwinds are, and this is why it's not on. It wasn't even on the sticky note, I don't even think, on Tuesday. So, you know, we got to let Apple try to settle itself down. It is coming into a level of 210. And I already looked at the chart. I don't think, the thing about it is there's no levels. And this is why I was mad when I said, oh my God, we missed Apple. It's because we broke this level here, 211.50. Really, that was the only level of support that we had on Apple since this huge move up. Now you have the gap all the way back into 208. So that, to me, I know we've written down 208 before, and it may finally come into play. So with only 12 minutes left here, as I am very close to losing my voice, I have to tell you, I don't know why, but that's going to be coming into play, 208 there on Apple. So I feel like, you know, we might have to let the market settle down until that comes in, because right now Apple is sort of helping this broader market get down to the downside. So I don't think you missed the party on it. The 52-week high on Apple is 220.20. I mean, again, a bunch of 2s and a bunch of O's. So you give that back in a little bit now, down $10 from that level. So a lot of people like Apple. It seems like today, though, it's going the other way.
Unfortunately, that's just how it is sometimes, right? I like Apple too, but you got to wait for it to calm down a bit. Amazon just came out. So Amazon tried to break 186, could not do so. We'll wait for VWAP. I think the trend's pretty good on Amazon here today. So we'll work back into that one. And then Tesla went through the top. So Tesla came out as well. We'll slap the L on Tesla. It held underneath that 183 for a hot minute. All of a sudden, the market's at the lows, and it's making higher lows. I'm not going to jump into a long on Tesla, but I think it's reestablished this 182, and maybe you look at that for some strength. Anytime you see this, I mean, the level's good and all at that 183, but anytime you see the market kind of hanging out that bottom, trying to make the reversal, look for the stocks that are breaking trend as well. So Apple's not, as you can see. Tesla is, and then Amazon, I'll be looking for VWAP. It doesn't mean it's going to bounce at VWAP. 185 was a pretty good level. If it bounces off 185, I'm just as open to that as I am the 184 half. It just so happens to be VWAP. It's a line on a chart, but if the stock is trending up, if it shows me a better entry, we'll take that. And before we get to money talks, Nikola got to VWAP. Next breakup, I didn't get 40s there. It went to 39.5, so I'll try to get like 39.80s or something. And then 42 on the Nikola bounce play. We're long here at the 37-cent mark. If you're just tuning in, they announced a reverse split. I believe I saw someone in the chat say the 25th is the effective date of the reverse for Nikola. Let's go to the desk.
Nice move upside here for the DXY. Brendan was talking about this as well this morning. This really trying to push up here and take out the last 3 days to the downside for the US dollar. We did have a little bit of economic data. US housing starts and building permits both lower than expected, actually to the downside, negative 5.5%. Versus 0.7% expected for housing starts month over month for May. Building permits month over month for May, negative 3.8% versus positive 0.7% expected. So interesting look there. Jobless claims slightly higher than expected, 238,000 versus the estimate of 235,000, but below the previous number of 243,000. Fed speak to keep an eye out here throughout the day. We're going to be getting Fed's Barkin at 4 p.m., but we already got some comments from Fed's Kashkari, known for being a little bit more hawkish, today saying that he thinks it'll likely take a year or two to get inflation back down to 2%. And it might be a little bit too high with regards to wage growth to achieve 2% inflation currently. So just keep an eye on some of that Fed speak and those updates there. We also do have worth noting, if you're looking for some small caps, BTTR is on the Amex. This could be an interesting one. Looks like it's halted again here. Initially was a news halt, then opened up. They announced that they're going to retire up to $10.4 million of debt obligations. This one's worth noting because it has a market cap of around $4 million and a float of about 480,000 shares. 9% of that's going to be short float, so definitely keep an eye on BTTR if you're looking for a small cap, guys.
All right, we have good news for everybody that is a fan of the professor, because the professor is in the building right now. So he will be there. Obi, he'll still probably make an appearance on the midday, but the professor will take his seat back, and Obi will go back over there and start to clean up a little bit on his own account. So thanks, Obi, for stepping up. And I just said that, he always does. So you will be getting the professor, I think, to start. He just came in, he logged in, he's getting warmed up now. So yeah, I think so too. And if not, we can hold it for a minute or whatever.
Yeah, we're good.
Adara's locked and loaded as well. So I just want to say one thing because it could break. I do want to try Apple short 210. So I don't know if it's going to be for very long periods of time. I don't have the stop in yet because not two stops can trigger at the same time. So I'm going to wait for 210 to break, then go short, then put in a stop only like 30 cents higher. So I know that might not be enough, but if it breaks with momentum, it's kind of like the same thing that happened with NVIDIA. And we still have 7 minutes, so I will throw this back to Neil. But, right into here when NVIDIA broke that 138, it never came back. Until eventually it did, where it got screaming. But it went all the way down into 136. So, if we can break and get this kind of an action, that's what I'm looking for. A quick move down on Apple, and then we'll cover it. So I just wanted to say that in case you do see Apple get flashed in there. It probably, here, I'll call it back up, won't be for a long time. I would rather just take the short than the long. So I do think that the long at 210 is equally as opportunistic as long as you punch out. So you could go long now 210.30 with a 30-cent stop. I'm doing the other way around. I'm going to try to go through 210 with a 30-cent stop the other way. So just a matter of trying to trade Apple, off of these levels. And then one more reload there was Dell. Dell came back to 150 again.
So I believe we might have missed this.
We did, and I lost it in the chat.
Okay, so apologies, and I want to give a shout out to Sheely Hale. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much. You're amazing. All the viewers are amazing. We love you all. Sometimes things get a little bit hectic. You know, you're trading this and that. Sure. You're looking for opportunities, and we might miss it. And we never do that on purpose. And thank you to Bears versus Bulls for always keeping us on track. I saw a comment in there. I was also gonna point out someone saying we don't deserve OB. You know, you're right. I think and the thing about it is, you know, when you've got good people and when you've got good friends, good colleagues, you want to make sure you do appreciate them all the time. We're blessed here to have.
Yeah, I mean, I think we appreciate. I think we deserve
down
it.
the line, and we recognize like Obi, like he's reliable in a way that you know, like reliable. I mean, just say it's. Like, I'm not even sure I could do it justice, right? Like you message him, it's like he's like, yeah, I got your back right away. Good dude. And I think one of the things that we haven't talked about AMD, and I've said this before. It's okay to be wrong. It is not okay in the trading game to stay wrong. That's probably also true in, you know, when you're arguing with your significant other, right? Like it's okay to be wrong. You don't want to stay wrong too long. You're going to get in trouble. But we got away from this when it broke out. I was playing off the week's high, and it broke it. And thankfully, we just got out of the trade. Now, sometimes you're going to work your way into a reversal. Long AMD's now up 7%. And that could easily just be your worst stock if I try to fight it. But we took our shot at it off the open. Okay. But it's absolutely flying in. I guess Apple's not going to break the 210.
Yeah, it looked like a good trade the other way, obviously.
Yeah, like Apple bounced off 210 in here. Still, look, man, it's still underneath this recent support of 211.15. Like, that's the one place 211.5. That's the one place I tried the long. So unless it's getting back above 211.5, I think it can still be in some trouble for Apple. Sometimes it's more of a short the pop kind of play, but I want to go back over to Amazon. With only 4 minutes to go, I'm only in that nickel trade. Amazon doesn't really dip on that pull off the highs. Still looking for VWAP in there. We took one trade, bounce off VWAP. We'd love to get it again. But this might be like a consolidation up here off 185.5, how strong this move has been. So good look here on Amazon. I haven't found my way back into the long, but this is something that I will want off of VWAP. Nikola kind of rejecting VWAP in here. It didn't get to 40, so I'll respect this 39.5 or whatever it is, and just get some out in front of 39.5 if that's where the top is going to be. NVIDIA, higher lows as well. So it's not above VWAP, but hey, I mean that's a wipeout bottom if I've seen one. Higher low. If it starts holding the 139 again, that was a pretty good level right off the bat at the open. I think you got to be looking for the longs as a default, with the exception of maybe Apple, I would say, from what I can see.
Yeah, I mean, we just reloaded on Dell, so we haven't hit this yet. Although we've had a couple of reloads, we're now $1 in the money on the reload. But there it is. It just faded again. So it went up there. It ticked up to 151.30, 151.21. So now I'm waiting there at 151.25. To see if we can get that, as here it comes pulling back a little bit. We got to watch out for Dell. We already have our stop in breaking 149. Like I said, we don't want to play with we want to play with house money, which is what we're doing, but we still want to give back what we've already made there on Dell. And so I honestly went to the 200 period. You guys know we were waiting at 155 VWAP, but it looks like next time if we get to 154, we should consider for sure taking a piece out there on that one. So far so good here. As Dell, we're at 151.25, one little push higher, and we'll get that. So yeah, we're looking for it. Dell right now trying to make that move back up. NVIDIA, nice call, trying to hold 139. It looks like that will have some work to do. Apple, Neil mentioned that. I want to talk about it too because we did bounce off 210. We gave you that trade. It's just I didn't. I was looking for the short. We mentioned that if you wanted the long on Apple, it was there at 210.30 when we talked about it. And quite obviously, 30 cents worth of risk to make 80, well worth it there if you did take any of that advice. So that's a good one. Come on, Dell, we're close. New position alert, props it up again. Look, again, we're 50 cents in the money on Meta, but I'm going to try to play this up to the 200 period moving average and see if we hold that, then get out at 503. So the trade's pretty simple here for Meta. Again, good trade early, came back and filled us. The market on its way, bouncing off 20,100. Looks like it wants to get to VWAP. So this trade will average it back at 502 change, but then get out at 503. If we're wrong, we're wrong. We have a lot of stock that can moon here. We've got Dell that can go. We've got Palantir that can go. We've got NVIDIA. So lots of opportunity here. Let's just make sure that, we capture profit where profit lies. So Dell, take the dollar. Meta, take some profit if it comes back into the 50 period at 501. Looking to get more short here on Meta.
Ooh, Meta short. I mean, sometimes it's relatively weak. You got to play it. Someone's saying get into NVIDIA. Either it breaks this flag. I feel the same way about NVIDIA as I do about Amazon. If it's going to hold this consolidation, either it breaks it to get in, or I get the dip at that previous high. So I need to get 60s here on Amazon, or it has to break out the top. I don't want to do anything else. I feel the same way about NVIDIA. Like either I get 138 has for the consolidation play, or it just simply breaks out of this consolidation and takes out this local high. It's one or the other. If you trade it right in the middle of the range, I'm not really interested in doing that. When I can cancel these bids down here, 136. I don't think we get that one again. But we've had the bounces for myself and taken the profit where it did lie. So I want to be patient. It is 11 o'clock, and as mentioned, big shout out. Obi was ready, and then we actually had Sharif jump on in. He's ready and locked and loaded to go. It is learn to trade, and one of the most important indicators out there is volume. And Adara and Sharif are going to cover everything that is volume in the level 2 for you guys. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. But for now, learn to trade. Volume.
Wow.
I love our intro music.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That right there, I like the green, is your girl Adara, and I'm Sharif, and we already have the OG Darwin joining us in the chat. What's up, man? We got Mahash Mahat. I'll get it right one time, I promise. We got Pitchbull, we got Mateus Lane, we got Benson. Good morning to you as well. Casual couldn't stay away, neither. I know you're talking to me. I'll get there. Oscarito, stock up. We got my man Adam DeLuce, a proper paradox joining us as well. Killer Cam 1020. Pawns, the Fawns, Britt Ben as well, Julia C. Holiday, you two, the world's greatest moderator, Bears versus Bulls, always there in the chat. You were talking poetically a little bit to NVIDIA before we got on. What were you saying to it?
Well, I was actually saying, to be honest, I was saying, NVIDIA, can you do something for me? And
Bang.
then Sharif and I were singing Rich Flex by 21 Savage and Drake.
We were.
But yeah, thankfully, this trade was not her loss for me. Shout out to that album. I actually was able to make some money in this. I want to talk about why. So, I basically liked this. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to chat about this. So we had this 139 area, which was kind of spicy. And so now my short bias brain sees this and immediately thinks short. But I was like, Adara, don't hop into the short. Look at the confluence. Shout out to Obi. Look at the balance of the evidence. Be your own Sam Waterston from Law and Order and look at everything in the case. We had all of these bounces here off that 138 on a wick basis. We're holding the 90 MA, your favorite indicator. So just get involved. So I got involved here. 138.85. The plan was to kind of pop in and out here just above 139s, keep adding until we got that pop out. NVIDIA would not let me add anymore. I wanted 138.89s, and NVIDIA's like, I'll give you 91s, and then I'll pop like 50 pennies. How's that? And I was like, NVIDIA, if you're going to get me the win, I'm not going to apologize. Took out part of the position about, 20 pennies here, 139.05s, got the rest out, 139.30s, just based on when we kind of had a bit of a slowing in the book for the time being. So that was the deal there. Please just punch with this trade. Ready to see what else there are for these markets to give me. If we bounce off 139, I don't mind getting involved. What are you looking at, but I know you've just kind of sat down.
Yeah, I saw a couple of things because I had to get on the computer and do the upgrades and downgrades in the lesson. So I was noticing, and I noticed AMD, 7 1/3. What the bad word? What's going on? 41.2 million shares. Is there a catalyst I need to be made aware of? Here it is. What is this? AMD shares are trading higher after the company said the recent cyber attack did not compromise any critical business information. Okay, cool. All right. I guess that's worth 7 1/3. Anyway, today. I'm just sitting down for the first time looking at key technical levels here. It looks like that $10 level on Apple is under attack, and it just got up right back into the 10 exponential again at 11 1/3 Katina man, and then it's dropping down again. Here we go into that 2.5. 210.10 LOD on AAPL. I'm going to be looking for obvious signs of weakness on this one, but not going to take a trade until we start the lesson du jour. I'm noticing a lot of down and to the right and trying to recover a little bit. A lot of consistency in that pattern. You're seeing it on Apple. You saw it a little bit on Tesla, NVIDIA, and the Future. All have that kind of down to the right and then bouncing up pattern. Again, we'll have to look at and see if there's any confluence between any of these guys on the day. But let's just get to the lesson of the day. We are talking about level 2 all week, and today we're going to specifically narrow it down with respect to volume on the level 2. So let's get right to it. Traders, sharpen your focus. Today, we delve into volume analysis, the king of the order book. Let's get right to it. So volume, the echo of conviction, just another fancy word of saying volume is one of the conviction indicators you should be looking for. Essentially, volume represents the total number of shares obviously traded at each price level. It's the voice of the market, essentially, reflecting the intensity behind the price movements. High volume, goes without saying, suggests strong conviction, either bullish or bearish, whichever way you're going, while low volume indicates a lack of interest. So we'll get to how that makes a bit more sense with the book in a second. So gapping up, decoding the volume story. So here we're talking about news catalysts having an effect on volume on the book. So news catalysts can cause stocks to gap up once the price jumps above the previous day's closing price. That's how we judge the gap, based on the previous day's close and relative to the open the next day. Volume plays a crucial role in interpreting the gap's sustainability. So what do I mean by that? High volume breakouts, right? If the breakout from the gap is accompanied by a high volume, it's signifying to you strong buying pressure and a potential sustained move upwards. This is a good sign for those who want to enter long positions. The low volume breakouts, these are the ones you need to be cautious of. When you get a break of a key resistance level or key support level and it's not accompanied by above average volume, we'll look at that, what that means in a second. These breakouts sadly are more susceptible to being filled, meaning the gap gets filled, which was the price returning to the gap area, and there's less conviction behind the move. So here's what we're talking about. So we're gonna look at the book in a second, but based on the chart analysis, when you have a breakout of an obvious downtrend over here, and look at the volume bars to signify that that breakout through that level was legit. You're looking for above average volume, and you're gonna say, well, what's above average? Well, just look at the preceding candles. It clearly stands out in that regard. This one, the exact opposite. Look at the gap down, but you don't have above average volume. In fact, it's more average than or more lower than average than anything else. And that area got filled pretty quick as it started rounding bottom. So volume as a measure of confirmation, or volume and confirmation. Volume analysis obviously isn't alone, integrated with other signals for confirmation. So we're talking about order book confirmation. So in this specific case, you're looking for high bid volume moving up with you as the price move up, concentrating at the breakout level. So it moves up with you, and then it gets to that key level of resistance, that 200 on Apple before it broke out. And then boom, it ends up breaking out. That reinforces the buying pressure, which suggested overall, this reinforces buying pressure suggested by overall volume. You're also looking for price action confirmation. How does the price behave after the breakout? Does it hold above the gap or with continued buying volume, or does it quickly fall back into the gap area and fill the gap there, indicating a potential failed breakout? So look at this. This is an interesting one over here. So this is, I'm not sure what stock this is, but look at the amount of size sitting there at that 700, not allowing it to break down. Look at the countervailing side, the other side of that on the ask. I know it's about a 65 penny spread, but it's a $700 name. There's nothing there to show you that, okay, well, the sellers are stacking up, the short sellers are stacking up, and they're really going to break through that bid. So that's what you're looking for, an imbalance of volume on one side relative to the other. That's kind of the move. So beyond the breakout, right? Volume as a whisper, like the volume whispers. So volume analysis isn't limited only to breakouts though. Here are some additional insights. So increasing volume on pullbacks. So what happens after you break that 200 level on Apple? When you come back to test 200, are you getting bounces off the 200 with increased volume? And do the subsequent candles after that bounce back, are they also on increasing volume? So essentially, if a stock pulls back after the breakout but finds support with increasing volume, it's suggesting buyers are stepping in, potentially indicating a buying opportunity. And oops, right there. And you also need to be cognizant, though, of sudden volume spikes. These can be quite bamboozling. Sudden volume spikes. Holy, I didn't even know Neil was on crutches, my man. Jeez. Yeah, I know. I didn't know he was on crutches, though. I'm just talking to Neil. Sudden spikes in volume, especially on seemingly random price movements, can be a warning sign of hidden news or manipulation. Be cautious and investigate before taking a trade. And so this is an interesting one of a high volume retest on a break of a previous resistance. Now it's current support. So you have that consolidative area there for many months, and you know you have a key area of technical resistance at that 135. I think this is the US dollar and something. So you have 135, you know you have a key area of technical resistance. You break out that area, and then what do? You have this obvious doji candle that's a bottoming tail candle. That's very bullish. So the price broke down after it had broken above that key technical resistance, but it was bought up aggressively. That shows you buyers were very exuberant to continue the trend, and look what happened after that. It continued up. So you never want to place too much emphasis on one candle, but when you have that break of a technical resistance and then you come back and test it and it shows you something like that, like extreme buyer exuberance with the subsequent candle making a much higher high, then you kind of know that this breakout is legitimate. Or, you know, it puts more, you can't never be certain, but it puts it more in your favor. So volume and order types. So we want to talk quickly here about volume and how it's affected by icebergs, hidden orders, right? So remember these icebergs that we talked about at the beginning of the week? High volume after a partial iceberg order fulfillment can signal to you a much larger order lurking beneath, which potentially impacts the price action. And I got a video here for you guys. I want to show you how this actually happens. So we might need to play it a couple of times, but and essentially this is what an iceberg is, right? He's showing you part of his order. So if he has like 1,000 lots, he's showing you 100, and obviously the other part beneath goes, unshown. So here it is. Look at 720 on the ask, and then look at the amount of lottage right there. Doesn't justify it not breaking. Then you have to simultaneously look at the tape to know where it's printing. So let's watch that again. So look at this. 716, it's printing at 716s and jumps up to 720s. Not enough size right there to show you that, all that buyer exuberance coming in from the bid doesn't get broken. And so that's kind of how you kind of tell that there definitely is an iceberg order in and around that area there.
Yeah, it's a cool look. Thank you for putting that visual in there as well. Because volume can speak volumes.
Oh, absolutely.
And I think that's a cool iceberg to take a look at. And thank you so much, Sharif, for putting together that lesson. And yeah, happy to have Sharif here.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, if you like seeing Sharif and his mustache, you like talking about tickers, there's actually a way that all of these things come into confluence together.
There you go.
And you know how you do that? I'll tell you. You go in the chat right now. You go ! Join, shift. One,
you get so excited.
$, shift 4, and then whatever ticker you like, Amazon, Meta, Google, GME, I don't know, SMCI. You guys know what tickers you like. You go in there, you put in those tickers. You have a cool almost 3 hours left to do that.
Oh, yeah.
Voting closes at 1:50, but why not remind everybody nice and early?
Absolutely.
But that is the thing you can do. So shout out there. Also, I'm in a trade. I'm in Microsoft. I'm basically flat on said trade. Got involved here at like the lower highs, and I liked these topping tail candles. I usually don't trade Microsoft and Meta, just because the way they move is not my favorite. I always, I will only get involved in these if I see something that I just cannot take my eyes off of. Microsoft, for me, these lower highs, it was kind of giving me that. It's kind of waffly right now. I would like it if it could Lego this indecision and give me that trade. Shout out to Eggo Waffles, I guess. But yeah, I'm giving this into 60s. If we break above these wicks here into 60s, I'm going to be outie. Right now, though, we're about 8 pennies out of the money, and then 2 seconds later we'll be slightly in the money. So we're gonna have to wait and see on MSFT. Tesla, I'm a little bit disappointed here. Not depressed La, but a little bit of upset La doesn't work. But here, so I like this short because look at this rejection of that 184. That's gorgeous. I got short because I like that rejection. We pushed up though into 184.20, which was my level, and it had a viciousness I did not enjoy. And I said, Adara, you owe it to yourself to leave. I left. Maybe I could have set the risk management a little bit higher, but just the way the book was moving, I know I wouldn't have felt comfortable in the trade, so I did what I had to do. If we bounce off VWAP, I might take a micro long, but we're gonna have to see here. Right now, I'm not obsessed low with Tesla. Positive on the day with that NVIDIA trade. Slightly down on Tesla, but positive on the day right now. Microsoft, if you want to join, it's not going to be a dollar club. It'll be a 30-cent club to get out some of this profit. But if you want to join any club, Microsoft, I'd be more than micro pleased to have you.
Oh, the puns were coming in. They were coming in fast, and they were coming in furious there. I'm just sorry. I'm setting up my side chart. No, I'm good. For the small cap gappers, so let's get to them, baby. There seems to be a lot here, Ram. ALUR is pamping 200%, sorry, to the good right now. Let's talk a little bit about this one. 25 or so million shares done on the day. The market cap, a deep $150 million market cap. I'm not getting any deets, though, on any of the short floats or the float itself, so let's try trade ideas. And shout out the NOS boss on his crew over there. ALUR is the ticker I'm talking about. Let's pull up that bad boy. All right, we got a 31 million share float with a negligible short float of 1.9%. So at least we know now going forward. Decent float here. Kind of trying to fight with 3, topping tail at 3.5. Let's see if this one was a halter. I haven't had eyes on this one. Yes, it halted earlier on right at the get-go. Just halted again at 5 after the hours. Both were 5-minute halts, 355 HOD. Let's look at the daily, find out if this is a former runner. The answer is yes. Look at the move here back early April 4th, another outlying day. It has trouble with the 50. There's no question about that. The 50 exponential on the daily is a point of resistance. Look for a major retracement the next day. This seems to be the modus operandi of this small cap gapper. I don't recall it personally, but yeah, clearly here, as you can see, it has outlying days. 355, we'll have to see if that can get breached. Let's look at the 5 again. Chart here, VWAP hanging out at $2.30 essentially. The 10 exponential is at 250, so far extended off the 10 exponential on the 5. Look for a bit of a retracement. This candle kind of indicates it at the moment, seeing that it is a candle of indecision. If I had to actually take a side, I'd say to topping tail more than a bottoming tail. Watch out for current retracement. I'd wait for VWAP. ALUR looks good though. Holo is back, baby. No, not YOLO. Holo. The volume is a little bit suspect. I got to tell you, 20 million shares on a $1 name. We'll see if this one can get going here, but a double bottom off VWAP. Holo, obviously, it's a multiple runner this year, and we know about it. So that one's doing things. ZAP. Yes, ZAPP, another triple-digit winner, 110% in the clear, though it's breaking down here, but not to my liking, breaking down VWAP. Here's what I got to say about this one. There's a clear pre-market high hanging out at 2.25. Over here, 2 1/3. I'm liking that area for a flip from resistance to support. I'm not playing this off VWAP. $3 VWAP, it's breaking down now. It's got to reclaim it pretty quick for me to get interested. Otherwise, I'm looking for a previous area of resistance to flip to support, maybe like something off the $2.40, maybe $2.50. If it doesn't make it all the way down to 2 1/4, so we'll see. ZAPP looks decent. ZNTL, another one that's going here. This one, though, also suspicious on volume. Do you have anything?
Did you see the catalyst on ZNTL?
No, I didn't even look at any of these catalysts. Hold on, wait.
It's from Tuesday. So basically, this is a recovery play from a pretty rough drug-related catalyst.
Okay, I'm looking. Get to it. People are waiting.
Sorry. Sepsis. Yeah. So people were worried that there were some deaths from sepsis with their drug.
Kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, here it is. You're right.
That's why they got all the downgrades. Again, not obviously like confirmed, but just correlations, right? So I don't want to be like, oh, is that no? I'm just saying like that's what
you left everyone in suspense. I was so scared.
I didn't know what was happening. I apologize.
I thought you were doing it for dramatic effect.
I think my brain fell asleep a bit of the way through. My brain was like sepsis, but no, yes, that's what happened there. So recovery.
Here it is, guys. If you want to know what it is, whatever pharmaceuticals said the FDA has temporarily halted a number of studies for its cancer treatment following 2 deaths in one of them. The clinical stage biopharma company said it has placed a partial clinical hold on the studies for its drug, Azenol, whatever, blah, blah, blah. All right, so then you guys get it. All right, Adara, thank you very much for updating us on that, and that should be obviously reflected in the price action. There's a 30-minute. There's a monster gap down from 8.5. The next day, it gaps to 6.5 and sells all the way off sub 3. Sub 4, excuse me, recovers in the aftermarket. So this one, sure, I think you're absolutely right, Adara. And look at this, hanging out at the 50 on the half an hour, straddling the 50 right now at the half an hour with a bit of a topping tail candle. This is going to turn into an inverse hammer candle if it closes in this fashion. Half an hour, it's got 12 minutes before it closes, so don't make any jumps on that. But those are the looks right now, ZNTL. And then this other one here, GRDI, kind of zigzagging above VWAP, below VWAP. I'm not going to play this one, Adara.
Yeah, killing me softy with this chart. Got a little bit chopped up here on Microsoft, which was in fact killing me softy. I should have taken everything out of your 20s. Initially I wanted 10s, we didn't get 10s. I got 20s out for half of it. Then I was like, I have no reason to leave until we push above 60s. You push above 60s, I got out. That being said, that VWAP bounce is pretty clear, but we're still having issues breaking anywhere above this 443.60. I have to be, of course I have to acknowledge the higher highs here, right? This could be a flat top break. We're bouncing off VWAP, but I have no issue taking this short into VWAP, which is arguably how I should have played it the first time around. So we'll see on that. NVIDIA is...
210 broke on Apple.
210, oh,
Yeah.
wow, did it break on Apple?
Yeah,
Yeah, 210. That level is as broken as my iPhone 8. That's a broken level, that's for sure. But yeah, this NVDA, I was looking at this short at 139. I wanted to see it reject 139. By the time it rejected, NVIDIA's like, yeah, I'm too fast for you, Adara. You're not going to get it now. I'm like, yeah, I should have been like waiting there. I was not waiting. But we're doing something kind of interesting in that we're having a Scotia range here around this 138.70s up into 139s. And if you even want to include this pop into 139.50s, I think you could as well. So I'm keeping an eye on that. I think there are some plays there. I just don't have them exactly yet. So keeping an eye on NVDA for some scalp potential. That is my best name of the day. Basically flat on Microsoft, slightly down on the soft one, Microsoft.
The soft one, yes.
Let's take a look as well here at Dell. Shout out to a couple people mentioning Dell in the chat, including 1320 Wolf. Thank you for pointing out this pseudo range here on Dell. Oh, okay. I see a range, but I'll see flat bottom break. And yeah, okay. We're gonna do this. We're gonna.
Good call.
I would like to get this slightly higher. Okay, we're gonna try to get involved 59s. We'll risk into 152 even. We're risking like 40 pennies. I think we could get to 150s, so I don't mind risking. You know, you gotta risk money to make money. You know, let's do 55s. Let's be a little bit less ambitious. And as I get those orders ready, Dell's like, I'm gonna drop another like 25 pennies. I'm like, okay, Dell, I respect you, but if you wanna respect me, wick a little bit higher. I have no problem taking that short into 150s. Thank you for pointing out this range, 1320 Wolf. Manuel Palma was talking about MGOL, which was a bit of a small cap pal earlier today. Manuel Palma asking if it's holding this $1 level. Okay, I would say the $1 level to me is a little bit less interesting than what we have going on here at 104s. And I still have to say, I'm gonna be honest, it might be a flat bottom break. That being said, for me, the Dell flat bottom break is a little bit cleaner, and I was more confident in saying that was a flat bottom break because with Dell, we had these topping tail candles here on the lower highs. With MGOL, we just have this nice little putting our foot down at 104 saying I will not go any lower. And we're having a little bit of these wicks to the downside here. So I think MGOL could be interesting. I would like to see us push above this little chop and turn area that we had around 112, 113. If we get that push, then I'm like, okay, maybe it's a continued long. But that's my look, Manuel Palma. I would say the $1 level, though it can, of course, be interesting for these forward penny stocks. To me, on the chart, it's not giving me much. I would say that 104 would be a little bit spicier. Should we be able to hold? Also spicy is the lunch today, which is apparently jerk chicken. So we're going to have to see how I fare on that. Got involved in that Dell short. Let's see if Dell, let's see if there's Dell to pay for getting involved in this. Hopefully not.
Wow, that was actually a good one.
Thank you. I thought of that earlier today and was like, if I have a reason to use it,
wow.
I'm gonna be honest.
That was good.
I was like, if I have a reason to say this, I will. So yeah,
Yeah, that was quality right there.
Thank you.
Guys, I've got 2 dip trades set up here. All right, I'm in Amazon at the moment. I'm looking for a VWAP, basically top end consolidation defend here on the ZON. I'm also setting up a dip trade on Tesla at $0.25. I'm long ZON at 05s. The stop is going to go through the break of 90. So that's going to go 184, and then we're going to go 88s, and then we're going to basically cover the entire thing there. So we're looking for bounce back off this level on ZON. I'm disappointed because I wanted Tesla. I wanted Tesla 20 pennies ago, and I almost got filled at 75s. Now it's at 95s. So I'm looking for it, and it's not going to come in. Dang it! All right. Well, we're nicely money in the money here on ZON, so we'll wet our beak. Nice 20 penny winner, super quick. Let's see if we can get a nice continued move. Price action support at this area, previous area of resistance. That's what caused me to look there. And it was also very near VWAP. I had 2 things, 2 check marks there, went long at that level. I'm disappointed again with Tesla. I should have been less frugal, had an order in the low 80s. I'm sitting exactly at 75s, and now it's doing its thing 21 with that level. So we'll see. Maybe it comes back. It gives me the fill. Maybe we'll get a bit of a nicer dip into that level. I know we're dancing right now with 20,200. We're a little bit above. We're a little bit below the 100-point level on the future. I realize also that that's price action, support and resistance. That is the closing print from yesterday. We got a hold up there. We proved its worth at the IB. Or sorry, the opening print. That wasn't the IB low. We got the opening print that held up right there. Now we're coming to that same area again, and we're dancing above and below, a little here, a little there. We'll have to see which way this resolves right now. But if I had to guess, it's a downtrend on the day. It probably resolves lower. That's just a guess, just based on the previous trend. So Tesla's going here without me breaking through the whole dollar level into 183. So it doesn't look like I'm going to get filled. I'm seeing that back end, as Neil likes to call it, already start to form through the $0.25 touch. Back to AMZN, still 10 pennies in the money on this one, but it looks like this one might have just been a scalp. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Nothing changes with this one. The stop stays the same, and I hold it unless I get stopped out or I get printed on a move up Adara.
Yeah, Dell is getting a bit bamboozling, nice and early into the trade, but I will say I feel a lot more confident now that we get to 151.99s on the sell side. 99s, we don't crack above 152. I say, okay, Adara, you can stay here a little bit longer. I want to show you guys out for the great Dell puns in the chat as well. Gates of Dell said Darwin. We had Peter Sun saying highway to Dell. I appreciate all of those here. Yeah, I appreciate everybody getting involved in the puns over here. But let's see how Dell goes. What I don't love is we had this gorgeous topping tail candle, and I stand by the impetus for the short. This looked like a nice short. We had those moves lower, but now we're seeing not one, but it looks like maybe 2 bottoming tail candles. That's not going to be the vibe. Also, this spread is not my favorite. At one point, we were like 19 pennies. I'm like, Del, what are you, meta? Like, what are you doing over here? What are you, Eli Lilly? No, all jokes aside, I do have no reason to leave until we break above that 152. I'm not going to say until, because Del, I don't want you to get any ideas. But let's see what happens. If we end up bouncing off VWAP, I have no issue flipping long. I just don't want to get out of this trade early because I'm scared, because I still have confidence in this trade. I got involved for a reason. So there we go. Let's take a look. Dell may break north, says 1320 Wolf. I agree. Like I totally do agree. So I appreciate you saying that. But again, I want to make sure I'm sticking to my plan on Dell, because this is a bit less of a scalp. I do want that 151, 150 area. I don't really think I have a reason to leave yet. So I appreciate that. Let's keep going here. Kyle Burdett, big SPY Burdett saying, come on, SPY, break lower. Let's take a look. I haven't really looked at, I've looked at the SPY, but not from a trading perspective yet today. So let's see how I feel about the itsy bitsy spider. Oh, okay. A little bit of a bounce here for 548.70. Yeah, I think this is a bit bamboozling because we've had higher highs here on the day, the 5 minute. Now we're kind of holding this base. This could be an interesting one. For sure. Dell broke above 152, so I'm going to extricate myself from that computer, if I may. Thank you.
No problem. Absolutely. So I'm in Tesla now at 86s. I tried to get 82s. I didn't get it. Frustrated with Tesla over and over. I'm not getting the print. that I want. Now I'm nicely in the money now. Let's see if we get the print at the whole dollar. I'm sitting in front of the whole dollar a little bit to see if I can scalp it because, you know, we're going to encounter typical resistance in and around there, right? That's just normal stuff. So we'll see if we get that print there. Well, maybe we'll just front run it a little bit there. We'll see if we can get it. Let's go. We'll just leave it to work there. All right, nicely, very nicely in the money now on the ZON. But again, it's an anemic bounce, right? So we're getting the bounce that we want, but it's not, you know, moving to the upside with the same vigor that it had previously. I guess that's to be expected given the time of day. So we'll keep watching there. Still sitting on Tesla at 95s, waiting for the print. Do we get a lot of selling at this level here? So even though I'm seeing bottoming tails come in on Tesla, it feels like the selling a little bit overwhelming the buying in and around this area. There we go. We get the print on the way up. So nicely to the high side there. Yeah, not much to report. Just waiting for either to get stopped out or to continue up. Taking profits already on both. Looking for a hold of VWAP essentially on both. They're both very similar trades, both Amazon and Tesla. They're both breakouts above VWAP and above previous morning resistance. And then we're holding these areas. They either break these areas or they curl back up. So I'm going to pack my patience with both. Nicely through 183 here on Tesla. Let's see if we can get that sustained move through the whole dollar here, Dara.
Yeah, that initial trade went to use a pun from Bears versus Bulls, Dell in a handbasket. But I got back in because I was like, now we are kind of holding that 152. Now we're holding that 90 MA, and Dell's like, you sure? I want to see what we do here at this 60 level. I think maybe this is just not the vibe for me today. Maybe it's too hard to Dell on this one. But we are getting that bounce right now, so we're gonna have to see what we do. I'm okay with 150, 250s. I took a smaller position because generally when I am down on Dell, I'm down on the day, thanks to our pal Bell over here. But again, if you have ideas, you have to trust them. So I have no issue with that initial short. And I also have no issue going long again when I saw stuff that flipped. Also, Racer X9, I am on a 5-minute chart for Dell. Because like you said, yeah, no, I'm on a 5-minute here for Dell. I don't know what chart that was referring to, but I generally have the 5 minutes. But just because I saw that and was like, I'm usually on a 5. Let's take a look here on this Tesla, though, because Tesla 183, kind of a spicy short, no? And I couldn't have taken that, and I was too busy, jamming the computer keys over there on Dell. But yeah, Tesla, if you keep rejecting 183, I might play that. Because you get what you get, you don't get upset, That worked better in my brain. Yeah, NVIDIA kind of coiling around here, but I think I definitely need to be Delling with this Dell trade before I do anything else. NVIDIA or AMD roundy top, yeah. I have too many things on my radar. I need to zoom in here. What have you're in your Amazon and your Tesla? Yeah, Amazon's better than Tesla at the moment. Tesla rejected 183, as you made point. It's a very good point. It's consolidative between 183 to 182.5. That passed for, I don't know, 10 minutes or so. We'll see if we get that bounce back up. I've moved up my stop through the break of the $0.50 into the break of 60 pennies. So moved up my stop on TSLA from the break of the $0.50 into the break of said 60 pennies. Coming back into 183, we'll have to see how this resolves. But both Amazon and Tesla at these levels, very anemic on the bounce. But maybe I'm just impatient because I didn't sleep that well. Who knows, right? We'll have to wait and see. Back into the $0.25. Come on, third of a dollar on the ZON. We're still holding on AMZ. And I feel like Amazon's going to break up more than Tesla. But then, maybe that's not the right thing to say because Tesla can become a lot more parabolic from my experience. So we'll continue watching that. Nicely back in the money here on ZON as we still dance with 183. Nothing real for me really to report on these two trades. Just basically I'm just going to hang out in them. That's that. What else are you guys looking at? Let me know what you guys are doing today. Are you guys green on the day? How's your day been? And what names have you been trading? Make sure to get in and vote for those names, to have your say and to see maybe the big kahunas traded it differently than you. Maybe they had a bit of a different look. They saw something you didn't see. If you don't ask, you don't get. So go ahead, get into the chat right now. Vote for the names you want talked about on the afternoon rundown. Neil and Sean, they'll be locked and loaded, ready to take the requests that you put in there. So we'll shout out that. Still trouble with 183 here on Tesla. It gets into 183. It rejects 183. Consolidative area. Basically the same thing on Amazon. Hate to repeat myself, but they're both kind of holding above the former area of resistance, current area of support, but not breaking out higher there. Yeah. So AMD, I tried too short and AMD laughed at me. In retrospect, this I knew could have gone either way. The reason I like the short, and I still think there could be a short here, is because we were kind of slumping down here. We were below the 90 MA. I saw the bottoming tail candles, but I was like, Adara, risk like 30 pennies. We got above 60s, I got out. So I wanted really nicely below that 165. It's all good. It's all good. We're gonna have to wait and see what happens. I'm not getting back involved. Also, I did take some profit on Dell. Almost inarguably too early here. So I got out. I should have probably waited for the 154. But with Dell, this was very much more of like a just have confidence in being able to flip type trade. Some of my trades are not always going to be about P and L or P and Dell, but it's going to be about progress and learning. And I want to be honest about that. Like, definitely not the trader of the world or anything here. I'm still very new, but I think the only way you can take trades is by learning, regardless of what the P&L and that is going to be. And so that's why I wanted to take this 90 MA balance. I realized the short didn't work out, took the long, took less shares on the long, which was maybe not the vibe because this ended up being a better looking trade. Happy I got it where I did. Like I said, I really just wanted to see us get above that wick here where we got into 30s. So happy with how this went. Could have taken more, but that wasn't the plan for the trade. We're gonna have to wait and see. Tesla, I kind of want to short the Cybertruck. That's gonna be a vibe. Keeping an eye on NVIDIA. I definitely need to narrow my focus a little bit because we're just gonna have to wait and see what happens. Yeah, a little bit. I was initially up on the day today, but with that NVIDIA and then things happen and all you do is keep going. So let's see what happens. Meta, you could be a short at 502, but I'm really done with the spready names right now. So Meta, Spreada might not be my ballpark over here right now. Join Intel. Javier Cuevas Sanchez voting for what he wants to see, but also let's look at Intel because Intel's not one that let's see what the Intel is on Intel. Because let's see if we can Intel you what levels we like. Yeah, I think the puns seem like they're very overboard today so far. Okay. Hey, I love this 31 bounce. Well, not 31, 30.96. Look at this. We get this pushed into 30.96, complete with a beautiful little doji. Then we come here, bounce off VWAP, compliments. Oh, we got our first chair push back of the day. And this little bottoming tail candle, this is beautiful. Continuing to push higher. Oh, are we slumping? No, we're not, because we bounce off 30.96 again. Bang. Whoa. This Intel. Love it. This is not one I would trade, just because I am not, I would say Neil's the Intel whisperer. I don't have the Neilage to trade this name appropriately. But that was someone in the super chat a while ago for the Neilage, so I'm going to give that person credit. But yeah, we're going to have to wait and see how Intel goes. I think this is kind of an interesting look there. And yeah, if you have any tickers you want to vote for, like Javier voted for Intel, you can just go in the chat and do that.
Love it. Yes, absolutely. I'm going to get to TNX in one sec. I just want to mention what my plan is here on Zon. I'm out of the Tesla trade for like a 5 penny winner on the last amount. Nothing really to write home about. But my plan here on the Zon is simple. I was waiting for that 60 penny area. Let's just say above the $0.50. Why? Because we had an area top there earlier on at 937. We broke that area, came back, tested it, held up. So I was like, all right, well, this 185.60, 185.50 seems to be an area of interest on the day. We got up there on the Zon. We got into 45s. I was like, all right, I could just cover here for 40 penny winner, but I wanted to wait for my level. And then what ends up happening is we become consolidative again. So we'll have to see if that 50 penny level, 60 penny level can get triggered or not. We'll keep watching that. All right, Microsoft's doing things here, guys. Here because that's a nice little bounce off the 441.25. That was the low. It looks like really that 442 generally it was a whole dollar that held there. All the closing prints north of that 442, and now we're going on to 445. We are above VWAP. We're right at the 50. I would say this is one hell of a retracement back into the closing print. Closing print from Tuesday. 446.33. That was the area support in the morning before we absolutely huadunked at the open on Softy from 446 all the way down, like I said, into 441. And now it looks like we're kind of rounded bottoming or whatever, retracing back into that 446. We'll have to see if we can break through the 50. A bit of a gap for any technicals here, at least on the 5 minute, between that 50 right here and the closing print from Tuesday. So MSFT recovering better than most, I could say, at the moment. I don't know. Meta is making, this caught my attention as well. So I was like, okay, Meta's holding off VWAP. Is this an interesting area to go short? To go long? And then I started noticing this. These sequentially lower highs, lower high, lower high. That you haven't really broke that pattern. So you're looking here, I think, for a curl back down, kind of a skewed double top with a really wide right shoulder. He wouldn't win any bodybuilding competition.
No, he would
competitions for
not.
aesthetics there, Adara. But yeah, at least not in the aesthetics category. Maybe this time.
Maybe he's really strong and you're just judging this appearance.
Yeah, but that's not what they judge you on. And,
That's true.
Yeah, it's all aesthetics.
They want to
and
see how it
bodybuilding.
looks, yeah.
Exactly, right? But anyway, yeah, so Meta seems like a decent short off a pop. But, you know, sometimes when you sit waiting for those pops, they don't fill because it's so spready. Nicely done here on the Zon. Here we go into the half dollar like we wanted. I'm still greedy. I'm waiting for 55s. It's printing 50s. I'm waiting. I'm done waiting. We're out. Nice break there. I'm happy I packed my patience on that. Nice move up here on the Zon. Again, the precipice for this entry, a VWAP conflating with the previous area top. And then you look for the defense of that area. And I'm happy with this trade here there.
I'm happy for you. I'm
Thank
pleased
you.
this punch for you.
Oh, I forgot to look at Snap. Sorry, for
Okay, no worries.
Terper. Sorry to interrupt you. Let me just load up that for Terper over there. I like his name. What do you think about his name, Ram? You like Terper? She loves it. I love that. I love that. Absolutely. So we're going to look at Snap. All right, so this is the weekly. No, let's start with the daily on Snap. All right, so right away you can see there's an area top. Wow, this is really interesting. I love when charts look like this because you just play off these levels, right? You feel like you play off them. Anyway, maybe I'm being a little naive here. Anyway, let's put it in. Let's put the ticker in and talk about these levels. So an obvious top, 17.5 and change. You get wicks into 18-ish, but they all sell off. The closing prints, without exception, south of 17.5. Beautiful. All right, so now we know an area top, 17.5, off which we can base everything, okay? And then, what happens here now? Let's see this. So we obviously have an area bottom over here. I would say 16 now. 16 is acting as a level of resistance lately, at least it has been this month. So anything off 16 seems to sell off, at least intraday. Look at all these wicks into 16. They all finish south of 16, but you see this rounding bottom over here, at least lately, these higher lows with 16 as a top, but you're getting higher lows. So possibly maybe making another move here, possibly into that 17.5 for another test. I'm talking about the swing look, at least for the moment. All right, so now let's look at the intraday look here, SNAP. Let's put in the ticker again. Sorry about that, guys. As I zoom out, the ticker disappears. So Snap, super weak on the day. Really nothing for me to get excited with on a daily chart. I'd look to short the pops, rejection off VWAP here, but that's not how I'd play Snap. Not on an intraday basis. It's more of a, you're playing the levels on a swing basis. At least that's how I'd play it there.
Yeah, I like that. Thank you for that Snap judgment on Nice look.
Love it.
Yeah, that chart also, I enjoyed that. That's a fun looking chart there. But yeah, Tesla, I just have Tesla up. I have nothing on Tesla. It bounced off VWAP. Good look there. Sharif totally called it on the long for this. So TSLA is TSLA.
No, it went, eh? Yeah, I got out of it. I suck.
I mean, you called it right, though, because I like the 183 short, so you called
It's
it
just
right.
like, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know you like your, also look, like where we bounced here, it's a nice
You
look.
look at that all the time, too.
I do
bro.
look at that all the time. I do short bias, which is the problem.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, shout out to Sharif on that. Another name I traded earlier that I want to look at again here is going to be Dell. Because, you know, earlier I had my death knell or death Dell on Dell. It gave me Dell. But, you know, if we keep, we're doing something here. I think this range can continue. Shout out to 1320 Wolf for calling out the range on this. I want to see us break below 152.60s because right now we're clinging onto it like the cat and that keep holding on me with the tree. That's what we're doing here with Dell at this 160 level. If we break it, I have no, or 152.60 level, sorry. If we break it, I don't have an issue going short. My thing is, I want to be cognizant because when you're down on names like I am with Dell right now, I think it can kind of go one of two ways, at least for me from a psychological perspective. You either avoid it because you're scared, you have ideas you like, or you go at it way too hard and then it just becomes like even worse. So I want to make sure I don't do either of those. If I see something I like and that 152.60 level, a bit spicy for me on Dell, especially because it's near the 9 EMA, one of my favorite indicators to use. I want to see what we do on Dell. I think there is something here, but I don't want to rush into it. But I did have an IWM trade that I would really love to talk about, if I may here. So IWM is, I love trading the Russell 2000. Every day I'm rustling. Shout out to James Dell, who I think said that in the chat once. And I pretty much am rustling every single day here. But yeah, I think we had a Rick Ross movement. We didn't get Rick rolled on this trade, very pleased to say. I got involved here this short at VWAP, because not just because it was VWAP, but look at what other level this is. Look at this base at 201.10. That's right. I was going to risk this into 201.8. I got involved at 201.02, so we were risking like 6 pennies here. I wanted minimum 94s, which is where I got out half the position. Then I got out the rest at the bottom of this range, 85s. Really happy with how I managed this trade, only risking 6 pennies. Ended up making about 17 pennies for half my position, so almost 1 to 3 risk to reward for the bulk of the position. Let's see what happens here. I want to see if we have another rejection here off the 9 EMA. Yeah, no, I don't disagree with you, 1320 Wolf, about Dell looking better as a long. I just think for me, that level on the book is interesting, and we did give up that 152.60, so I want to see what we do here. If we come back again, test it and reject it, Dell, you're on my list next. So I'm going to take you back to the gates of Dell. Shout out to someone in our chat. It was going to be Darwin who said that. So puns, always puns aplenty over here on from me on how to trade. NVIDIA curling down. I might take this.
Yeah. Oh, that's around the top.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, baby. And it's lower highs, Adara. Right. And it's a rejection of the previous area support.
Right.
This is all too beautiful today.
I know.
Look at this. I mean, this area flips to this area. It's rounding off that area. Lower highs, lower lows. I love it. Kill it. Let me know how it goes. I'm looking on the dead one right now. Well, it's not the dead one anymore. Well, it's a sell one lately. I'm looking for a short off the 20 period on AAPL. It broke the 10 period for the first time essentially all day since we printed that 935 5-minute candle. It hasn't been on a closing basis at least above the 10 period exponential on the 5 since the 935 time slot. So we broke it here, well through it as well. So I'm like, all right, deeper retracements, go into the 20. That's been my philosophy on trending stocks. And so I'm looking to set up here. Now I had my short set up at 88s, but as I've said many times in the past, these moving averages are dynamic. You have to move down your order or move up your order as the price and their level changes. So looking to get short wherever the 20 be hanging out. Now, kind of a couple of things here. Tesla rejecting off the 50 on the 5. That's that $0.50 as well. Careful with that. That's a lower high on TSLA. I know Adara was announcing that broke out and did get the beautiful hold of VWAP, but be careful off this 50 period rejection. I was kind of looking for this 184. I felt that 184 was definitely the interesting level. It was the bottom end area in the pre, as well as that 11 o'clock time slot right when we started the show tops out there at 184.25, but the closing prints all south of 184. So looking for possibly here and maybe some weakness coming in on TSLA, but my trade, the one I've got set up, short 20 period exponential AAPL, 20 period exponential on the 5. But look at Softy. Unreal, dog. Look at this move up. So we were talking about dancing with the 50. It just annihilated the 50. And now it's coming into that level that we were yapping about to go short. 446 1/3. That's the closing print from Tuesday. It's a consolidation area bottom in the pre. It's also that whatever institutional prints all bounced off there. It's the IB high as well. Look at that print right at 930. The IB high is 446.5. IB, guys, implied balance high and low. We did a lesson on that. Just use a YouTube search and you'll get the lesson on that Adara and I did. So I'm looking possibly here short on two things now. Apple, I'm looking at Softy. I'm just going to have to pack my patience until my levels come in, Adara.
Oh, yeah. Also, guys, we do have some economic things to be aware of. We've got the 5-year auction coming through at 1, 5-year tips auction.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, so that's just a quick tip there.
Oh.
The tips auction coming in at 1 p.m. I have all eyes on the SPY here. You know, shout out to Big Spyle Burdett. Not sure if Big Kyle's still shorting this name. But yeah, I got involved because, again, I don't want to, and I want to shout out Sharif because he says this, and I definitely agree. It's always a little bit riskier taking these trades on the futures or these related products on chart reasons. We have the lower highs, but for me, really what I liked about this is on the book, we are struggling with 549. So I decided that's what I'm going to, okay, yeah, break below 80 SPY. If we don't get the break below 80s, we'll get out at 80s, I don't mind. I was going to risk into 549. That was the, okay, we're going to get out here. I'm pleased as punch with that.
Nice.
Took about, math quickly, 15, 16 pennies here on the SPY. Got involved because I liked that we were continuing to kind of drip lower here off that 90 EMA. So I said, let's try to get a little bit of drip here, a little bit of swag in this trade. I want to see us break below 80s. We broke below 80s. I said, cool. I'm acting like this is a massive position. It wasn't, but I'm proud of it.
The real question, though, was it Ric Flair drip?
It was, and it went, woo! Shout out to that song. Oh my gosh.
And shout out to Ric Flair.
Okay, that's true.
Love the dude.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
have you
shout out to
seen
Ric
his
Flair.
80s videos? The dude was charismatic.
His energy is crazy.
He's nuts, man.
Yeah.
And like apparently he was like that IRL too. It
It's-
wasn't
some
just
stuff you can't fake.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
couldn't fake that. Anyway, Nate, shout out to Nate, man. The king of the backhanded slap, the king of the woo, the king of the rake in the eye and the rake in the back, the flop. Absolutely.
Also, sorry, there was a super chat here from Ahmed Amwala.
Oh.
And actually was like what you were saying with Microsoft. Shout out to Ahmed Amwala for the AED $10 super chat. I'm done, but Microsoft forced me to add a final trade.
Hey.
Yeah, it's been a spicy one. Are you still looking at Microsoft?
I am. I'm waiting for that 446 and a half, to come in. I may not get it because I may also not get that 20 exponential on the 5 on Apple because we broke the 10, but look at this candle that's forming right now on the 5. It's got 2 more minutes. It's going to close. It looks awfully like curly downish. Is that a word? Is that an expression? Anyway, so yeah, I know.
Like a
I'm looking for essentially 2 areas that haven't come in yet. I said myself when I started seeing these candles form, the red candle is currently forming on Apple and on Microsoft, I said, look, why don't you just get short here? I've done that in the past, and what ends up happening is you got one red candle and then another green candle subsequent to that to actually touch your level. Either you DCA or you stop out. Neither of which I want to be in at the moment, so I'm packing my patience on this one. I'm also very cognizant of the fact we're now breaking below 20,200 decidedly here. We broke through that area consolidation bottom at 80s. Now we're in the mid 60s. That's a bigger move down. That's another lower high. This high over here of 20,212. That's well below that 20,002 1/3 previous high, and you're getting all those red candles right now on the future. And that NVIDIA, tell me you got involved with that NVIDIA.
I did not get.
You
I
called
tried.
that. Look at this.
I tried. It wouldn't let me in. I wanted 60s. We were at like 55s, and then we just dropped. So I put it in the chat too. I was like, NVIDIA did not want me part of that short.
No.
Believe me, I wish I had it. Sharif.
Good call on that,
I tried.
though.
I
Round
can't
to
be
top.
too upset when you try.
Hey, yeah. Well, it's true, right? Because it's validation of concept, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, you got to print.
I just wish they'd let me in, Sharif.
I know.
It would not let
Was
me
it
in
super
NVIDIA.
spready? I didn't even look.
It wasn't even that it was spready. It was moving so quickly that by the time I identified it, NVIDIA, this is one of those times where you kind of don't want to be frugal. I probably should have chased it a little bit, like into 30s at least, because that would have been like 30 pennies off from where I wanted to get involved, right? So it's all good. I'm not going to beat myself up over it.
No,
if we flip here, I'll maybe take a pop. Let's see.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's hard.
Yeah, it is. This was the right call. I think you nailed it on NVIDIA. I think I had the right idea on Softy, just the wrong price. It didn't make its way up into 446 and a third. We got a rejection essentially at skosh below 446. The top there was 445.82 and 81. Double top there, and wham bam, down it goes into 44 and a third. Apple, this looks to me like I should be getting short here. But I want to wait to see what this
I like
candle.
the Apple short.
Yeah, right? It's just my only concern is that 210, what do we do? Do we close? 210 seems to me like if there is, trading between buyers and sellers at this level, that we probably get a close above 210 for one day, then we break it tomorrow on a closing basis. That's so I don't know. I'm just guessing. It's just like another level off which to base support. Yeah, I don't know. See, the thing is, right? I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait on this. I don't need to jump in super quick. There's other trades that I can have. There's other trades that I can have right now. I like this possible hold up here on goggles as well at VWAP. That's another hold up on goggles on VWAP right there. So, yeah, decisions. What are you looking at?
Well, I tried to get short NVIDIA because I did like what I was seeing in the book here at that 37.60. It looks like I should have just taken that pop long I referred to instead of trying to go short here. It's all good. I was trying to get out at 137.80s. NVIDIA just popped too high for that. I was like, that's too bad. Got out at 138. Still, am I still positive NVIDIA? No, slightly down NVIDIA now, unfortunately. But you know what? There's more where that came from. You just got to make more trades happy. I attempted it because I felt good about it, but I should have. My initial instinct on it was the long, so I should have just taken the long instead of thinking it was a short there. I think clearly the level was right. Just the way I played that level was wrong. I mentioned I was down on Tuesday. I was down on Monday, and right now I'm down today, but. Sometimes you got to take these hits so you can go back and reflect on what went wrong. And I think, again, not trusting my instincts enough, not being quick enough on the draw, that's what got me in this NVIDIA trade. And I chased it like 30 pennies. Not that I'm down for chasing waterfalls, but in this case, maybe if I'd given that trade a little bit more TLC, we would have been fine on that NVDA. Now it looks like 138 actually is the short. So we're going to give this a couple more seconds here. That works out. Speaking of also not trusting your levels, I said 150, 260 on Dell, and then I didn't take it as a short, but it's all good. Dell, if you want to keep rejecting that 90 MA, I might try to short you again. Let's go back to the gates of Dell with this guy. If we get to 150, 150 and reject, that being said, it's also kind of been a range all day. I want to shout out 1320 Wolf for calling that range. I'm looking at Dell, I'm looking at NVIDIA. Really, though, what I'm looking at is just trying to learn, trying to make more trades. That makes sense. I feel very grateful to be on this desk, and I want to make sure I'm trading to the best of my abilities every single day. I had a good first half of June, and then this week came in and was like, ha, 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 Adara, the tides can change. And I said, I understand markets, but hopefully I can change with you. So there we go. I'm going to stop talking to the markets right now and hopefully try to interact with them, take some trades. This Dell getting like deeply enticing, but I don't want to rush back and okay. We're going to risk into 150, 150. We'll do 150, 160. So that was the level I initially liked. And we're going to get involved here, 151, 28. Smaller position. Let's get it cracking, Dell. Yes, right. Dell, I'm talking to you.
I'm in two positions that I may get in trouble with here. Let's see. Amazon long, Apple short. Look, I'm trying to stick to the trade here. The trade was a 20 exponential rejection on Apple. So I'm short 88s on Apple, 210 88s. My break is going to be 211.12. That's going to be my line in the sand. If it continues up through 211, I've given it 12 pennies. It really should reject 211 if it's going to reject. So we'll have to wait and see. The other one on AMZN, I was looking for a VWAP bounce here back again into VWAP, at least on a scalping basis. May not get that. My line in the sand there is the break of the low. The low there was 77, so I put my stop out at 75. So we'll see if we get that as well. So long Amazon, short Apple. I don't typically do these opposite trades for Mag 7 names, but I just feel like Apple's a special case where, you know, it was really retracing below the 10 the entire day, and the first time it makes its way into the 20, looking for a short. So we'll see what we get there. So Apple moving up and Amazon moving down legitimately, like I've taken like the wrong position. So we'll have to wait and see there. I am 12 pennies out of the money on Apple and 14 pennies out of the money on Amazon, but neither stop has triggered yet. So we're going to pack our patience and see what we get. The Fuge did recover just a skosh off that big red candle, but the green candle that recovered is sort of half the size of the red candle. So possibly here, a bull trap for whoever was looking maybe long like myself. So now I just did get stop out of Amazon there. It does break through the low, so we're out of Amazon for a loser now, and I am now negatory on Amazon, barely negative on the day. So we're going to really be worried about this Apple trade now. It's got to start making its way down, but it's dancing with that 211 level. I think this one, if it prints, it might print aggressively, at least down into that 210 area, maybe to bounce there. So if I don't get stopped out, nice Apple. All right, nicely in the money now on Apple as it does reject that 211, but anemic rejection still, nothing really of note. We'll look for something maybe below the $0.50 before we can start, feeling a bit more comfortable. Dancing in the $0.75 right now is AAPL, and I'm again nice into that $0.02. So I'm happy about this one. I'm disappointed with Amazon trade though, because Amazon bounced right back. So it looks like I got wicked out, and right back into the mid 80s we go here, dancing with that level. So we'll see if Apple rejects. Apple's bouncing back into that $0.75. So nothing to celebrate too quickly here, Adara.
Yeah, so Dell I got out of, I got I think 30 pennies on Dell. We broke below 151, and then we kind of weren't really able to break any lower, so I said, Adara, get out here. I want to talk about why I got back in the NVIDIA short, because I actually stand by this. I should have gone short the 138 when that definitely should have been the vibe. It wasn't the vibe. I messed up on that. We're going to try to get out here 45s. But why I stand by this short is because I think this is trying to be a flat bottom break here. We have this curve below the 90 MA. We cannot get above 138 on the book. The last time we tried, we got to 138, right? This most recent time, we get to 138, 137.90s. I'm like, hey, you know what? That's a lower high in the tape. We're talking about level 2 this week. Adara, listen to it. I have to say, I've really been trying to hone in on my ability to read the book lately because I think I like patterns. And so when I notice stuff like patterns and numbers, I guess another similarity between myself and Sharif's favorite TV character, Sheldon Cooper. But when I notice numerical patterns and stuff like that in the book, I feel like that's where I'm more confident in my trades. And so that's why I didn't mind getting back in this short. I will admit my initial attempts to short 137.60 were probably premature. But if I still see that level I like, I have to honor that. I actually added to the position when I noticed we made that decisively lower high. If we break above 138, I'm outie, but I have no reason to be outie right now. NVIDIA, if you want to get low, I'm happy with that. I would really like to see us, though, break below 137.45s. That's been a weird little sticking point for our pal NVDA. You know what? I don't want to overstay my welcome in this. I think we're having a little bit of a curl. So let's get out here at 56s. I'd be pleased as punch. NVIDIA, you're not even going to give me 56s? Okay, do your thing, 21. There we go. Out of this position. Please just punch. If I keep seeing rejections, I'll get back in. Kyle Burnett's saying PFE, so let's see what's going on in Pfizer. What lies are in Pfizer? Let's look at that. Where's New York? There we go. 1% on the day here. Oh, this is gorgeous. Thank you, Kyle Burnett, for mentioning this. You see any news here on Pfizer?
No.
I know the CEO was on CNBC, but they weren't talking about business-related stuff, so I don't know if that's what this is.
Borla
we did have a double bounce here at 27.60. Nice look.
I'm looking at Zantac. That's obviously nothing to do with Pfizer. Is that?
It's trying to push. Yeah, we're going to have to see if it rejects here.
A bid by GlaxoSmithKline. No, that's GSK. Okay, GSK, Pfizer, Sanofi, which all sold Zantac. Okay, so I'm stopped at Apple, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I just want to point that out. It's breaking north here. So Apple looks like it's breaking through the 20s. So I'm going to have to look at that as possible long. So this one, I guess because they all sold this Zantac, which is ranitidine for anybody who wants to know by the chemical name, is looks like Sanofi, GlaxoSmithKline, Pfizer, and however you say this, Boehringer. I don't know how to say them. Anyway, they all sold Zantac, so possibly could affect them here. Apple topping tail, so it looks like this one bamboozled, and now it's coming right back down. I don't need to be first into this one because it's still quite elevated. It's higher still than where I got in, but if it rejects like this, I'm going to join the short again on this because that looked like a specialist breakout down, up through to 11. Let's see how so this 5-minute candle closes as a candle of indecision, but it closes red most notably. I'm talking about the 5-minute candle here that just closed on Apple. All right. Let's see if this one makes another high. All right, I'm going to pack my patience. I don't want to jump into the short too quickly and get cut up. Let's see how this one resolves. I don't need to be first. Let's see how this one does, if it moves sideways or actually breaks higher or lower to make newer higher lows or higher highs on the previous 5-minute candle. So I'm going to pack my patience there. See what we get. NVIDIA's heading down again, though.
Oh, yeah.
Lower lows, lower highs right now on NVIDIA. So this one looks like it's really kind of dragging down this market as the market looks like it wants to make lower highs and lower lows again. So that might be the move here. I don't know. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I mean, I want to shout out, thank you so much, Donnie Zimbabwe, for the $1.99 super chat. CRM crazy. Have 232.50 calls. I'll send the proof. Laugh emoji. Looks like you're laughing all the way to the bank, Donnie Zimbabwe.
Bro.
Right now we're at 240. So yeah, 232 calls. I would not be too upset if I were you. Nice look there. I can see why you're having that laugh time. This is a crazy level. RIP my mic. Here on CRM, let's look at this. Look, we pop here into this on the 5-minute 204.50s, right? Then we come a little bit of a topping tail candle, come back, we bounce, it's all good. We make a higher high, then we rest here, 240.50. We come back up. Now we actually make a bit of a fall off the 90 MA, but we bounce once again at 240.50. This 240.50 level is gorgeous. Shout out to you, Donnie Zimbabwe, for your calls. Good call on those CRM calls.
Ooh.
Right now, buyer force, more like it. Oh, this is a great daily chart. We have that drop on, I'm salivating over this chart. I use a Shrafism. This is a great look. We pop into the 90 MA on the daily, and man, do we struggle with that 245. This is great resistance. Then we come here, we have a little lower high actually, or lower low, sorry, hang out at 230, try to push higher. I think if we break above 245, that'd be an even nicer look on the daily chart. But regardless, you are rolling in it right now. You are having a good time there. Donnie Zimbabwe, yeah, thank you so much for your 199 super chat. Sorry that, yeah, we did address that CR. I'm sorry we weren't able to get to it faster there. Lots of stuff to look at in these markets, but thank you very much for your super chats. Great look on CRM here, and shout out to you.
Yes.
I am looking at stuff. I wish I had a trade on right now. I don't. That NVIDIA, happy with how I played the short. Could have stayed in it longer, but right now, I think Tesla short could be the vibe. Shout out to you. Kyle Burdett as well had a good call on that Pfizer. I'm not getting involved in this just because I think I've been trying to look at a few less names. Right now, though, I do think this is a nice short that's double top here. Shout out to you, Kyle, if you take this. It's a nice look. But right now, you know what's going to be a great look is our lesson of the day with Neil.
Welcome to the lesson of the day here. And first off, I just want to get off my chest. Thank you, everybody, for the kind words. If you don't know, I recently tore my Achilles on Monday. And to make a long story short, I'm going to find a way that I can weave the lesson of the day in trading to something that actually applies to that happening for me. So it was pretty innocuous. My daughter had her soccer, regular soccer on Mondays. At this session, they ended off with like the kids versus the parents. And, go from watching for about 50 minutes, sitting in the lawn chair, to going up there and kind of like jogging around with the kids. Didn't do anything crazy, wasn't running full speed, wasn't like trying to do anything spectacular. Did one small plant at maybe 50, 60% speed and boom, ruptured Achilles, just like that. But the key thing is I didn't warm up. Like I didn't do any semblance of getting myself loose. And it's not the first time. I used to run track. I pulled hamstrings before. I've torn a hamstring when I didn't warm up. And I think one of the things you have to keep in mind is we talk about trading being a mental sport, a mental game. And when you sit down in the morning, or whenever you start trading, maybe you trade the close. I don't know. Maybe you only trade during lunchtime, or maybe you only trade the morning. Whatever it is, it doesn't really matter. When you sit down and you're preparing yourself for that day, you want to make sure that you're taking yourself through the proper process so that you're in the right spot to trade that open. If you don't put any trades on until 9:30 or maybe closer to 9 o'clock or whatever it might be, I think you want to give yourself some time before that to get a feel for the market, to get yourself ready to execute some trades. And that can come with many different plans, many different apparatus. I think the easiest thing is to have your own routine over time that works for you. I can tell for myself, I miss a day, so I'm actually not trading the previous session. The first thing I want to do whenever that's the case, before I even look at the overall market, is just look at what happened that day in the stocks that I trade. So before I put a trade on NVIDIA, before I had any sense of what I thought the market was going to do, acclimate myself with what happened the day that I wasn't trading, if I haven't already done so. Sometimes I've done that work already. So, I look at a few key things, right? It broke out a multi-day top, right in here at a 134 level. So I know that area can be a little bit key. It continued that move, stair-stepping higher, and then it gapped higher. So I know there was a continuation of trend to the upside. I'm probably going to favor some longs in a situation like that, but it's a simple process. It might not matter. It never really comes back into like 133.5. But if you don't observe that opening range the day that you missed, okay, well, it made that top, it broke it out, then held it as support. That makes the level a dip buy level for me on a stock like this. But if you don't do that work, then you're not ready for it if it comes down in. When it has the trend up, there's not many key prices out there. There's the pre-market lows. But if you notice, only trading at two places. Off of the pre-market lows for support, and then outside of the Tuesday tops. So like that previous high, looking for dip buys off that level as it tried to fill in the gap, and then if you're looking long, looking for this. And that's where it comes in just having a plan. You can like the long, but if you go over, hey, what are the key prices, what are the key levels, then it's a little bit easier to wait for them. Because if you've done that work, you'll find yourself in a situation where, okay, it's not just writing that name down. I've gone over this before I put a trade and mentally prepared myself that can be the case. It's very similar to Tesla. Now, I already had significant levels off like the 182 and the 180 area. But you go back, refresh what happened yesterday, Is there anything that I could also learn from that? Well, sure. If I don't pay attention to what happened the day that I missed, okay, well, Tesla was down, fine, and then it was down a little bit again here today. You can see, just pay attention to what happened on that Tuesday, that 185.5 ends up holding, and then really, I think this would have set me up not for looking at the 182 as the key level, but if you look a little bit deeper, you might look at that 185.5 for an immediate failure. It's trend back in down, and then it held that 185 pretty decently. The other thing that I think you always want to do before you put trades, whether you trade the futures or not, whether you are trading big cap tech, whatever it might be, you want to get an overall sense of what the market does before you prepare to trade, right? So what does the market look like, and what would cause you to feel differently about the overall, let's say, direction up, as you can see here. So you see the market's been an upward trend. What it's typically been doing in holding the trend on pullbacks is when you get a pullback, does it hold the previous level? So if you simply look at the last day, there's your hold. Well, this time, when we move higher, do we hold the previous consolidation bottom, which would be at the end of the session on Tuesday? Well, we don't. We blow through it on volume. And when that happens, your bias can go from feeling bullish to looking for shorts. And in fact, that's what I did. It was at that moment that I went over, and because I had already looked at this chart, I went to an arm short. And again, it wasn't until the futures confirmed it underneath that level that I started looking for shorts. We were only looking for longs at the open with one exception, but ARM wasn't one of them. However, when you've gone through all of your charts and prepared for just about everything that you think you want to trade, whether you have an idea off the open for the stock or not, you can find these other trading opportunities. Because I had looked at ARM, and the day I didn't trade it, you had this late afternoon bottom at 170, 180, clear as day. Well, when I see the futures start to show signs of weakness, what's happening on ARM? It's trend down right off the open, pulling back into that key level. So I knew if I went over and saw ARM trading underneath 172 and weak underneath 172, I'm just going to start looking for shorts. It wasn't on my opening note this morning. It wasn't even something that I had mentioned in the pre-market show because I thought I was going to be bullish on it. But the second we turned red and we looked weak on those futures, I knew where I wanted to go if there was a setup for it. I did a similar thing with Intel. There just wasn't a trade on Intel. And that's where preparation comes in. And you know what? Maybe that ARM trade doesn't happen. Maybe it never even sets up. When you go through that mental exercise of finding those key levels, whether they matter or not in either direction, regardless of if you think you're going to trade in that direction that day, you are preparing yourself for the day's worth of trading. Right? When a basketball player warms up and they're taking practice shots, they don't just sit there. Well, some of them do. They just dunk the ball every single time in a warm-up line. No, like my coach used to always say, do game moves. Take shots that you anticipate taking in the game. Do moves that you anticipate taking in the game. Maybe you're not going to take any, fadeaways on the baseline. But if that's part of your game, and if you're defended a certain way, you're going to, then just be ready for it. So it's all about preparation. Make sure you always go through your preparation. You never know the moment where that one stock that you anticipated you might trade at that level that might come into play, and you have a plan of action for it. You don't know when it's going to matter. 9 times out of 10, it could not set up for you. But the one time it does, if you're ready, then you're going to be able to hit it. So get that warm up in. I know I'll figure out a better solution than propping my leg up on a garbage can at some point, but this is about as comfortable as it gets. So that's your lesson of the day. Make sure you prepare and prepare correctly, because there's no replacement for preparation.
Thank you very much, Neil. Obviously, it goes without saying, we all send our best wishes and hope that you have a speedy recovery. Neil Roberts, all I can say is I feel for you, man, and I hate injuries, and I know exactly what you're feeling. So wishing Neil the speediest of recoveries. Centrifuges, Neil. I don't know if you know all about that, but you probably do. So centrifuges. Have you heard about the blood extraction? They use like your own blood plasma to help with the healing time and basically the healing. Yeah, it's actually pretty cool. It's your own body. So
we need to look into this.
Yeah. I think it's the same. It's like people do that a lot for like a lot of different things.
I did not know that.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm not exactly sure what it's called. Still short. Apple at these levels has become consolidative at this 211 area. I feel like 211 is a bit of an area top. The only thing really got me a little bit not wishful, but hopeful in this trade are the sequentially lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, with kind of this area at 60 pennies acting as a local area bottom. So I've still kept my stop the exact same place. If this one starts doing a rounded bottom and wants to break that 211 and a fifth, I've got my stop at 211.19 for the break of the high of this candle over here. If it breaks, I'll change my tune on Apple. I got to tell you the truth. The 10 exponential is now pointing upwards. It hasn't been pointing upwards all day. So this is the first time now it started pointing upwards. The 20 exponential is horizontal, looking like it wants to start pointing upwards. So if you start getting the winds of change, no point being like mentally stubborn, just go with the trade. So what I'm seeing right now are lower highs. So I don't want to start changing my tune too quickly. The lower highs are still in play on AAPL, but I also see here this candle is a higher low, and these two are equal. Could be a double bottom and a rounding of the top. I'll get confirmation to see whether 211 and a fifth breaks. If it breaks, I'm going to look long, and then I'll see possibly here for to wet my beak on profits, possibly at VWAP. 211.75 currently where VWAP is. That's a different case for Apple. Currently, I'm going to stay in the short and see and test the waters with that. Now, I'm a little disappointed with myself here because I saw a bit of a battle going on here on NVIDIA at 137. Once we dipped down into 137, you can see there was aggressive buying. I'm on the lookout here for a double bottom at this level. 136 and a quarter, essentially area is the low. The closing prints on NVIDIA right at that 136 and a fifth. This candle is turning into a one hell of an inverse or a hammer candle, excuse me, here, a bottoming tail, but then there you go, gets filled that right away. So let's wait for the candle to close. I'm not going to take anything on a resting order basis like long at 136 and a quarter or anything like that. But let's see if it gets its footing under it, starts printing a couple of green candles to the high side, that this could be an interesting hold here on the monster. NVDA, low day, 136.13. We're printing 44s right now, so very much hanging out near that LOD on NVDA. Adara?
Yeah, I'm trying to give these markets the old 1-2 punch, and instead the markets are like, and they're trying to punch me in the face. It's all good. We got above, everything's kind of spready today too, I'm noticing. This Tesla, I'm watching for a 183 breakout. We've touched 183 in the sell side, but just now, but we can't get above it on the buy side. I have no reason to leave quite yet. You might be like, Adara, what was the impetus for said short? Let me tell you. Well, I saw this. I had a Dell trade, which did not go well, which we'll talk about in a second. But I got into this Tesla because I pulled up Tesla. I saw on my side chart, I was like, okay, it looks like lower highs, lower lows, right? This could be interesting, but don't get involved right away. Go stand up, get the chicken that hasn't hit, the spiciness hasn't hit me yet, and then go and see how you feel, right? So I come back and I see what we're doing here. I see this gorgeous topping tail candle, and I see that we're having it at this little area of support earlier. Look at that. I was looking there. I don't know what that voice was, sorry guys. Try to go short. So I got short, added to the position at 83s because I liked how we were kind of rejecting the area. I was like, you know what, sure. I want to get out some at 182.50, initially 54s. We got to 55s and came back, and I was like, Tesla, why'd you do that to me, man? What are you doing? So I definitely, I wanted to give this one a little bit more room to breathe, because if I had done so in earlier Tesla shorts, this trade up here, I would have been fine. Tesla, you do need to give it a little bit more wiggle room sometimes. And also, like I said, the level I'm looking for is 183. We have not broken above 183 in a buy side, so I'm going to chill. I'm going to try to chill. It's hard for me to chill in trades, but we're going to see what happens. So I want to talk about that Dell, the L I took on Dell, putting both L's in Dell with this trade. Dell is my worst name. I liked the short initially, and I mean, see, I think the call on it was correct. I think my timing was bad. We were below the 90 MA. I get out because we break into 60s. The second I get out, Dell's like, oh, right, the short. That's what I was going to do. I was like, okay, Dell, whatever. But yeah, I'm done with this name for now. It looks like it's continuing to curl higher. Had some profitable trades in it, had some not so profitable trades on it. So I think, and to be clear, I stand by getting back involved because I saw something I liked. It's just sometimes, you know, it's not, even if you have conviction, even if you have confidence, even if you have confidence, not every trade is going to go perfectly, and you can't beat yourself up for that. The market doesn't have an vendetta against you. This stock doesn't hate you. I kept the Dell side chart up because I'm not necessarily going to get out again. Also, I think Tesla may be getting above this. Yeah, Tesla, I'm going to have to get out of this here. But yeah, I just shout out to Sharif here, pumping his fist. How was your trade going over here?
We did well over here on the, it's not the dead one, but we took Apple short. We said this, it was rounding at the top. We just took nicely there, 60 pennies on AAPL for the last peak weather. Thank you, Patty. Shout out to you. BPI absolutely killed it on MARA. Shout out to Big Patty, man. I always get the Mara 411. I always know what is afoot with Mara because the guy behind me, he's an exclusive trader. That's the way it is. Well, remember, we all know about what the Amazonian was doing for many moons. And yeah, well, that's what BPI is doing. All right, so AAPL 211 topping tails. We get lower highs, lower highs, lower highs on all of them. That kept me motivated in the trade. The fact that we weren't printing any higher highs, and lo and behold, that low comes in and we cover it there for a nice move down. Now, what's the next trade? So the one that we were yapping about was this NVDA possible double bottom here coming on NVDA. Now there's a couple of ways you can play this. You can take the scalp. You can sit at 136 low 136s, get filled with a resting order. It pops up, you cover, you wince and you repeat. Or you could wait for confirmation that the double bottom is coming in through a couple of green candles here on the 5-minute look. I mean, it gave you a couple of green candles over here. I mean, if you got in initially after this recovery candle, say you let this one go. Okay, this one goes, you wait for the confirmation, this one comes in, you print. So I'm not saying history is going to repeat, but sometimes history rhymes. So we'll see if this one can kind of have the same look here. I'm not anticipating the same type of buying as you got at that 10-20 candle, because that was a big boy move. 136.13, and that candle ended up moving into 138.18, so $2 in one 5-minute candle there, but that was at a much more liquid time. Keeping my eye on NVDA, that's the move I want to see. That's the trade that I want to see if I can weasel next on this one. Let's see what else is popping off over here. I heard a lot being made about TBLT, a new small cap gapper du jour.
Nice.
Halted, Adara, to the downside this time. Halted once to the high side. That was the 526 HOD. That was the uphold there. So there you go. There's that 5-minute uphold. We're halted down now at 456. Let's find out what the TAP, the theoretical auction price is on this TBLT. Quickly tell you guys, 453, that's 3 pennies south of where we are halted at the moment. There does seem to be, though, this area of technical support at 4.5. Look at this candle over here. At a liquid time of day, it was 11:40. It wasn't when we got the big breakout, but definitely during regular trading hours. We top out there at 450. Lo and behold, we reject, we end up taking it. Now, here's the thing. You got the 50 at the 50 exponential at that 50-cent area. You also have this as a whole area. You have price action support, previously resistance, also at that $0.50 area. So TBLT, very interesting here at this 4.5. We'll have to see what it does. Currently tap 446, so 10 pennies now south of where we close. So looking like this one's gonna gap down on the open. What time did this halt? Give me 1 sec here, let you guys know the halt time. Come on, bro. The halt time was I can look over here. Just give me a sec. Let's load this up on a trading screen. Let's go over here. No, we're going to leave the monster on. We can't take the monster off the trading screen. No, Dara, come on. You know that.
It's offensive. Video might get upset.
447. So we halted, guys, at 215.50. So, yeah, it's going to open up in about 10 seconds. So we're at 220.41 right now. So this one's going to open down currently 448, excuse me, changing between 448 and 447. Tap, here we go. There it's open, gap down into 44. So breaks that $0.50 level. Let's see if we can recover that $0.50 level. Doesn't look like it's incoming. Keep your eye on the bid here. Where are the big buyers? There's a big buyer at a third. There's another big buyer at 28, near a quarter. So let's see if that third can hang out. We got definitely that buyer at the third of $1. We're going to get close to that buyer. Here he is at 35, getting killed. And there it goes. And here comes that buyer at 28. Let's see if we get back into that buyer. Oh, okay. So a lot of price action here. I like this because we're doing level 2 today. So why not have a look at the level 2, right? So that buyer at 28 still hanging out there, hasn't moved at that 28 level, but we also gave way at 50. So I'm not going to take any resting orders here. If it breaks 50 to the high side again and holds, well, possibly get in, but too much action for my blood right here, Adair.
Yeah, instead of TBLT for Sharif, it's more like TBD.
Yeah, there you go.
You decided on TBLT.
Yes, I like that.
Also, let's talk about Tesla. A theme in my life. No, I'm joking. Okay, so I did lose on this trade. We broke above the 183 with the viciousness. I left. However, you might be like, Adara, then why'd you re-enter the trade? Well, I like this a point of entry better. We had, like, we pushed above, and then just as quickly as we pushed above, Tesla's like, 183, what's that? Like, so I got short right at 180, well, just below 183, 182.97. And I liked this because I had more confluence for this. And I think sometimes one of the hardest things, and I've said this quite a lot, and this is why I kept trying with Dell when I saw stuff that I liked, even if it didn't work out perfectly, is I feel like I have a tendency, one, trading a stock doesn't work out well. I'm like, oh, like, maybe that stock's just cursed for me. No, Adara, it's not like that. I am the type of person where I do find, sometimes I trade the best, perform the best in general. If I have my back a little bit against the wall, so I'm like, Adara, try to embrace that. Right now, Dell got you a little bit down, let Tesla get you back up. Took out 50 pennies in the money on TSLA. Please just punch. We could have pushed lower, but I was like, you know what, let's get that 50s print. Happy with that. Sometimes you just need a trade that you feel good about to come back and be like, hey, markets, I'm still here. You got me down. I am going to try to be the comeback kid over here. Instead of Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, it's, I don't know. I'm trying to be the comeback kid. Let's see what happens here on TSLA. Still down on the day. Oh, yeah, for sure. Down on Tesla? Yep. But ready to keep going? Oh, yeah.
I thought you were going to do your not down on the attitude thing, because I love it.
Oh, yeah. My attitude is as green as my outfit. Mm-hmm. You know? That is what I'm trying to be.
Hey,
P&L
if I had that green thing that like makes the entire screen, I'd hit it.
But yeah, the outfit is all green, and my attitude is always all green all the time. Tesla's like, why'd you leave this short? I'm going a little bit lower. But no, Tesla, I don't have any FOMO. I'm happy I took what I took. Sometimes you just need one trade to keep you going, because you know I want to prove these markets wrong. I had a red day the last 2 days. Today might be another red day, but I'm not going to let that influence me too badly. Not really sure why we have this move down to the NASDAQ here, because we don't have any like news or auctions for another 40 minutes.
No, we are moving down aggressively. It is time to look at the blotter, which for some reason is not on the screen. Let's find out there. I'm just looking at the blotter real quick here to see if I'm getting anything important. Yeah. If it's anything important, it's probably geopolitical, because I'm not seeing anything business related at the moment. We'll definitely keep eyes on that and let you guys know. Apple is in a full state of quadunque. It has broken down now below that 210, but so has NVIDIA. The monster is down, Ram, and it breaks down well below that area double bottom that we were talking about, that 136. Yeah, that was $1 and a 2/3 ago. LOD right now, 134 and a quarter. That's a big move down. Is that an area of previous support? Let's have a look at that. It's pivots, okay? So if you put any stock into pivots, right there, it held up. I don't really see an area. Well, there was a decent area over here yesterday, but nothing I put too much stock into. This 134.50 during the kind of 12 o'clock hour. But anyway, what a move down for NVIDIA. Big move down in the markets. We just broke down below 20,100. We were talking about 20,200 about 20 minutes ago or so, and now we're dealing with that 100 point area. But NVIDIA right now, I don't want to say this is a bottoming tail candle, because it's one hell of a candle down. It's very red, but let's see what this candle does. Do we retrace a little bit here and mean revert possibly? Big move down for NVIDIA. We'll have to wait and see exactly how this starts trading here. Nice move up right now for NVDA. Good mean reversion. So whoever took that 135's already 2/3 of $1 in the money right there. Good move up. Let's see. It's still definitely a bearish engulfing candle, still completely ensconced within the previous candle's range. There is this green candle, but decent move up, at least on a scalping basis. No question about that. 210 still in play here on AAPL. We didn't make another low. So here's the look. I mean, if we broke 210 last time. We know we got to 209.42s. If we reclaim 10 and we take 211 on a close, I'm looking for a possible mean revert here on Apple. I'm not saying that's going to come in, but definitely looking for a higher low and a possible neckline break there. We'll see. We took the short on it, and I have no problems going long. I want to mention that the Katina Man is short Meta at that 502.5. And this is the one that we've been talking about as a great one with lower highs. So the IB high there at 955 takes us into the high of day at 503 and 2/3. Then every successive high is lower than its predecessor, and that's been intact the entire day. So I would say short the pops on Meta until proven otherwise. Right now, it's been basically down, lower lows, lower highs, and you could create a bit of a downward channel here. Definitely, it seems like the shorting of the pops has proved. Yeah, the Katina man just covered there, and that makes sense because you're dancing at 500s, right? He's 250 in the money. He's
short NVIDIA right now, 135.
The Katina man is short NVIDIA at 135.40 right now on NVDA. So we're going to shout him out right now. We're going to hope he prints, no question. He's taking the monster short. Shout out to the Katina man.
Yeah, I want to give a big shout out as well to Seanfidence because I'm really happy to say I was confident in this AMD trade and that's why it worked. I was initially I was watching that 160. I was watching what we did here. I said if we bounce at 162, wouldn't that be crazy? We get to 162.10s, we hold it so well. I'm like, Adara, press buy, press buy, press buy. I don't press buy because I wanted to see us bounce at 162. We get to 161.59s, then 162.25s. I was like, okay, that's the new level. I missed it. Tried to get 162.15s. AMD is like, no. But then I said, you know what, Adara? Maybe get that VWAP short rejection. I don't want to force it, but if you see a slowdown in the book, I watched this. We got to 162.60s, and then things got a little bit slower. I said, Adara, get involved. Obviously, if we break below that 163, like 162.90s into 163, that's where we're gonna have to cut that cord. Got involved, just shy of 162.70s, ended up taking 20 pennies. Could have gotten a little bit lower, but basically when the book slowed to the downside, that's where I got out. Please just punch. I need to trust myself more, and here's just an example of trusting the trade. One thing I want to say about Seanfidence, because Sean said he's like, I know they say that, but it's like everyone needs to have confidence, right? But I think why I like Seanfidence is because, or why is it, it's a pun. I mean, come on, guys. But also, I think it's just Sean is so confident in his trades. He's preparing them ahead of time and he's committing to them. And I think that's the level of confidence and the way he portrays that. That's something I'm trying to strive for. AMD, if you're going to be a topping tail candle, best believe I'm going to go short. So maybe some more AM destruction in this name. Also, vote for your tickers, guys, because you only have an hour and a half left to do that. Hour 20, actually.
Yeah, guys.
How do you do that, you may ask?
Well, if you guys want to hear about the Katina man's short on Meta, if you want to hear about his short on NVIDIA, or any of the other trades he or Neil had all day, get into the chat right now. Use that prompt that is prompted by Streamlabs, I believe it's called. Exclamation point, the word join, space, $, and the ticker of your choice. I suspect a lot of people are going to want to know about why Apple is down 2 1/5 on the day, or why the Future just dropped 200 some odd points off the top there. If you want to talk about the Future, get into it. Vote for those Qs, vote for those SPYs. Have your say every day between 2 and 2:30. The big kahunas are locked and ready, and they're ready to take the top 5 names. So let's get to the lesson of the day, guys, because we're talking about level 2 all week. And today, Ram, we're talking about volume. Volume is king, especially in gaps. Is the name of the lesson of the day. So traders, sharpen your focus. Today we'll delve into volume analysis, the king of the order book, tongue-in-cheek, of course. So volume, the echo of conviction, essentially another funny way of saying one of the main things you should be looking for here to help boost your conviction. So volume represents the total number of shares traded at each price level. It's the voice of the market reflecting the intensity behind the price movements. Essentially here, high volume suggests to you strong conviction, either bullish or bearish, it doesn't make a difference, while low volume indicates a lack of interest. And we'll talk about why to be suspicious of certain gaps and certain breakouts that happen on low volume. But gapping up, decoding the volume story, let's start with this one. News catalysts can cause stocks to, what's happening? NVIDIA's tanking, apparently everything's happening. Everybody's getting super excited here on the floor. Very happy about this. Meta's tanking. The Future's absolutely huadunking at the moment. Let's have a look here to see if we are getting any geopolitical stuff. What is this? Oh, well, there's some Middle East stuff that we already know is going on. We'll have to see if that manifests any further. I'm not seeing anything else. Let me look on the side. Nothing really business related yet. If we get it, obviously we'll bring it to you. And if you guys get anything that is reputable, you know what I'm saying, that's trustworthy, definitely bring it to us and we'll verify it and we'll have a look there. All right, Raymond, let's get back to the lesson. So we're talking about high volume. So the news catalyst can cause stocks to gap up. Price jumps above the previous day's closing price. Should we be maybe doing? I'm thinking maybe we should pause the lesson and be some trading.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening here.
Yeah, I'm going to pause the lesson here, guys.
Yeah, Kyle Burdett, $10 super chat. I love crashing red rockets. Exclamation, so many exclamation points, a plethora of exclamation points. He's very excited. I think he may be very excited. Noted bear Kyle Burdett, excited about the markets going down? No,
yeah.
But shout out to you. Get down everything. And then so
everything's
many ellipses.
tanking.
Yeah, everything is getting down here. AMD, I want to hop back into a short here. I'm just waiting for my levels. But if we break, we're bouncing 161 right now. If we break below 161, yo, AMD, can I get involved? What level was this? 20K. We're going to do this. We're going to do 23s. I'm trying to get this short. The breakdown of 22s wasn't able to get involved. Hey, let's get 21s. If AMD, if you'll have me. I don't know if you will.
It should.
But if you'll have me. I don't think it
down.
will. I don't think I was. Well, I wanted to get up before it gets down, Sharif.
Oh, my bad. Yeah.
I appreciate it.
wasn't
Thank you.
sure there.
Thank you for making sure. What are you looking at as this thing?
Yeah, I wasn't looking at anything because we were doing the lesson, but like I think it's only appropriate to stop the lesson at the moment because the market's doing things and it's we should probably cover it. I'm seeing here Softy did break VWAP at the moment. A bit of a hammer candle coming in. I don't want to punch short at lows. I want to pop into some sort of support here to get something, but everything is crashing. Look at Meta. Meta broke all sorts of support lines to the downside. Shout out to the Katina man. I think he's $5 in the money. Meta is really coming down. So is Nvidia. Nvidia is breaking 133. Nvidia is tanking. Nvidia is now down 2% on the day. Wowzers. Tesla just broke aggressively below 180, 150. It also broke. It's coming down to low of days. The one that's really not tanking is Apple. It's at 209. I guess it's sold off enough, but I'm keeping my eye here on 20,000. Could be incoming very shortly here, guys. We're at 20,016. So big moves down on these markets. 131 incoming, Katina man, on NVDA. Could we get a 130? What's going on? 130 right now. I'm looking at the TQQQs because I want to see a 20,000 touch and bounce if we get that right now. Big move down on these here markets. Unbelievable, Adair. What are you looking at?
So AMD, maybe I should have been a little bit scalpier. We go to 25 pennies in the money right now and flatten it. But I mean, we got to the level I entered and then we kind of came back down. So let's wait and see. AMD getting a little bit choppy and churny. I will be watching to see what we do here at 161.20s, that previous base. And you know what? I did initially want to add at 161, so I still want to add at 161s. Okay, but never mind. AMD's like, oh, Derek, you were complaining. How about I give you more of a move down? I'm like, thank you, AMD. I think I just need to be scalping this more because this is actually getting kind of rangy, which I'm cool with. But I do want to add to this position because I wanted more to begin with. So if we get back into that 160.85s, I'd be pleased as punch. Or sorry, just shy of 161s, I'd be pleased to add. I want to see AMD crack a little bit lower. Not sure if we will, but we are continuing to reject that 161 level. So I'm cool with that. I wish if I had more of a position, I'd be able to scalp out. I literally don't even have enough to take out a piece right now. If I get out a piece, I get out everything, which is why I've stayed. Otherwise, I'd be scalping. Did you find a story on that?
I don't know if this is it. The Supreme Court decision on the tax applicable on foreign profits set to be able to bring in $340 billion in 10 years. Apple, obviously one of the multinational corporations that is going to stand to obviously not benefit from that, and all the Mag 7 essentially. I don't know if this is it. What time did that come in? I got that 12:14. I'm not sure if that's it, guys. I'm unsure, so I don't want to stick to that or anything. But yeah, nice move, nice bounce back up here. I'm keeping my eye on this 20,000. So this 20,000 holds. We could definitely get a mean reversion look here, and we're getting that right now on NVDA and some of these other names. I'm going to go long the future, but that's what I'm doing at these levels. We're taking the future long here, see if we can get a bit of a bounce up, at least a mean reversion bounce of sorts, right? So we'll hang out there. A break of $75 on the TQQQs, and that's going to be out for me. We're just looking for a quick pop, and then thank you. But maybe I should be looking to pop the shorts. Maybe that's the more prudent thing to do. I think that would be genuinely it, because right now it's coming down a little bit here, and we're going to have to get stopped out if this breaks 75 here, Adara. So I'll send it to you to put in my stop.
Yeah, hopefully it all goes well there for you. And yeah, hopefully that it's TQ&A. It gives you some positive answers there.
Yeah, no, unlikely.
But yeah, so this AMD, happy I stayed in this short. I said I was looking for 160, 120s. We kind of brushed against it, and then we stay low. I'm like, Adara, don't panic sell, don't panic sell, don't panic sell. You have no reason to panic sell, don't panic sell. I did not panic sell. I am pleased to say I did not panic sell. So I am pleased as punch here right now. I'd be more pleased if I could get out. Like AMD, I have an order ready at 61s. If you want to get to 61s, I'd love that. And AMD is like, I'll get to like 67. So I'm like, well, that's not where I have my order, AMD. But okay, there we go. AMD heard my weird conversation with myself. I'd love to break below 50s. I'll get out with the rest here. I have no qualms. To be clear, I am still more comfortable scalping. This was really scary to have the whole position work out and then go against me like that, but I had no reason to leave. So I didn't leave. In fact, I added this. I'm really just trying to get more into my comfort zone. If I'm going to take these this is not a low of day break for AMD by any means, but if I'm going to take these big moves down, I have to be more comfortable with the fact that they're going to work a little bit differently. It's going to move a little bit differently, and I have to be okay with that. So AMD, I would love to see you crack a little bit lower. Maybe I should have just gotten everything out at 50s, but I want to wait and see what we do here. I think, as Sharif was kind of alluding to, I think there could be a change in the tides. When you have breaks down like this, you never know how quickly the market's going to recover, right? You really don't. So let's see what happens. But AMD will make me a happy man if it breaks, or happy human if it breaks. I just like that man and AMD rhyme. That's why.
Yeah.
For me, guys, the puns and the rhyming potential are going to weigh out over logic sometimes, except for when it comes to charting. But let's see how this goes. I would love to see this break a skosh lower. AMD does not want to get back to my level of entry. So yeah, I'm not trying to tempt you, AMD. Don't. But hopefully we can get this breakdown here. Please, this punch that I stuck with this. I don't want to add to this right now because I already added, and that's not really going to be the vibe. Took some out. Let's get a little bit low for AMD.
All right, nice. I was able to scalp a little bit there off this level here on the future. Still holding a piece. I'm just going to hold it to see what it does, whether we're able to break above 75 on a closing basis or whether it is just a short the pops kind of day. We're holding right now the low of day on the NQ September contract, 20,1150, and I'm long 91s on, or 74.91s on the TQQQs. If this goes any lower than my entry, I'm just going to cancel it. I already took out the majority of the move to the top side there, but looks like we may get a 75.10 touch. We'll wait on that. Apple into the 10 exponential as well, bouncing up there. I'm looking for a possible rejection. I want to see what it does at the 10 exponential here because I think, if Apple starts moving back down with that NVIDIA weakness, we could get some more downside move here on the future. So packing my patience for this trade, looking to basically wet my beak at 20 pennies. If I can get 20 pennies on this trade, that'll be good. I'm at 20 pennies right now, and all of a sudden I'm getting greedy, but we're going to have to cover it there. You said 20 pennies, 20 pennies. So nice move up. NVIDIA, a bit of a hammer candle here. Coming in on the 5-minute look, 130.49 is the LOD. But we said this before, and that's why I never want to put too much stock into one candle. One of these candles here was forming as a hammer candle and ended up looking like this, and the subsequent candle made a newer low. This candle now has closed, okay? And this is a bottoming tail candle galore. It's closed now on the 5. What's the 15-minute look? Yeah, the 15 still has another 5 minutes left, but if it closes like this, and then the subsequent candle above this makes a new high, that is going to be awfully bullish for NVIDIA. We'll have to wait and see whether that comes in. It may not, so it could be completely moot at the moment. Right now, nice recovery here on the Monster NVDA. This 5-minute candle already made another new high. Let's see if we can get something here on NVIDIA. I hate going against the trend, though. That's the thing. Right, the trend is down. I'm seeing candles, but the trend is down. So, yeah, it's always a tougher proposition. Anyway, yeah, I should have held on to that future trade. I had the right idea there. I literally had bottom wick and then it's still going up. But yeah, the future on the way up a little bit here. At least the TQQQ is definitely not anything compared to the move down, but a little bit off the lows there.
Yeah, so AMD, I will say, based on my book levels, I mean, the lesson of the week is level 2, right? So I think I think it may behoove me I love that word, to say that AMD looks like it's flipping. The resistance initially on the book was 161.20. Looks like we're pushing above that now. So just be aware if you, not that my book levels maybe mean anything to anyone but myself, but I just think the trend is switching here to AMD. We're breaking into, oh my gosh.
Nice.
What a move up here. Shout out to Sharif there. I'm just going to clap while he does this trade. But AMD, I did add a little bit there at 80s. Should have taken everything out when we got back to 60s. But honestly, I'm really proud of what I did. I was like in a little bit of a space there with those Dell trades, some of that Tesla, but you just have to keep finding stuff you like, going for it and going after it. I have made up for a significant amount of what I lost still down on the day, but we know
Adara.
I'm always up on positivity. And as you know, I want my outlook on life to be as green as my outfit, even if my P&L isn't. But you know, P&L, we can get there too. Positivity, staying focused. And I think positivity can always, you know, I don't think blind positivity, right? But I think positivity can be that first step, because if you don't have anything to look forward to, what are you doing?
So
That's
true.
kind of my take. So AMD, if you keep rejecting 160, 160, I will go back after you with the viciousness. Watch out. I got eyes on you there. That's all I have to say. Wowzer, says Kevin Mendoza with the eye emoji. I mean, I think, did he just I think he summed up everything.
Yeah.
Wowzers. Shout out to you, Kevin Mendoza. I do not disagree with anything that you just said there.
Go gadget
look.
arms, man. I don't know what else to say on this. Beautiful recovery here on NVDA. Was able to scalp this quickly here for a 30-penny winner, but look at it, just head up. We got in at 50s and covered, well, actually more than a 30-penny, about a 45, 50-penny winner, but that looks pale in comparison to the move that's happening right now on NVDA. So that bottoming tail candle, beautiful looking bottoming tail inverse, hammer candle, not inverse hammer candle. Just a regular hammer candle. I'll get it together. Sorry, guys, I'm lacking sleep. But yeah, nice move up. Look for rejections at 136, 135, 50. That is yesterday's closing print. So possibly an area of importance for the NVIDIA long that whoever is in at the moment. What else we got over here? Whew. Yeah, interesting day. Sorry, we had to interrupt the lesson. For that, I'm sure that's okay with everybody because I mean the price action was pretty fast and furious there, so I think it made sense. What else we got? We got Softy recovering off VWAP breaks, a lot of two bottoming tail candles coming in there, showing you a lot of buyer exuberance at that 443. Now we're breaking through 444 above VWAP and maintaining that higher low look that we've been basically in play on Softy all day since that big Huadunk right at 930. It's been incrementally higher lows. We'll see if Softy can go back into Greensville in the day. It's got to get into that 446.5 to do so. So great. Oh, there. Look at Softy go, man. That candle there looks awfully good. These lower highs, okay, so be cognizant of that. These lower highs are still in play, but I would say to you that was probably just a bit of a heavier pullback. I'm interested in Softy long here if this market recovers. Let's go ahead and pull up Microsoft on a trading screen. Let's put up MSFT. And yeah, this is going to be interesting to see whether we can continue up on this move on Softy. I know that there's making higher lows.
Oh my gosh.
What's up?
No, I'm just saying, this has just been such a fun day to trade.
Oh, it's been very interesting. It's all good. Yeah, no, it's all good. I'm sure. Yeah, look at this beautiful recovery here on Softy. What I'm concerned about, guys, are these higher lows. This is what I'm talking about over here. I'm cognizant of that. I don't want to get trapped into that. But I do know that the lower highs, I said higher lows. I meant the lower highs there. That's what I'm looking at there. So we'll see if, maybe this is a short the pop kind of thing here. Because I shorted NVIDIA. The Katina man is short NVIDIA again on the pop at what price? He re-shorted 134. And the 5-minute candle that just came in on NVIDIA right now is awfully topping tailish. So we hope he prints on that, obviously. Goes without saying. So I'm looking at Softy right now, Adara. I'm gonna think about getting short here. Let's see what comes.
Yeah, sorry for that weird excited sound there. I took 25 pennies on NVIDIA quickly on that 5-minute candle because I was looking for that 134 rejection. I said, Adara, like we dropped from 133.75 to 133.85 to 133.75, lickety split. I don't know why I sound like I'm from the 50s there, but I said, Adara, just take it short there. So I did. Honestly, like I have to say, but apologies for the double negative. I'm never not scalping again. Like in these moves here, the scalps on NVIDIA and AMD, these have almost made up for my red day on taking stuff like Dell, which was just not my type of trade. So I think that really taught me. It's like Obviously, I'm not always going to get these like reversion moves that I can trade like that, but it shows me that if I have them, this is the type of stuff I need to be waiting for and taking advantage of. I need to focus more on my SPY scalps, my IWM scalps, the stuff that gives me those moves. NVIDIA, if you want to come down again, hey, by all means, I'll get back in the party. Sorry for the excitement, guys, and
Why
for
not?
the fact. I appreciate that. You know, why not? I think it's sometimes you have to have these moments that make you realize what type of trader you are, what type of person you are. And I mean, I think this might be it. NVIDIA, I don't know if you're going to give me that short again because I don't like how you're curling back to 134, but you have to have that confidence to take trades, and this is a huge thing I've learned today. Apologies for like going like, oh my gosh, while you were talking.
That's all good.
Yeah, that NVIDIA is just like taking words out of my mouth over there. But congrats on your NVIDIA long, because that was, I think, a great look. And I think it shows you too, like what we were saying, almost said yesterday on Tuesday.
Yeah.
You can play things different directions and both be profitable. It's about your approach and how you take the trade and honoring your trading style.
Couldn't agree more with that. Just put in my stop here on Softy. I'm trying to go short here. A bit of a topping tail right now. My stop is going to be above the break of $0.25. So come what may, it's a little spready at the moment. We'll see if we can get something here on a mean reversion, move back down on Softy. I was looking at 445 possibly being a bit of a resistance level. We saw these higher lows. Sorry, lower highs. I'll get it right today, I promise. And that's kind of what I'm looking at here. So what are we going to do? We're short at 85s. I'm going to be looking to cover. We'll cover at 66s if we can get some there, and then we'll look to hold a little bit more if we're able to. So we'll see what we get there. Shout out to Tracksuit. Historic day, honestly. Very glad to have y'all to enjoy it with Sharif and Adara. I do have to change my undies, though. Be right back. Thank you for the graphic description there.
Love that.
Tracksuit, but yeah, point well taken. Yeah, Ram's displeased with
like
it. Point is taken, though. Point well made. It's a great day, especially on the midday, you know, when sometimes we lack a little bit of volume. But shout out to you. Hopefully you're green as well. Dandelions, $2 super chat. Shout out to Dandelions. So you are never not scalped. So are you? Okay.
I think it's a take on, because I said.
Can you tell I have not had enough sleep?
No, because I said earlier, I said like apologies to the double negative, but I'm never scalping. And so then, Dandelion said you're never not scalping NVIDIA. Yeah, NVIDIA, I mean, I always try to approach with more of a scalpiness. But I mean, to be clear, like if I don't see anything I like, I won't take it. But if I see something I like with that NVIDIA and the AMD, I'm going to scalp. And I also just missed another opportunity to scalp Tesla here. But you know what? We're going to try to get involved here 48s. And if it keeps dripping, we're going to keep hopefully having that Ric Flair dripping that woo. Because I'm really happy. I think too, like with scalping, it's just those quick split seconds moments where you see stuff that you like and you just have to get involved. And that's the type of person I am. I think a little bit the type of trader I am as well, so I want to stick with that. Thank you, Danny Lyons, for the super chat, and I do apologize for the double negative. The point I'm trying to make is no more of those weird movements waiting for Dell. I don't need to be about that. There's enough. You know, that was my death knell, if you will, just waiting for those types of trades. I like ranges, but I do like them when it's a little bit faster moving, and I think especially if I'm going to trade some of these larger names, I need to be focusing on those and not those spready ones like Dell. Tesla, I don't think I'm going to get the 180, 150 I want, but I'll keep an eye on it there. But yeah, what a fun day we've had.
Oh yeah.
Let's keep it coming.
No question about it. Still in this softy short. It keeps coming close to my fill, and that I don't get filled. So I'm trying to pack my patience here. I'm sitting at 66s. I think that's the appropriate area, right? So we'll see if we get filled. Here comes 71s on the ask. We got seeing 69s now. So there's a buyer here for whatever reason. A bit of a topping tail candle forming now. It hasn't closed. It's kind of, you know, keeping me a little bit motivated here in the trade to see the topping tail candle come in. But we're definitely not out of the woods on that. So I'm looking to add. I've got a planned DCA on this for an area add here at 15. So if it makes it up into 445, 15, I'll be looking to add another beak wetter there. I'm also keeping an eye on Apple. I'm also keeping an eye on the future. Surprise, right? Because the future is coming back into 20,100, and this could be an interesting area if we move back into 20,100, because we could be met with some selling there. So I'm anticipating, you know, some support and resistance coming in about 10 points from here. There we go. Now we get the fill on Microsoft, so it's going to have to hold these levels, or we're going to get out if it breaks $0.25. So looks like we might get stopped out here as it comes into that $0.25 as we make that 20,100. So if I get stopped out, and there I'm going to get stopped out, I'm going to basically look to get short again if we reject that 20,100. I still like the short on Microsoft. Let's see what comes.
Yeah, so NVIDIA, I got back in this short. I liked the look initially. We were hanging out at that 134.75 level. Again, I risked into 134.20 as we broke above. I got out. So yeah, honestly, still doing better than I was earlier in the day. Did lose a little bit on that trade, but if you like something, you have to be able to take the risk. That's the huge thing I've learned. No risk, no reward. No Rari. Yeah, no Rari. No Ford Focus. No, I don't know. What are those? Shout out to those cubed vehicles I like. No Chevy HHR. No Nissan Cube. You gotta risk money to make money. NVIDIA back below 134. I am back to considering a short here. I maybe should have risked a little bit more here. Like we didn't even break above that previous candle, but I want to watch what we do because NVIDIA seems to now be flipping from resistance at 133.75 to support at 133.75. I don't feel good enough about that to take the long, but it is something enough to give me pause before re-entering the short. I will put it that way. What's everybody looking at here? Revenge of the algos or something, says Bonkzilla. Yeah, I mean, the algos are doing something. Carrie Weaver saying, happy Thursday, Bears and Bulls. Happy Thursday to you, Carrie Weaver. And I think Bears versus Bulls, shout out to our lovely moderator, and Bears and Bulls everywhere, I think are having a fun day.
Oh, yeah.
These markets have been giving the Bulls opportunity to nibble on some profits, the Bears opportunity to nibble. I guess Bulls don't nibble. I don't know. Everyone's having a good time. My brain is like, firing with all this excitement. And NVIDIA, you want me to take you short again? Don't have to ask me twice. NVIDIA breaking back below that area. Don't know if I'll get what I want, but man, I will try. How are you doing?
Good. Back short, softy, looking to cover some now. It's just, I'm looking for that rejection at 100, and we're getting it. We're nicely in the money now, about 20 pennies almost, but we'll have to, it's spready. So even though, there we go, we got the fill. Let's see what we get now at 445. So we're breaking down below 445s. I'm going to be looking to cover possibly here at 85s. If we can get 85s through the break of 445, that would be good. We'll see if we can get that. Dancing now in the low 90s. Let's see if we can get that mid 80 print. That's where I'll be hanging out. Good topping tail candle coming in on Softy, but again, it's the second one. Right, and we it's still made a higher high and a higher low. So topping tail or not, it's still made higher highs and higher lows. So we're in it. We covered a little bit, but that 445 seems to be strong at the moment, and we're still dancing with 20,100. We're below 20,100 at the moment, so that's kind of keeping me motivated as well. Seeing topping tail candles, I mean, that just tells you that sellers, shorts, bears are stepping in at this level, but just not enough to, at the moment, really push things down as aggressively as perhaps, my trade would like. So packing my patience here. We're in the mid 90s, we're in the low 90s, but it looks as if we're gonna have to wait a little bit here. Sorry, guys, I'm not gonna be able to look at many of your questions. I've got to look at these trades. So I see the red coming in. I do apologize. I promise I'll get back to them as soon as I'm able to cover some of this trade over here. We're at 91s again. Again, I'm sitting, here we go, 89s. Been sitting at 85s, but still the spread kind of wide. There we go. Now we got the print. So now nicely 40 pennies in the money here on MSFT. Let's see. That's one hell of a topping tail if it closes like that. Well, it's still got another minute or so to close, but what a topping tail candle right now on Softy on the 5 minute. Let's see if we can get a little bit more here, Adara, on the way down.
Yeah, in case anyone cares at all about Adara's book read on NVIDIA, trademarked, no, I'm joking, not trademarked yet. But no, NVIDIA is doing something bizarre between 133.50 and 133.70, 133.80, but mostly 133.60 to 70. That's why I ended up taking 10 pennies out of the short and getting out. As I say that, NVIDIA is like, what are you talking about? I'm breaking lower. I'm like, sorry, NVIDIA, I didn't mean to offend you. But NVIDIA, I still think is curling down here. We cannot get above that 90 EMA. I should have probably even stayed in that first short I had, but potato, c'est la vie. You gotta stick with your risk management strategy. So let's see, NVIDIA, if you flip from 133.60 resistance to support to resistance on the book, I will go short. So watch out, NVIDIA. Thank you, Kyle Burdett, for saying there is a tip auction at 1 p.m. I mentioned that earlier.
Yes.
We are aware and ready for the tips auction. So thank you for putting that out there as well. I literally have my financial juice open right here, ready to go when we get that auction ready to go. So let's see what happens. I'm always gonna kind of go short here for the most part if I can. That's like, not because I have issues with longs. I just find I trade better when I'm in a short. Like there are times when I've been in longs, like it was a long when those NVIDIA breakouts and I somehow lost money on that. So I don't know. I just think you have to stick to what works for you. Right now I'm being short. Millie saying, don't be bamboozled. Yeah, no, you don't want to be bamboozled. You want to be trying to bamboozle the markets. I think if you have that confidence, you got to go after stuff. Tesla falling here, so I should be keeping an eye on that. AMD, I want to see what we do at 161, but I hear you say get down. So
yeah,
like you're doing
and
well.
the thing is, I just covered my short, but again, this is my mistake, and this is something that I've done often, and I'm kind of, yeah, this is my fault. I had unclean stops, and so then it triggered long, so I had to flatten out right away. But that was a decent trade there. Top short, go down. 445.19. We covered there at 444.63. I'm happy with that trade. That's a good trade there. I stuck with my guns on this trade. And this is what I was seeing. This is what I kept yapping about, guys. Look, I mean, lower high, topping tail. Look at this candle of indecision. Lower low, lower high on this candle as well. So I was like, come on, bro. And we were coming into that 20,100. We come into 20,100. We do a topping tail inverse hammer candle. And then the subsequent candle makes a newer low. So I was like, this has to be right. Obviously, you never want to have confirmation bias like that, but that's genuinely how I was thinking. So good move down here. But Softy seems to be a bit strong at these levels. It's only down 1/3%. So Meta's kind of the... No, so what am I saying? Amazon's obviously up 1 1/5, and then Goggle's up 2/3. Meta's flat. Microsoft is down 1/3, so definitely not doing as badly as some of these others. But yeah, that 20,100 rejection looks good for now. If you were waiting there on the NQ or the TQQs or whatever you were trading, you could scalp this nicely. Decent move. Where did this candle top out at? 98s. So you didn't actually get to 100s, but if you front run it by a couple of points there, you got filled. And then the low of that candle was 67s. This candle made 58. So that's a decent scalp there on said NQ. I don't know if you're still in that NVIDIA trade. No, you're not. Your AMD short.
I've been scalping it now.
I love it because look at this. Look at these moves into the 10 period, topping till candles, reject, 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 lower lows, lower highs. So rounding top again, coming all the way down. So NVIDIA looks interesting here. Looks like it's trying to recover, but definitely rejecting off the 10 exponential right now. John Del Segno, Intuit is just going up and up and up. What's the ticker for that again?
INTU.
Thank you. Let's pull that bad boy up. Let's bring in said. Shout out to Kevin Mendoza. INTU. All right. I mean, it's okay. Yeah, it's expensive. That's why, right? That's what you're saying. I see.
Is it?
Yeah, Intuit. Nice move there. 609 and 2/3 close yesterday. Now it's 617, essentially a high a day. Obviously, much less of a liquid name. About three-quarters of a million shares traded on the day. Yeah, interesting. Is there a catalyst? Oh, there is. Intuit expands Ideas program and its partnership with the Los Angeles Urban League, offering small businesses free access to Intuit products. That doesn't seem like a market-moving thing.
It doesn't.
No. Well, it is because that's the only headline that it really has on the day, unless it's something else. So, yeah, sometimes you just, just got to accept it for what it is. Anyway, good move up right now on Meta and on Amazon. Decent recovery on both those names here. A bit of an outsized recovery compared to the other two. Kind of not surprised. They're the only two green names on the day right now. Well, Amazon's green. Google is green, excuse me. So I was wrong there.
Yeah. What a day it's been. We're going to have 15 seconds before we get that tips auction. I'm not getting involved in anything until I see what that auction has to offer. AMD should have taken everything out at the 161s. Tried to get out the rest at 160.90. We bounced before I was able to get out, unfortunately. I have no interest in getting in a short at AMD when we have this bottoming tail candle. But yeah, did make some money on that trade, so happy with that.
Okay.
Let's see how this keeps going. This has been a fun day, and I think that really taught me, when you have your back against the wall, what do you do? What kind of trader are you? To me, this was honestly, I had more fun, and I've been more profitable, honestly, though I'm still down in the day. I was able to make up pretty much all of the, oopsies, for lack of a better term, from earlier today. And the reason I didn't do as well earlier today is because I was not scalping as much as I should have been. Now we had those scalps. I think that was, sometimes you need to, you have to, the market, the world will prove to you who you are. And I think in this case, this was, I have to scalp. That was really where I felt more confident. That was when the trades were going a little bit better. So let's see how this goes. I want to see what what we get on this auction, the reauction, we got the, oh, sorry, that was the 4 weeks, so we don't have the 5-year tips yet. Let's wait and see what's going on here. Look at Amazon. Oh, Cal Burdett asking about the Amazon charts. I'll pull that up saying, look at Amazon, 5-minute chart, lower highs, lower lows from high. Oh, that's true. That's a good point. And I like that we also rejected here at this 185.20, which is, I mean, slightly lower high here, but it was a rejection near that previous area. So that's kind of an interesting look for sure. Guys, I know we have that auction. I'm waiting to see what that number is. Just waiting for that number right now on that auction. Metal Lord saying Adara short queen. I don't know about that. I'd like to be, but thank you. I appreciate the nods. I just feel more comfortable taking shorts, which is ironic because when I first started trading, I was scared to take them. But yeah, I like that look, Kyle Burdett, with these lower highs, lower lows on Amazon. It'd be interesting to see what we do at VWAP because we're kind of hanging out here a little bit. But that auction, the auction for the reaction might be a little bit more of a winner out here. Let's see what happens in here. Yeah, Stephen H. just here with a lot of alarm bell emojis. I do not blame you. This market's sounding a lot of alarms, giving you a lot of opportunities. Amazon breaking lower. Shout out to Kyle Burdett for calling this out with these lower highs and lower lows here. And this topping tail candle as well, pretty clear sign of further downturn at this 186.25. Wow, Amazon has fallen.
Yeah. It did. It fell nicely there. Another lower high there. Yeah, keeping my eye on that. I want to mention what Manuel Palma was talking about there. He's talking about Zap. Zap was doing things, and I think according to our friend Manuel, he looks like this one could be on the precipice of a breakout. Zap holding VWAP. No, he didn't say that. He said it held VWAP. Okay, so here's what I see, Manuel. A little bit below, a little bit above. So I would trade Zap as a range rather than a breakout trade. It's shown you its propensity to kind of bamboozle you if you want to use VWAP as your standard for whether it's breakout worthy or not, because above VWAP, then it retraces and it ranges. Above VWAP again, consolidates and ranges. Wait for a decided breakout and then maybe perhaps use a former area of resistance as support or punch long and use the former area of resistance as your stop. However you want to play this, whether you want to take a breakout trade or a retracement trade, it's all up to you. But yeah, I definitely wouldn't want to jump into this too quickly just because it's showing you the propensity to range a little bit above, a little bit below VWAP. In terms of small cap gappers, ALUR, it's still above VWAP. Any trade into the volume weighted average price on ALUR has proved profitable, even though it's making sequentially lower highs, and that's just quite obvious there. So be careful with that one if you're going long. GRDI still in play. And this one, you know, again, I wouldn't have traded this one using the VWAP system. It's shown you here its inclination not to want to use that as a standard. It's, in fact, it kind of looked like it was the $1 play here that really kept everything afloat because all the dips south of 1 on GRDI, all of them got bought up. In fact, they all look very bottoming tailish, which is very bullish. And then to add, you know, kind of sugar to the drink or whatever, I don't even know what to say there, started getting higher lows, right? Incrementally higher lows. You're getting some zigzags, but one discernible trend you can see over here is incremental higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, and then you got that big boy breakout, and then you ended up halting. The beautiful thing about this one is he gets into that 1 2/3, comes right down into the volume weighted average price. All of a sudden, it wants to respect it. Doesn't respect it all day, but right over here, it seems like it's using it. So right back into that area. Keep your eye out on that 145. Seems to be a bit of an area top on GRDI, but doing good volume and well above VWAP right now. Actually kind of breaking out. What's going on there, Katina, man? NVIDIA just broke 132 and it's headed all the way down as the future also takes another nose down. So that 20,100 rejection ends up being clean, and that beautiful retracement there. Topping tail candles, and then it starts rounding out. Shout out to the Katina, man. Big move down right now on NVDA as it trades at day's lows, down 2 2/3. Speaking of trading at day's lows, AAPL trading right there. It's about 20 pennies less than 20 pennies off that 209.25 LOD on AAPL Adair.
Yeah, I mean, you've heard of sibling rivalries, but have you heard of cousin rivalries? You might now with Lisa Su and Jensen Huang. Ooh. We have in AMD up about 4% still, despite quite the move to the downside, which I've been basically just shorting every pop has been the theme of the day for me here. We have a bit of a base here on AMD. I would say on the book, it's more of a 160.60, though it does look like 160.80 on the chart. But yeah, I mean, I'm okay with shorting every pop on AMD as long as it keeps giving me reason to. I want to, we also get the auction. I put it in the chat, but I'll say it out loud as well here if you missed it. Tips, auction, 2.050% versus 2.242% previous. I'm going to be honest, I didn't see much of a reaction here from the market. I think the market's already pooped out from that big move down and then trying to recover. They're like, oh, you want us to react to the auction now too? Like, let's catch our breaths. But yeah, that notwithstanding, I didn't see a huge reaction, but that is the auction number there as well. No more Fed speak till 4 p.m. when Barkin barks yet again.
Yes.
I cannot wait till we get our new Fed, Beth Hammock, who's set to be coming in here after Loretta Mester retires on June 30th, and then after her vice president replaces her for a little bit. Then we'll get Beth Hammock coming in, I believe, in mid-August. So it'll be nice to get a new Fed up around there.
Oh, yeah.
See how that goes. AMD, I should have taken that 161 short. It's all good. If it gives me another opportunity to, I'll take it. I want to shout out as... Also, this is funny because live stream on Trader TV Live, people were saying I was, talking about how I'm short, and then Ramin says, which is also ironic because Adair's actually a very tall.
Yeah.
So thank you, Ramin. Shout out to Ramin, who's always killing it there. Ramin, Queen, they rhyme. I think there's a reason they rhyme. Let's put it that way.
Yes.
Shout out to Ramin there. She's giggling in the background, which is fun. Also, AMD flat bottom broke, so I don't have a read on that, but I wanted to show because that was really.
Well, Ramin Queen, Uber Queen, it's all good there. What is going on, Katina Man? The Katina Man is celebrating over there, baby, as NVIDIA goes all the way down. Go to his screen. No? Okay. Yeah. $4 in the money on NVDA. Look at all those covers. Great trade there, Katina Man, bro. Great add to those bad boys as well. And the meta one. Show the meta one. There it is. Add. Cover. He's waiting for 497. Palantir buy right there. 25.50, 30 penny banger. Fantastic trade there, Katima. Man, you took that initially at the open as well. So multiple trades. If you want to hear more about the Katina Man's trades on NVDA, META, or PLTR, get into the chat right now. Have your say every day on the afternoon rundown. Sean's going to want to talk about his trades. And if you want to see how he traded them, what his thinking was, what his reasoning was, how he got in, why he added, get in and vote for those bad boys right now. If you want to see what Neil's been trading all day, baby, get into the chat right now and vote for your stock every day on the afternoon rundown. Guys, we are breaking down aggressively here. 20,000 incoming. We already broke 20,000 on the NQ September contract. 19,994.75 LOD. We're dancing with 20 right now. I don't want to say you never want to stand in front of a freight train to the downside, but just the bull in me can't help but wonder whether or not we get a hold at this level. Wait for confirmation before you ever jump in. I'm keeping my eye on the future. 20,000 big level. When was the last time we broke down below the, not like we've been using this contract for all that long. We only started using this contract on Monday. So let's zoom out here and find out. So we broke 20,000 on the 17th. That was Tuesday. Yeah, that was Tuesday? Was it? Yeah. What was Tuesday? No, that was Monday. My mistake. I can get it. So Monday we
bleeding together.
Yeah, Monday, the day we used the contract, the first day we actually used that contract. And you can see the volume started coming in on that day as well. So you can tell there was mass participation. It broke 20,000. So yeah, we weren't above for that all that long, and the contract's not that old either. So we'll see whether or not this level means anything at the moment, or just another nice round whole number off which to base trades. We're above it right now. And see if we get a bounce here. I'll be looking to take something long on the Mag 7.
Let's keep going here on these markets. AMD, I've just been having, is this my top? I was going to say, I was like, this would be sad if this wasn't my top P&L name because I've been shorting this child to death over here. AMD is my top P&L name. And really, this has just been like from micro scalps based on levels I like. The reason I paused on this is because I wanted to see another 161 rejection. Then I got it and I was not able to punch quickly enough. Unfortunately, fingers were a little bit too slow. AMD was like, yeah, I'm going to move too quickly for you, Adara. You had to be more prepared. I said, that's fair. I understand that. But yeah, so AMD, like I said, once the key levels for me on the book, well, also the chart, I think 162, but for me on the book, that 162.20 has been, or sorry, 161.20 has been remarkably spicy. 161 has been remarkably spicy. Then every 10-cent increment, except for 90s. So by that, I mean 160.80s, 160.70s, 160.60s. Those have all been deeply interesting and spicy, for lack of a better term. But yeah, like I said, no real reaction here. No real reaction there to that tips auction. I did, mention that earlier. We were slightly lower than the previous print. Bless you to whomever sneezed. So let's see. I don't even think whomever was correct there. It should have been whoever. So apologies for that. Apologies for grammar issues. There we go. So let's see how this AMD goes. I'm okay with shorting this again, but we do have a lesson to get to pretty soon. So I'll get that all set up on my end.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't finish that.
No, it's okay. I'm just like, AMD's being gorgeous over here. What are you looking at before
time. I'm taking the mean reversion bump and the 20,000 hold on the future. I'm long TQQs. We're nicely 15 pennies. We're about to go 20 pennies in the money here. We are 20 pennies in the money now. So let's see if we can continue to pamp here on TQQs. Obviously, I'm charting off the NQ, but taking the TQQ long, the leverage product there. Obviously, the spread, not an issue. Here it is, 1 penny. So what am I looking for? A 10-period retracement on the future. So 20,059. If we can get to 20,059 on the NQ September contract, I'll take out everything here on the TQQs. We'll see if we can continue to run up. Looking at Softy's bouncing. I'm seeing Meta bouncing as well. The dead one, Apple's bouncing as well, but I really have my reservations about that as a long today. It feels like much cleaner of a short. Go future. All right, we're nicely in the money now on this name. Let's see if it can pump up a little bit. Just touch 30s right there, 75 30s on the TQQ. Still down 2 1/5, no question about that. I don't want to overstay my welcome because this is just a quick scalp mean reversion trade. I don't anticipate the winds of change are coming or anything like that on this name. I wouldn't be so callous as to say that we're down 3/4 of a point in everything really here, except for the Amazon. And now Meta and Softy are both negative as well. They were both green. So it looks like it's just Goggles and Amazon today that are green on the day in Mag 7 world. AMD obviously is still very positive though, Adara, even though that's not the Mag 7.
Yeah, Google has just been chilling. Goggles don't care, says someone in the chat here. And I mean, that is not incorrect. Kirby says goggles don't care. Yeah, I don't disagree either. I'm going to put this Tesla chart up for myself. So the second I'm done the lesson, I can just look at Tesla. Right. But right now, no Tesla, but Lesla. Level 2, volume is king. What is volume? King or queen. It's royalty. That's what matters. Yes. So this will help you sharpen your focus because today, like a pencil, sharpen that focus. I didn't really like the visual image that gave me. But today we're going to get into volume analysis, which is the king of this here order book. So the volume is the echo of conviction. I had to. Volume. I'm always happy Ramin likes it. Ramin can be a tough crowd. So when I make her laugh, I always feel like I did something right there. So shout out to Ramin and Fabian. They're killing it every single day. Yes. Volume is going to represent the total number of shares traded at each price level, and it's going to be the voice of the market, reflecting the intensity behind each price movement. And high volume can suggest really strong conviction, either bullish or bearish, while low volume indicates a lack of interest at a certain level. So let's talk about gapping up because this can decode the volume story. So news catalysts can cause stocks to gap up, have these big old price jumps below the previous day's closing at the open, and volume can play a huge role in interpreting the gap sustainability. So high volume breakout, if you have got a breakout from the gap accompanied by high volume, that can signify strong buying pressure and a potentially sustained move upwards. This is a good sign for potential long entries. But a low volume breakout can do the opposite. You want to be cautious of the gaps low volume. Those can be fake out breakouts. And these breakouts are going to be a little bit more susceptible to being filled or having the price return to the gap area because there's a little bit less conviction behind the move. Instead of a big confident layup, it's a little bit more of a, the basketball player wasn't trying too hard. He's like 7 foot tall. He just kind of put that thing in there. You want the 5'9" basketball player with that really strong. I don't know why basketball is the analogy I chose. Shout out to Neil's lesson of the day with basketball references. But if you want that, with lots of conviction, lots of oomph behind it, that's the breakout you really want. Here's a high volume breakout. I love this example. You've got our little lower high. This is actually kind of interesting because it kind of looks flat bottomy on the daily chart, but because it's a daily chart, it's all good. We have our breakout and then we push even higher. That's a flat bottom look, though, is it not?
I know,
It's
but it's
interesting.
probably a catalyst, though.
That's true. You've got your because you've got
and
strong
the volume is
supporting
there,
it.
and that's why
There
I
you
put
go.
it right there because it broke out on volume.
I love that. No, I just like the chart you use.
Yeah.
That's why I think it's interesting because it shows you technicals with breakouts. They do not mean squat.
No.
Nice look. Oh, hi, Sean.
Right?
His face was there for a second. But yeah. I'm sorry.
Ram's upset that we're exposing her mishaps.
We
there
were
on
trying
the,
to. Shout out
We
to
love you,
shout out
Ram
to
Ram.
Ravine. Shout out to
We
Ravine.
make lots of mishaps too, Ram. So.
All the time. But yeah, so this low volume, or at least I can speak for myself.
I do.
Okay. But yeah, so this is a low volume breakdown. So you have that breakdown, but the volume isn't really supporting it. And then you've got your gap filled in here with low volume. So yeah, interesting look there for sure. Let's talk about volume confirmation, okay? Information for confirmation.
Ooh.
So volume analysis isn't going to be enough on its own. You always want as many pieces of the puzzle as you can get. One piece isn't enough. A puzzle requires sometimes 500 pieces, right? Depending on what kind of puzzle you're completing. So you want to make sure you're integrating your volume with other confirmation signals. So order book confirmation is one example. You want to look for high bid volume concentrated at the breakout level in the order book to reinforce the buying pressure suggested by your high overall volume. Price action confirmation. What's that? Well, we'll tell you. You want to observe how the price behaves after the breakout. Do you have the hold above the gap with continued buying volume, or do you have it quickly petering out, falling back into the gap area, indicating a potential failed breakout? So here's one example. You've got the high volume breakout, this key $100 level breakout here with high volume. And you can see here, look at all this volume here in the breakout. You have some support maybe to keep an eye out here for at 701.02s, but if you have your area set to leave before there and you get that nice $700 breakout, you're nicely in the money. You might be in a dollar club there. So nice look there, showed out. Let's talk about beyond breakouts. Volumes whispers. You know, echoes and it whispers. So volume analysis isn't limited to breakouts. Here's some additional insights. Increasing volume on pullbacks can be key. If you've got a stock pulling back here after the breakout and finding support, with increasing volume, that can be a bit of a bullish look. Sudden volume spikes can be key as well. Here, this is a sudden spike in volume, not spikily, just a volume spike here. Can be warning of news or manipulation to keep an eye out of. So be cautious and investigate further before taking that trade. Also, because sometimes if you've got those spikes and then things reverse, that can just be like a blip. It doesn't have to be the whole story. So make sure that you have the whole story before getting involved. What about high volume? This is one example of high volume test of support. So you've got this doji candle breakout level, retesting this new support. We get here, we have a little bit of down. Oh, no, we're right back up. Great look. I was like that this doji comes into this previous area of resistance here at that 1.34 level. Isn't that an interesting look? I think it is. So shout out to Sharif for putting these great charts here and for putting this lesson together.
Thank you.
Props up there. Volume and order types here. So you got hidden orders or icebergs. Remember icebergs? High volume after a partial iceberg order fulfillment can signify a much larger order lurking beneath, potentially impacting the price action. So it's like in Jaws, maybe there's multiple sharks. You see one shark, that doesn't mean all the sharks are gone. That was a bad analogy. Let's keep going. So here's one example. You've got your little thing above the circus. That's what you see, but there's a whole big old iceberg below that can crash your ship. So make sure that you steer clear of those icebergs and you're aware of those lurking under the surface. So here, look at this cool video. You can see, watch, you've got your...
So what I want to point out there, Dara, was just look at 720 on the right. No, Raymond, 720 on the right. So if we can restart, there's basically no size there and a whole bunch, click it again, a whole bunch of prints on the right. So you have to look, one eye literally has to be on the book and the other one has to be on the tape because there's no size there on the right to justify this not moving up. So that's your cue that there is a hidden seller there and that there's an iceberg. That's really all I want to make with that video.
Yeah, thank you for showing that because I think that image is really emblematic. But someone just pumped his fist, so I want to talk about that.
Yeah, we're short Apple, Adara. We're short Apple 210.09. We just got prints at 88. Nicely in the money on this one. I'm looking to ride this one lower again. It's been a short of 10 or the 20. Take your pick on AAPL. And it's continuing to print down. Here comes $0.75 on the dead one. So shout out to Apple over here. I'm also looking to get short on NVIDIA. I'm hanging out at 33s. I'm sitting at 132.88. Technically, the whole point here is for a 10-period rejection. NVIDIA has rejected the 10 exponential on the 5 over and over and over again every single time on the 5, essentially since breaking this, coming down from this rounded top. That started around 11:35. All the retracements into the 10 have sold off. I get that we are kind of ranging a little bit over here, but I'm going to take my luck with said 10 exponential retracement if I get it. I'm hanging out at 88s. We'll see if we get it. Back to AAPL, holding out here at the mid 80s. I'm unsure of where to cover. I could wait for low of day. I think that's quite ambitious. On Apple, 209.25 is LOD. I think, you know, the $0.50 should suffice. Wow, what a move down into Apple. Here comes that $0.0075 right now on the dead one. So happy with this trade. Let's see if we can get down into that lower 60s. I'm going to cover in the lower 60s if we can get some. We're showing 69, some 70s right now. So we'll see exactly what we get there on AAPL. Mid 60s, I'll have to do it. That's the end of the trade there. Happy with this trade on Apple. So let's see what else is moving out. Over here, now let's go focus on this NVIDIA short that we want to get into. Probably not going to get in, quite frankly. Doesn't look like it's making its way up. And also, I want to mention one thing here. I should be careful what I wish for, because there is now 1, 2, 3, 4 candles in a row here on NVIDIA with higher lows. I get that it's very much a down day and it's likely retracing into the 10 exponential like it has on previous occasions. I just want to be cognizant of it. 4 higher lows in a row here on the 5-minute look, but still south of 133, still south of the 10 exponential. So I'm trying to, yeah, well, I'm not going to chase this down for sure. It'll have to come into my area, but yeah, happy with this trade.
Yeah, happy for you. I'm Happle.
Apple.
Happle stance instead of Appen stance. I don't know. But yeah, shout out to Sharif for his trade. Weird puns aside, killing it there on AAPL. But yeah, so yeah, a nice Tim Cook in there. Also, I want to talk about Tesla. I'm really happy with this trade. Obviously, it did go lower, but we were really pausing at the book at that 180.15. So I got out part of the position there, was willing to go a little bit lower. We didn't, so I got out at 17s. Happy with the scalping. I want to say this again because I know there have been, you know, and I understand because I've had this feeling as well. It's like, Adara, why don't you stay in your trades longer? I make really bad decisions when I do, and I think that, you know, trying to get involved in these longer moves, Dell, earlier today really taught me that. It's like, this is when I feel like I'm in my element. I'm almost confident, and I trade to the best of my abilities when I'm taking these scalps, so that's why I got out of this pretty early. I just wanted to address that. But Tesla, if you want to start a Dressla, you know, I don't know, that worked better in my head, with this 181 level being resistance instead of support, I'll take that. I'll take that heat. I have no problem with that. I will go short that. In fact, you know what? I am going to, and I'll risk into that level I liked of that 81.15. There you go. Please just punch with that. Let's see if we can get involved. I'm going to get involved just shy of 181s. That's going to be the plan, and I'll scalp this out. That is the goal. Trying to stick with the scalping, because that is when I think the trading comes a little bit easier, a little bit more naturally. Let's see how this goes. What about QCOM, says Grand Opera? Yeah, let's see. It'd be grand to look at Qualcomm. Qualcomm and Micron. I'll switch to this. I speak about them as a pair because they both had really great catalysts coming out on Tuesday, and they were gapping up on those catalysts. So Qualcomm, so potentially, that Ming-Chi Kuo was that noted Apple analyst saying that Qualcomm looked like it was going to be one of the top suppliers for the new Galaxy phone for its system of chips, the SoC, and Micron had a lot of that positive analyst notes. So both those are really great on the day. On Tuesday, today though, both of them giving up the ghost. Micron below this 90 MA here, kind of nice. That could be an interesting look. But back to Qualcomm, because that was what you asked about there. Grand Opera, yeah, Qualcomm is a really fascinating look. I'm going to zoom out. We had this move down here. We tried to brush back against VWAP, and then we continued to push lower. A little bit of a top and churn here. And then we had, I would honestly say, our bear flag breakdown. We had kind of 2 bear flags. This is the first baby bear flag, this one here. Then we push a little bit lower, chop and churn, push lower once more, try to come back into the area of resistance at 217, and then give up another $2.50. To me, this is just to meet lower highs, lower lows, I have to say, on Qualcomm. But let's see what the quality of the daily chart looks like in terms of levels. Also, yeah, sorry, my chart just gave up on me there. Let's take a look. Tesla breaking lower, so I'm pleased as punch. I think I'm gonna punch, yeah, we're gonna punch out a Tesla here because I have no qualms. I am qualmless on that. And then we're gonna get back to Qualcomm for Grand Opera, see if we can get a bit of a grander look there at Qualcomm. No qualms in Qualcomm. No, I think it's a short though. We are basically at low of day. Again, not advice, just my take on the chart, but let's take a look at that daily chart. Oh. You know what I'm saying.
Oh, that's nice.
This is a crazy look. I think if we could bounce off this 214 level on the daily, like look at this resistance we had complete with a topping tail candle. Then we come back, bounce, then we sell it off. But if we bounce again, that's not a bad look, Grand Opera. Thank you for reminding me about this chart. Hope everybody in this chat's printing.
Yeah.
You guys are having a great day because this market has been so spicy. Took 30 pennies on Tesla, and I'm almost positive on the day now. So I think that shows. I mean, knock on wood, but I think that shows, what happens when you commit to yourself and your style. We'll see if that keeps up. But yeah, happy. Like I said, I weirdly feel like I trade the best sometimes when I have my back against a wall. So let's see if there's more walls to have our backs against and trade some more NVIDIA here. That was a weird analogy. What are you doing? What are you looking at?
I'm just looking at NVIDIA. More lows coming in here. 131 coming in for a retest, it looks like. We're holding up at the third of a dollar. That 130 level still hasn't come in on the day. The low day right now, 130.49, and they're all aggressive bottoming tail candles that come into that 130 area. Means that there's a whole lot of buyer exuberance at said 130. This is going to be very interesting to see if NVIDIA can hold this level on a closing basis, and what we do with this level in the coming days, whether or not it's kind of like a line in the sand that will all say, oh, I should have been adding at 130 for my position. Here's the look on NVDA, biggest red candle on, for a while here on NVIDIA, no doubt about that. Definitely $10 from the top to the bottom on the day, but we haven't closed, right? So the last time we had this red of a day on NVIDIA, I think that was like mid-April. April 19th was the last time we had this kind of a red.
Oh, I remember that day.
You do, eh?
Crazy. Yeah. That was my first week trading live.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, so split adjusted, it came back into like $750. So I do remember that day specifically. Yeah,
I was wearing my purple suit the day it happened.
I love that's eidetic memory there, bro.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, wow. But 750 is that's obviously pre-split. That's $750 now, or sorry, that's $75 now. I'll get it together. Anyway, keeping my eye on NVIDIA here. See, this is the 5. This is the 1 minute. Let's flip to the 5 because I'm charting off the 5. We haven't had anything above the 10, and I missed my 133 short there, and kind of disappointed about that. But it's holding up at the 131 for now. I don't really have any trades on at the moment. I should have held my Apple trade. This one printed new low of day. So I wet my beak there in the 50s. This one printed 915s. Wow. Just as I was talking about that, Apple prints a new low of day. I was saying a $0.25 might be ambitious. Well, I should become more ambitious because a $0.25 wasn't ambitious enough. Apple on the way to 209. Remember we were talking about, or I was saying that I thought maybe that the bulls would push Apple above 210 by end of day. I'm still, that's not beyond the realm of possibility, but it's becoming ever more unlikely the more we push lower. So now 209.14 LOD on AAPL. The shorts have been great today. I got to tell you the truth. We've had a couple of long trades, but they were all scalps. The bigger moves, the better moves have been short. The names that have been green or marginally red have been quite consolidative. Like look at Amazon, for example. It's up 1%, but it's done bupkis. It's been very consolidative and hard to trade. Same thing with Softy. Although you could say these ranges, and I think somebody in the chat was telling me, hey man, Softy's back to 445, basically implying, aren't you going to get in on that range? 445 to the high side, essentially 444 to the low side. At times you get a wick into 443 mid-80s, for example. Or this one will break 444, 445, and go to a $0.25. So Softy's been rangy, Amazon's been rangy. Meta's really been giving up the entire ghost here. It was green on the day, and now it's red. So yeah, that's my look there. Not much else for me to talk about, quite frankly. Let's look at some of these small cap gappers. Zap is still doing that same thing.
Small cap zapper.
I can't believe this. Look how long it's been doing this. Remember we were just talking about this?
That's crazy.
It literally is continuing to do its thing off VWAP, a little bit above, a little bit below. ALUR has now broken below VWAP for the first time on the day, at least since 9:30 this morning. Held up here at the 50 period, but this one could be headed lower. Maybe you should ask Neil for some shorts on this. We'll have to wait and see. Kind of a same look for here for Holo. Just broke VWAP first time on the day, trying to hold up above a buck, but Holo right now giving way at the dollar. It looks like we're 98 pennies. We'll have to see if the bulls step in there. ZNTL still above the volume weighted average price, still hanging out at 5.25. Decent look right now on ZNTL. And GRDI, though, this has been the best small cap gapper. This broke day's high. We just got a print right now at the day's high at 169. That was a great bounce off VWAP. I didn't have eyes on this, but GRDI, I got to tell you, I was biased to not trading this because of the disrespect that it had for VWAP over here. I didn't think I could fit it into my breakout system. Shows how much I know. Fantastic bounce off that $1.15 and prints of $1.69. Shout out to whoever took that.
Yeah, I guess you can't judge a book by its cover. Sharif, that GRDI was like, Sharif, you thought this of me, and I'm going to do that now. Yeah, but in all seriousnthis, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh,
this has been such a fun day. I took another 25 pennies here in NVIDIA. 131.75 breakdown. We came back to 132s and then rejected. I didn't take this one again because I knew it was going to be about time for me to yap soon. I wanted to be able to look at other people's stocks too, instead of just having people watch me scalp things off levels, which I know is not like the most exciting of trades. I am not Sean Katina or Neil Roberts or Sharif Grobriel over here. I'm just trying to take some trades I like. So yeah, I just want to shout out this awesome community because I'm always so happy to be here, and I'm happy to have everyone in, sitting here, sitting in this floor, sitting in the chat. So just shout out to everyone. I'm going to stop giving my Oscar speech. But also, Kevin's saying on our platform, MGO and MGOL is different tickers. There's some confusion. Yeah, I sorry, I don't know anything about that. I think, okay,
Sure.
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Raymer's just going to fix the mic. So let me talk a little bit here. Meta rejecting off the 20 period again. This is a good look here for Meta, man. Holy cow. So I did not have eyes on this. I did not see this. And in addition to that 20 period, it's also the closing print from yesterday. It's 499.50. It's an important level because look at this. The IB lows hold up above 499.50. We at 10 o'clock, 10:30, we come back, we test that 499.50 again. That was yesterday's closing print. Now we're kind of using it as resistance. I didn't have eyes on this. That's my mistake. This flipped basically from support to resistance. And now, any short off 499.50, 499.75 is printing here on Meta. Double top, so clear is that level as a level of resistance. Look at it on the way down. Here comes 497.50. Beautiful move down for Meta. Look for support here, possibly at the 2/3 of a dollar. That's where the middle part of the M held up last time. Ultimately, though, the low of day, 496 3/4. Still well away from that, but a buck from that at the level. What a short, though. That's a missed trade by me there. That's for sure. I just did not see that. I didn't have it zoomed out enough to see that earlier part. I kind of had it like this, and I didn't see the part there. So that's on me. Softy is still continuing to range, though, guys. The range getting a little bit tighter, but it's still valid. It's just not making it back up into 445 as many times as it did prior, but still ranging between 444 and 445. Softy giving you that range trade. Careful with the what's it called? The spread, though. Wow, Tesla on the way down. Tesla just broke 180. 179.85. Again, 180 has been a level that's been intersecting a lot lately. I'm less likely to want to use 180 as anything off which to base support and resistance. But yeah, we just broke that $10 level right now. And here's what I mean by intersecting with 180 a lot. You can see that we break. This is the 180 level right here that we're currently at, and you see a lot of zigzagging through it, a little bit higher, a little bit lower, so I'm less likely to want to use that.
Yeah, I'm trying to short Tesla 180 if it comes back and rejects.
Nice.
That's just because, I like these shorts. Weirdly, though, Tesla 175.993 has been the level on the book. Shout out to level 2 week.
Level 2.
So yeah, I'm kind of tempted to take that. I say kind of because I don't know if I have enough, when you have your trades with confidence, when you have your confidence, right, to take a trade. Right now, I feel about this Tesla, so I don't want to rush into it. That being said, every 180 rejection makes my heart grow fonder, let me tell you. But yeah, so I just want to, mention that thing Kevin said earlier. So yeah, I guess there's two different tickers. MGOL is this stock we're talking about. Yeah, so I think that's there's a lot of tickers that are kind of similar to other tickers. So unsure about that. Lots of platforms have lots of different tickers. But yeah, MGOL is that one that was that gapper that then sold off. Also, yeah, this Tesla 180 could still be a vibe, but I don't want to force my way into it. If you have a ticker you want to see, though, whether it's MGOL, whether it's AAPL, you guys know what you need to do. You need to go on that not the chart. Wow, trading on the brain. Chat right now. Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker you want. GME, AMC, NVIDIA, Tesla, Microsoft, AMC, Meta, Amazon, AMD. I don't know. Go in there, put in your ticker.
Whatever.
And then whatever ticker you want, even if it's one we don't know, but like, preferably with like volume and stuff so we can talk about it.
Yeah, for sure.
And then if there's enough votes for your ticker, you might be one of the lucky tickers, one of the lucky 5 tickers that is not a mustache, chosen to be discussed on that big screen. So shout that out. Go in there right now and get involved. Carrie Weaver saying, Adara, you should know better than to mess low with stressla. That's pretty funny. Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, Tesla has given me some good opportunities today. I'm basically flat on it today, but I was really proud of this trade I took on it. So yeah, I think what I'm trying to learn is like having less bias against specific tickers, right? Tickers don't care about your feelings.
They don't.
If I like the look on something, unless it's like a spready Dell-like situation, just because I don't know how to trade those, and I learned that today, let me tell you, then I want to be able to take it. If it's like a mega cap that I'm comfortable trading, why not get involved? That being said, though, my Tesla short came in, so we're going to try to be going for that. Let's go, Tesla. Let me in those Cybertruck doors. Don't close the door, shout out to Jerome Powell. Open the door, let me through. I want to see what we do at 180.20s. That was that last level that we kind of bounced off a little bit. I'm aware we have some bottoming tail candles. I might not get where I want to get here, but you get what you get and you don't get upset. And if you have a reason to like a level, we got above 180s, then came back down. So that's what I'm looking for right now. NVIDIA getting NVIDIA below 130s.
Jeez. Yeah, I saw that. Ugh. 129.52. It's dancing with 130 as we speak, a little bit above, a little bit below. The future absolutely took a nosedive in the last 10 minutes or so. Multiple rejections off the 10 exponential on the 5. Any touch on there was sent down. Words and everything really here except Softy and Google are very much, in Amazon, are very much near lower days. I'm talking about Meta. I'm talking about Apple and Tesla and NVIDIA. Google is spared, but the future is not. We're breaking down now below 20,000. Obviously, keeping an eye on this level to see if we mean revert. Don't care one way or another how we end up the day, but I'm trying to figure out the range or the kind of trying to get ahead of the move to try to see if we can kind of get a better price. So Apple moving into that 20 period again, and that 20 period off 210 has been money on the day. Now that doesn't have to be the case. So for that long, let's just put in a little bit here. We're going to go short off 210 again here on AAPL. I'm going to front run it a little bit. We'll get like maybe some 92s or something. Oh, I just went long accidentally.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Did I? What the hell just happened there? Yeah, I am long Apple. That's fine. Where are we at? We're long 74s, so we'll just cancel it here. I'm not sure what happened there, and I'm not sure why it didn't show on the position board either. Anyway.
Just like a blip, like a brief, that's weird.
Yeah, that was super weird. That's all good. Keeping my eye on Apple. I'm looking to get short. I don't know how it got me long there. I was looking to get short 95s. So I'm going to put my order there. There we go. So I'm going to put my order. It's in at the moment. We're not really recovering that aggressively on the future, so I don't feel too bad about this trade. I'm sorry for the dark pools. I'll adjust those in a second. I'm sitting at 95s waiting to get short on Apple to front run that size at 10s, but I'm seeing the 20 exponential a little bit south of 90, but it does, yeah, I'm just going to leave the order where it is. Amazon may have support at this level over here, so let's look at Amazon. Where is AMZN? There is good support at 184-ish, 183, 85-ish right here. This is the level that I'm looking at on Amazon. This is going to be an interesting area if it holds around here. And then we'll definitely be looking to get long. In fact, let's just try this as a quick mean reversion hold. I'm going to go long here, and I'm going to put a quick stop below the low. So we'll go 183, and then we'll sit at the lows there, 183.78, and then we'll cover everything a little bit below that. I'll put in a bit of spread. So we're long at 90s. Let's see what we get. The whole point here is just to take a previous area of support long for mean reversion, not a breakout trade. So we'll see what we get here, there.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I just spent all this time waxing poetic. I was like, I only want to be taking my little scalps. And then Microsoft does this little chop and turn you were talking about all day.
I've been told, yeah, 4.45.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm not going to take it because I'm not comfortable trading it. Because I know you are very good at Microsoft. I call you the Microsoft whisperer. You know, he always knows which way the Bill Gates will open. Will they open to the upside? Will they open to the downside? But yeah, so shout out there to Sharif. But also, I'm really proud because Tesla low of days right now are 179.66. I got out at 179.73. So I'm really proud of that. And this is the type of trade, like, you know, a couple weeks ago, even I don't know if I would have taken it. Like, low of day break on Tesla, like. But no, it was like, I don't know what that dance was, but I de-risked half of it because we had some struggles with 90s. Before we had that break, and I was still in the trade when this happened, we bounced off the previous low of day, which at that point was 179.81s. We get to 179.81s, right back to the upside. But I said 180.20s. If we don't break above 180.20s, I have no reason to leave. We got to 180.08s, and I said, Adara, don't panic sell. Yoga breaths, breathe deeply, keep going. That's why I stayed in, took out half the position, was able to get my low of day break. So I think, you know, like, I think today has just really taught me how important confidence is. Because you can like a look all you want. If you don't believe in it, how are you going to be able to trade it?
Right.
That's the biggest thing I've learned. Like, even Dell, I don't really know if I had enough faith in any of those trades. And I think that was the issue. It's just that's not my style. So I was trying to, like, force the square peg into the round. Do you know what I'm saying? And I can't do that. I don't.
Feel you.
I am not the shape of, I guess, for that. And so it didn't work out. So you got to learn every single day here. Can we talk about Dell? Wow, tank, says Brad Gober. I believe he tanked you, but I mean, I'll take a look at Dell. I was trading Dell earlier today. Dell, you have the dubious role of being my worst name of the day. So shout out to you. No, I had some profitable trades on it. It just didn't work out. It wasn't my style. And I think the levels weren't even that either. Like, where I got this short would have worked out. Because that was the highest it got, basically, where I was de-risking, or not de-risking, getting out if it had held. But c'est la vie. Dell continuing to break lower. Let's look at SMCI, though, because that was Dell's co-star in its headline with Elon Musk's Grok or the XAI supercomputer. SMCI and Dell both apparently providing those server racks. So racks on racks on racks, but not stacks on stacks on stacks for Dell or SMCI. SMCI at one point in the morning was up 10%. We're down $11, $12 right now on the day, but we were initially like up quite significantly. So big ouch, super micro move to the downside. And Dell fell, to put it lightly. But yeah, happy to go to the Tesla short where I did. Tesla bouncing up near 181s. I want to see what NVIDIA does here. It looks like some of these names are curling. AMD, if you get back into that 161 area I liked, I will short you, and I will short you with confidence. But let's see what happens here. SPY also on a bit of a, you know, and I appreciate, I know you've said like, and I agree, you don't necessarily want to be taking chart patterns on these names, but there is a clear example of every time we get to the 90 MA and the SPY, it rejects. So lower highs, lower lows. So if I see that, I think I might owe it to myself to take this. I want to see, you guys know I'm going to take this on a book basis. Look at also, because we're also rejecting here at this 546.20. This is getting spicy. All eyes on the SPY. We're going to probably short this and risk into 20s. Let's go, SPY. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm really happy with this Amazon trade.
Happy for
Took literally the bottom wick on this one. Where did I get in? 183.91. And I was able to wet my beak at a 25. So I did well there, but it continued to go higher. My only thing that I'm really upset with, I should have been covering at the $0.50. There was technical support initially at the $0.50. Look for that to be resistance. This was a kind of an impulsive cover. I should have definitely been looking at that $0.50. That is a mistake by me, but I'm happy with the trade. It was based on this area of clear technical support earlier at that 184, 183, high 80s. That was what got me in the trade, and then you guys can see the result there. The other trade I'm very interested right now, the dead one is reawakening through 210, and I want this monster short. It's been a short, the 20 or 10 on AAPL kind of day, and now we're at that 210 area. We have that clear area top at 210 and a quarter to 210 and a third. We haven't been above that price since 12:15. That's an hour and a half ago. I like my chances here, and if I don't get it, I've got a clear area break. It breaks above that 40 penny area. I give myself some room, 10, 15 pennies or whatever for my entry. Golden. So AAPL, I'm definitely looking to get short here. While I say that, let me say this. I did say to Adara earlier that I did believe the break of the 210 area was a little premature, especially, usually with these kind of levels, you get at least 1 day test, and then the next day it gives way. So I was kind of a little bit biased to maybe some buyers stepping in, bringing Apple above 210 on a closing print. I still have that bias, but that doesn't mean it has to come in on the midday show. Here it is. It's at 210.25, and it's about to break up right here. It's 210.33. So this is the level that it's been rejecting off all day, and I'm sorry about these wicks. I'm looking at my side chart right now. It's going. It just made a local high right there. It's not on a closing basis by any means, so we could get a rejection, but it's also well above the 20. And now the 20 and the 10 are both pointing up on the 5 minute, and that hasn't been the case. Well, there was one case over here. I shouldn't say that. It did briefly point up. There, I shouldn't, yeah, but there wasn't a clear level break there, or was there? There was actually, because this level is a little bit lower. That's why it's, yeah, I'm going short. I'm going short. I like it here. I'll give it to about 33s or something like that. Going short here, there.
Yeah. I mean, I like that. I like the shot.
Whatever. We'll see how it happens. Yeah.
Yeah. I got out of my SPY short, which I'm going to talk about in a second. Basically, the second I got involved, SPY was like, "What do you mean lower highs, lower lows?" Popped up. I was able to get out unscathed. Still positive on the day, though I am down on the SPY now. Tried to flip long on the SPY, and the SPY was like, "Again, Adara, what do you want from me? I am pushing higher. Okay, like calm down." I said, "I understand, SPY." The reason I got short Tesla here is because A, we're below the 90 MA, and B, look at these wicks rejections here into 180.70, which is where my stop is going to be here. Because look at this as well. We had this massive topping tail candle into, you guessed it, 180.70. It's not just a 90 MA rejection, it's a rejection off a previous level of resistance. And you know how much I like that. Quite a lot. My profit taker here is going to be wherever we see any kind of cooling down here on the book. I want us to continue to break below 40s. That'd be a great look. Dream would be 180. But that's a dream. Like that, I'm going to be honest, that's a dream. Reality tells me I would like to see us break below 180.40 before I make any decisions. But I don't know. We're kind of curling a little bit higher here. I think we're just going to get out and be pleased as punch with that. So happy with that. You got to stick more. Thank you, Sharif. Are you biting on that apple?
Killing it. There it is, baby. Top again, Apple, rinse and repeat off that 210.25. Got in a little bit late, mind you. I mean, I'd like to have had a third, especially since that high. And there goes the break at 210 again. My only concern is really I didn't add enough into this. There's still more room down. So if it continues to break down below 210 again, I'll play that range, man. I don't care. 210.25 to the top, 209, let's say in a third to the bottom. You do get wicks above and below those levels, but the closing prints to the lower end hanging out at that third, 209 a third. I'll get back into this on the way down. I have no issues with that. AAPL, baby. Rinse and repeat type trade. I'm still of that bias, though, that possibly we get a reversion above 210. Not acting on it, though. Want to see what we get.
It's been such a fun day, Sharif.
It has been a good day, Adara.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Also, Ross Lettingham, it is Adara, A-D-A-R-A, because you say, which one are you? And thank you for the compliment as well, Ross. Happy to have you here. But yeah, Adara, like mascara. But there we go. Tesla, I'm happy I got it where I did, because Tesla finding 180.40 maybe a Scotia support. So I want to be cognizant of that. I want to talk about the SPY, though, because I mentioned the SPY and then never got to it because I was too busy in my Cybertruck. I was obsessed with Tesla. But SPY, if you want to bounce here, at this level, that was my risk here, which is around that. Okay, yeah, never mind. SPY was like, I will bounce without you, Adara. So let's see here. If we get into 40s, I'm okay having a position here. I think we're bouncing for sure in the SPY, and I will take a really, really small position here. I want to take those pops. I tried to short that earlier, and that did not work out. So it's all good, trying to find new opportunities. Yeah, the SPY's been on such a move upward here. Can we get much SPYer? I don't know, but we're continuing to go so SPY. Yeah, shout out to Brandon Townsend saying Sharif's been killing it today. Sharif's killing it every single day. Shout out to Sharif for being here. And yeah, I mean, great job there for Sharif. So yeah, let's keep going and see what happens here on these here markets. It's been such a fun day for me. I would love, and I think for everybody, for the markets, I think the markets are like having a party. But you have less than a minute left to vote for the ticker of your choice. Go in that chat right now, ! Join, $space. No, sorry, ! Join space, $, the ticker of your choice. So Tesla, SPY, IWM, NVIDIA, AMD, Dell, whatever. That's what you need to do here. That's the point. That's the goal. Go in that chat, because if you don't vote, your voice might not be heard. And we believe in a democratic system here at Trader TV Live. So we have until 1:50 to vote, and then you'll see Sharif on the big screen talking about these tickers, and you'll have Sean and Neil breaking it down, saying what they traded, if they traded it, giving you the 411 on the ticker of your choice. Kyle Burdett, I guess this is a reference to the Adira mascara thing. Maybe it's the shorts or maybe it's adrenaline. Maybelline. Shout out to you, Kyle. That made me laugh. I would say it's a combination of the adrenaline from the shorts. I would say that's what makes me so hyped up there. It's the adrenaline that the shorts are giving me. Spy, you want to give me that 40s bounce? I will gladly take this long here into 60s. You won't have to ask me twice, but you would have to film me there. So we'll see how that goes. The spy does not want to spy me trading it, apparently. It's like you already tried to take me short, so I'm done with this. Yeah, if we break below this 40s decisively, because it's been holding 40s beautifully, that's where I'm going to have to take my leave, risking very little to hopefully make like 14 pennies, that's the whole, we'll see what happens. Spy, push into 60s. I would love to see you push into 60s. Go Spy. There we go.
Are you
Please
long?
just punch. Yeah, I'm long.
Nice.
I tried to go short, didn't work out. I flipped long. So.
Well, we just took 20,000 again. I know it's not the SPY,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
they're kind of moving in a little
They
bit
are a little bit
tandem
tandem.
today. I want to update all my Socceroos out there, or soccer fans. It is now 1-1. England, Denmark tying Jag in the later half. Harry Kane scored early on in the 10th minute or whatever, 18th minute. England was winning 1-0 for the majority of the match, now tied 1-1. England did win their first match, but it was quite lackluster. It was 1-0 ski. Definitely should have been a bit more given the talent that they have. England, obviously, one of the most talented teams in the Euros, essentially, in the world, too. So, yeah, that's not a good there, but they already have one dub under their belt. It's still 1-1 right now. It is in the second minute of extra time, so it looks like it's gonna end in a draw. It looks like, which sucks, but that's the way it is. All right, let's get back into trading here. Meta, Katina man, you still holding the Meta? Katina man, there it is, and we're just gonna hit these. So you're gonna tell me how many times I'm gonna have to hit it. 1, 2, 3. And we're going to let that one go for a half, and then we'll spin the money for the Katina man. Great short there. Sean at 502.5. Remember that big boy short there. Shout out to him. It has been a kind of a rinse and repeat type day on the shorts, really, here from the majority of these Mag 7 names, whether it's been Apple, Tesla, Nvidia, or Meta. They've all been shortable. I would submit to you that Amazon, Microsoft, and Goggles have been the stronger of the bunch, although they have been very consolidative during the midday period while the rest were making lower lows. So the trend is in play still on Meta for the rejection off the 20. All the pops into that yellow line, as you can see here, have rejected on the day. So that's been a great look there. Kind of the same thing here with TSLA, although there haven't been 20-period rejections, they've been 10. So all the 10-period retracements, essentially subsequent to this candle over here at 1210, have rejected. So it's been a rinse and repeat style trade. Now, the one that you kind of feel maybe the winds of change are coming on and that it's found a bottom is AAPL. And the reason is we haven't made any newer lows or lower highs in quite some time. We've been range bound here between that 209 1/3 to that 210 1/4, it seems. So Apple, after having a big down move, essentially 1130 onwards, has been a bit of a range trade today. You could have taken that high or low depending on however you wanted to do it. So that's been a decent look there. Before we send it to Adara, I just want to mention these are the small cap gappers we're looking at. Zap still in play. Zap just zapped itself off $3. So it holds VWAP. It holds $3. So that level still in play right now, 7-2. That VWAP area still giving you possible trades off ZAAP. That level has held, save and accept over here for that noon hour period. ALUR was on my watch list. HOLO was on as well. That's given up the ghost. Not surprised there. ZNTL still hanging out above the volume weighted average price. And GRDI, this one's really kind of been the king of them all in the afternoon, making higher highs and higher lows there continuously.
Yeah, I mean, what a day here. Spy is trying to push higher here. Can we get much higher? so high. I don't know. We're bouncing off the 90 MA here, but it's getting kind of rangy as well. We'll get to what? 546.60. Every time I think we'll push above it, then we'll get back down to 546.40. At one point, we got 546.26. I was trying to short it into that drop, and then I wasn't able to get filled. Tried to go long one of these 546.40 pops. It didn't end up involved. I'm basically flat on the SPY, but happy I tried it, because if you SPY something, you owe it to yourself to try something within reason. So there we go. Didn't, this range could still get spicy. I think spicy, putting the SPY in spicy. But let's see what we do here. This is certainly, this 20 penny chop and turn is interesting. But NVDA, if there is another short I take heading into the close, it is going to be one of my favorite Mag 7 names to trade, and that's going to be NVDA. Especially with it rejecting this 131 level, I would be risking into, what is this, 131.20s? I am totally comfortable doing that. Let's get involved. Let's get low, NVDA. Let's scalp. Let's get going here. I am aware we had a little bit of a bottoming tail candle these last two candles, but we're below that 90 MA. We are at a little bit of an area of resistance. And as I get involved, NVIDIA's like, I'm going to test your patience here, Adira. That's cool, NVIDIA. Everyone's built to be tested. It's about what you do with those tests. It's about how you go with it. You have to, I liked it, so I tried it. And that's what really matters here. And then NVIDIA's like, yeah, okay, time for you to leave. So I left. It's all good. There you go. What a trade. Slightly down on the day now, but man, I am so happy. I recovered from what was my worst day in a very long time, and I'm basically flat on the day now.
That's crazy.
I think to me, even though it's going to be a P&L on the P&L, I'm happy.
I think you should just punch short or long, get out of the money right at the start of the show, and trade behind the entire day and have your best day every single day, Dara.
That weirdly helps me. I mean, like, this isn't, no, I'm joking. Like, this isn't my best day.
Ram, we're riffing here and you're completely missing it.
I'm flat. I am flat on the day here, but I'm really proud because I initially was like down in the dump. Well, no, okay, I'm still positive always, but I was like, I was like, my P&L was down in the dumps, so put it that way.
I feel you.
But I tried to have my positivity be as green as my outfit, keep going. And even this short here, happy it got out where it did. It went up another cool 50 pennies. So
well, there you go.
It's about how you manage things, it's about how you deal with stuff. And so the mental is important. I want to shout that out.
And speaking of the fact that it continued to go up, Adira, could we be getting the winds of change here? Definitely not calling this, but the 10 period just got broken the first time on the day since essentially basically 10 to 1 on the future. We've also reclaimed 20,000. Okay, so let's see here if we get that continued move up. It's been definitely, you've been trying to grasp at straws if you've been looking for the longs on the Mag 7 today. But NVIDIA curling back up here. So is Meta. You're seeing a little bit on Tesla and Apple as well, not that much, but we'll have to keep an eye on the future. Remember, guys, you can't vote anymore, sadly, but don't forget, the Big Kahuna's coming up next. So if you want to hear what they have to say tomorrow, you'll vote. You'll vote for what what you want on the afternoon rundown every day. We start that in about a couple of minutes here. But any final thoughts you have here, Darren?
There's so many thoughts today on these markets. Congrats on your trades though, because you weren't here. You went for a little walk with us. When someone was saying, "Oh, great day, Sharif," in the chat. Brandon Townsend showed it to you, and I was like, "Yeah, Sharif killing it every single day."
Appreciate you.
And I mean, I'm so happy to have you here because you came here kind of at the last minute and just killed it.
And I didn't tell anybody else coming in except Obi.
Yeah, Obi was like, "Oh, so Sharif said he's like 2 minutes away," and I said.
See, guys, I woke up with a bit of a cough. It ended up being allergies because I took an antihistamine, not an actual cough. You guys see I haven't coughed the entire time. So I feel good. But I will see you guys all in 2 minutes at the big desk or at the big screen. Kill it, Adair.
Thank you. Kill it, Sharif there. We're going to see Sharif at that screen. See what tickers people chose. It's always interesting. I feel like there are a lot of times we'll get the same few tickers, but there have been some different names in the mix. Micron was in the mix. We're going to have to wait and see what tickers we get. But yeah, we have more Fed speak coming at 4 p.m. where Barkin is going to get on that mic and bark a little bit there. So Fed's Barkin was also talking a few days ago as well. So it's a Fed we have heard of. Kashkari, as Kyle Burnett calls him, Neil Kashkari, he spoke this morning saying that he thinks it'll take 1 to 2 years to get inflation to 2%. So that'll be an interesting look. Right now, all I'm looking at is this Tesla. I mean, Tesla, don't tempt me to take this short at 180. 60. I was watching this for a bit. We popped a little bit higher and we keep projecting. The thing that stops you from doing this is we have higher lows. I think this could, of course, I don't want to say flat top break because it's not really a flat top, but we could break higher. But I think this 180.60 could be an interesting short. I don't want to take a short just to take a short, though, at the end of the day. Thank you so much, Bears versus Bulls, for killing it there. Shout out to everything you do, making sure everything's all good, keeping everything in line, making sure we don't miss anything. So shout out to Bears versus Bulls and all of the Bears and Bulls in our chat. I wonder, is there anything to be neutral? Like, you know how the Bears are like, if you're feeling more bearish, Bulls if you're more bullish. Is there a neutral one, like a snail or something, or a lamb? We need to come up with a third animal. A turtle, Ramin says, like Trenda, Tika the trading turtle. So there we go. We need another animal. If anyone has any ideas for a market neutral animal, put that in the chat. But other than that, we're gonna have to wait and see you guys tomorrow on this show at the same bat time. Maybe a bat could be that. I don't know. Same bat time, same bet channel. Right. I hope you guys had as much fun as we did because what a day this market has been. But right now, we're gonna have the big kahunas at the desk and Sharif in the green screen, guys.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you have your say every day. We got the big kahunas. They're locked, they're loaded, and ready to look at the tickers that you've chosen. Make sure to vote every day during the midday show. Let's start off with the futures you saw on the NQ September contract. We broke through that 20,000 after reclaiming it initially on Monday. On the triple Qs, we're definitely at that 481 level, trying to recover a little bit off the lows right now. We'll have to see how the future ends up, but definitely a negative day today for the overall market. NVIDIA, the most selected name by you guys. Great day today or for AMD, not so much for its sister company, NVIDIA, guys. What was your look there?
I mean, I don't know if NVIDIA wants you calling AMD their sister. You know what I mean? I mean, it's
AMD's more like it's a cousin, more like.
Yeah, it's like I don't even know. It's not even. Is it a cousin? I guess so.
Well, I mean, it's like
like
related.
a broke down cousin.
Well, everybody's got that cousin. You know what I'm saying? Everyone has that
because,
one.
Yeah, they're like 5 cousins apart.
It's not or it could be like the uncle, because you know what? AMD had its reign first, right? Like, let's be real. Like, AMD was the bigger. At one point, it was the bigger company. So I would argue that it's like the uncle at the barbecue, not the cousin.
Oh my God!
It's like that lazy.
AMD's
you know that one uncle. Every time, like, you know, the one with the shady a little bit.
Yeah. I think AMD is probably right. This is AMD. The reason why I say that is 262 market cap right there. So 262 billion, which is nice for sure. I mean, it's like you said, it's still an epic rise for AMD and for NVIDIA, but 3.26 trillion, 10 times the valuation, of course, NVIDIA, that is AMD. But yeah, look, we have NVIDIA written down there. So I just want to say this is honestly just a tale of two trades, to be honest with you, and it was just a flip up that really made a difference here for me today because we actually were long NVIDIA early. We just punched long early. We talked about getting long 140. That 140 was great. It bounced into 139, which is fine by me, all the way back up into pre-market highs. Then we started to really struggle and start to come down. And this is where it was like, oh my gosh, look at this fall. We didn't have any kind of a movement to the upside until we were able to finally get 136.50 down there and run that right back to the 50 and then to VWAP, okay? But then when we lost it, coming back in, we tried again, and just the move down, breaking that day's low. I've said to myself, when this happens, I need to get short. So it's just like when we write down a level that winds up breaking and the momentum in the market is the other way, we're going to do this. So there it is, boom, boom, boom. And really the rest is history. That's a 135.50, 136, that's 131, that's 4 and change. We do have a piece left now. We probably have about 15% left of our position as it starts to come back up. Realistically, the out would have been right here on a 50 period. I'm probably going to hold this back to about 134.50 or so. But right now, it's NVIDIA. Okay, my P&L number 1 is actually going to be Meta, but we'll talk about that after. I can't keep the smile off my face on Meta, and you guys don't even want me to talk about it. So we'll wait for that. But right here, yeah, Neil, I know we were both looking at this one earlier. I'm not sure if you put anything on lately.
Well, I wasn't actually at my desk. I was regaling Brankles over at the desk when that broke down. And it's obviously the key level. I was only long off that level earlier, but when the reversal happened, I wasn't sitting at my desk. I'll get to some of the other chip names. There could be a big reversal happening on Google and Amazon that I'm probably reversing into longs like any second. now. I'm not, sorry, reversing long Amazon, I should say, because I'm short, but getting into a long on Google. But when it comes to NVIDIA, I don't know that it's even broken its downward trend just yet. So that 135 half, 136, essentially where it closed, like that's your line in the sand. For me, the chip name that we'll get to AMD, so this would be the one chip name that I was short. And I think, like I said, I wasn't at my desk when things really broke down. I think this can still be shorted this afternoon, and that's going to be ARM. I think they're adjacent. ARM has been just as parabolic as NVIDIA. So it's down 8%, but ARM kind of did some ridiculous things on the daily chart. If it gets back to $163, that's where I'd be looking for the short. And just to give you an idea on this Amazon, because it's likely to happen, since the fail break at the open, lower high, lower high, lower high, all these lower highs. If it breaks out 185 above this trend line, I'm not just getting out of the short, I'm reversing into the long off of this. So I just wanted to say that. And there's a very similar trend line on Google. I'm going into a long on Google if it does the same thing. So yeah, we'll talk about those a little bit later on. As really, like, it's kind of a chip. Baba and GME really stand out there because it's like the AI play.
Alibaba's on there. I didn't look at Alibaba today.
Yeah, no, we'll definitely have a look at Alibaba.
We'll get there.
A little surprised Tesla breaking 180 didn't get to that list, but we'll talk about that eventually. Let's get on to Dell, which was again a tale of two cities.
Just got out of Meta somehow. All right.
The market's bouncing.
$16.50 worth of range, Neil. Tale of two cities is absolutely accurate. 161 and change to the high side, 145 and change to the downside. Can't seem to figure out what it wants to do. Marginally negative on the day, but it's up here. Elon Musk announcing overnight SMCI supermicrocomputer as well as Dell are going to participate in the building out of the AI infrastructure for XAI, and they're going to be participating to the tune of 50% there. So great initial day for Dell. Big sell-off midday, guys.
We had some initial great trades on Dell as well. And by the way, we just said we just got out. And so this position, we had like 5% left of our Meta position. It just came out at 500. I'll talk about that when we get a chance. Because right now, let's do the rundown brought to you by you guys. All right, so look, Dell was great. This is not going to look like very huge winners, but they were actually pretty good. That's a 150.50 or 150.25. We had this on in the show, and Neil and I looked at each other and was like, huh? Dell came all the way down here? We went long, boom, boom, boom. That's a 153 out. So it's like 250 or so. It did come back in right there. We got more out at the 50-period moving average. It did go all the way back to the 200, in which we should have got out. We were waiting for higher, to be honest with you. I was kind of up here at VWAP where that last high was 154. We got greedy. We did not reload it. Then it broke through 150, and we got out at a 149 break. So at the end of the day, we wind up losing $1.40 on our last piece. So was a positive name for us. We're still net positive on it, so have to be pleased with sort of where it is now, but not pleased with my execution because we didn't need to hold it all the way back down. I just was kind of daring. I mean, as we were doing this, we were also like celebrating that the market was starting to head down, and we did have that big Meta and NVIDIA trade. But at the end of the day, we're not going to have any negative stocks, and we'll talk about that today. We'll talk about Chewy. But Dell, great name. Definitely took me by surprise. I didn't think we would be down today on this news. And remember at the beginning of the day when we went live and we said that, I said, I don't really feel like this is that special news. Like we sort of knew about this. Dell told us about the demand for their servers and all their racks and everything. So and SMCI, maybe that was more of a surprise. We have to look at that. But for me, this was kind of a ho-hum thing. Elon pumped their tires, which is fine. He's using them. We kind of know that. So I like Dell. I think for a long term, it's a great opportunity to buy them, maybe on any dips, especially if you come back into the 50 period, which is 135.
I think the story might be like where this eventually bounced. If you zoom out far enough, which, I'll admit to sometimes not doing that myself. I'll look at the last couple of days. I always do. But then that 15 minutes, if you just go back out to last month, when it did flush down here the first time, I think you'll find where it bounced today wasn't necessarily like a random spot. So, there's your huge move down on the earnings, and then the next day rejecting essentially $145 in here. So like 145 rejects. Yesterday, a Tuesday, you would have had a breakout from that 45 level. Well, there's your bounce clean off 145. If we're going to hold 20,000, there might be a reversal. Obviously, like I'd rather be in like Google and Amazon. I'd rather take shots at. They're either at VWAP or stronger names. But yeah, where this did bounce at 145, he zoomed out far enough, I think this would have been a spot to have looked for long. But I still see that it looks very much like NVIDIA, where it's still in that sharp downward trend. And until you find a way to break out of that, probably needs to get back above the 150. So, you know, you're waiting for the 145 bottom again, or you need this above the 150 level on Dell. Just zoom out a little further and you might have found a reason why that 145 bottom was quite good.
Catalyst today on GameStop, but it's up 1% right now. Not a bad look. Again, no real catalyst, but there was this headline earlier that the general counsel there rung the bell on about 2,200 shares to the tune of about $58,000 in profits. That takes us back to June 13th. Some insider selling there. What, guys, is your look on GameStop? Did you have a look at this at all?
Wait a minute. The headline is somebody made $58,000 on a trade? Okay. Insider selling.
Insider selling.
Okay. I feel like people. I just feel like some people make $58,000 trading this thing on prop.
The problem is like Roaring Kitty is distorted. Like it's just okay. Well, what are we? What are we?
I mean, I guess you're always looking for those big numbers. So I mean, that still is a big number. I mean,
no, I guess it's different. Like
don't get me wrong.
if it's an insider buying matters. You've probably heard this story before. Like the whole notion of like what insider selling. Insider buying matters more than insider selling, because realistically, anybody, like if you're getting compensated in stock and options, you're going to sell at sometimes random spots that you can always attribute some kind of logic to. But when somebody tells me they want to buy the company, like, oh, I'm buying shares of the business or the business that I'm helping to run, that always matters more to me than insider selling. So, you know, with that said, you probably could have had a couple of trades here. Like I didn't trade GameStop today. I don't know if there's anything that stands out to me, other than Tuesday's bottom was today's bottom at the open. So when you're trading something like this, if you're trading GameStop, the long just underneath the 24 is your long. And this is a third consecutive session where you breached 24, not broken 23.5, and then managed to bounce. We know 23, it has been good support. And when you look at this daily chart on GameStop, I know obviously it's no good for all the people that get caught buying those ridiculous highs. But when you come to this daily chart, you can clearly see that despite all of this, the parabolic moves up and the retraces, parabolic moves up and the retraces. If you look a little bit closer to when this really started and kind of just see where these lows have been, like it's really held the same kind of support levels, but the moves are just taking some time and they're not really going as parabolic. So if you see that, it can be a long off that 23 level. It even looks to me like you could probably bounce off the 21 level, and that's going to be the trade going forward. So very, very patient. Look for that bottom. Scalp it, because where's the parabolic move? You're getting your dollar. You take your dollar and maybe hold some just in case something crazy happens. But that 23 has where it's at. That 21 has held trend. Those are the two places I would be looking. I don't think I paid for shorts today, but it's worth noting 26 has been resistance 3 days in a row. Suppose if it gets up there, they're near free. You could probably short that level, just looking for some kind of a pullback.
Yeah, just a quick update. We'll talk about GME in a second. We did get stopped out of the small piece again. We only have a small piece left, but we still got stopped out right there of NVIDIA. So now I just have a real small piece. We're still $2 in the money of this last piece, but this is what we're doing. We're see if it can come back in. I didn't want to short it until we got back up to the 200 or to VWAP. So that's one of the things, but still $2 in the money. Someone in the chat said, when will Sean stop shorting NVIDIA? Well, I mean, this morning we were longing it, and then now we're shorting it, and it is, besides Meta, it's going to be my number 2 stock today and lifting to the promised land. I promised you earlier that we would trade GME, but the problem is it didn't hit the levels. We talked about that long at 23. It's written down right here, right there. Same support level long for me. But the thing is that I thought I was being real all smart like. And I, last time on Friday, on Tuesday, we were bidding like 23.25. It came in and we missed it. So here it is right here. It came into 23.75. So silly me again. That came in, or that was it there. Came in on, again, 23.75 there on Monday, on Tuesday, Monday, then today, the exact same levels again. So I wrote down 23.50 this time. And that's where I'm bidding. and it came in today to 23.65. So again, being really like frugal, I guess, missing this GME trade. So we missed that at 23 and change. I don't have anything else to say really about it. We should have been long on that. I really, not just because of Roaring Kitty or anything like that. But guys, please don't do that again. I like the stock, and I like it down here at 23.50. So, you know, we should have just been a little bit more aggressive with our pricing, and there's just a bunch of cats running around here apparently. So we'll wait to see what happens. But I like it. It's got to fill the right price.
Hanging around if you want to.
So we'll see what happens here with GME.
What a great look for AMD today, completely counter market as a result of this headline over here coming out overnight that the recent cyber attack that they suffered didn't actually expose any critical business information. The market liking that to the tune of 4 3/4 was up much higher though, guys, at the highs. Did you have a look at AMD today?
Yes, and thankfully it was only one look.
Okay.
So no, seriously, because we had one level that I was going to short it off of, so I shorted off of that level, and you can clearly see that it broke out. It was, I think, the first trade that I was in. It might have been close because I was in that mogul MGOL also at the open, but it was pretty close, and it didn't last very long. It broke that resistance level, and then next thing you know, you're just flying upside. I got away from it, and looking back, hindsight being 2020. Our original stop out level, sometimes you have the right level, maybe the wrong direction. Like look where this thing just bounced. It just bounced off 159.5, which is pretty much where we were stopping out that morning short. So we tried to control the losses there, but there was an opportunity here, I'd say, right about 130 or so. If you're looking at this stock in particular, I had my eyeballs on ARM again, trying to get back into ARM because ARM had done better for me. But if you're looking for longs, yeah, that 159.50 doesn't look like a joke to me. On AMD, this would be, knock on wood, this would be it once again, failing the 50-period moving average and then promptly closing back above it. This stock, and you know what, let's just do something like this. If you look at what probably needs to happen here for AMD, like you just draw like some kind of a trend, and then it just needs to break out of this gentle trend away from the 50 period. So that could be 166, 167, something distinct where it actually holds away from this range and then goes somewhere. Because if you're shorting the pops, you really have to wait for top, and if you're looking for the bottoms, you really got to wait for the bottom end of the range on AMD. 5% today, still very much in a downward trend. I'd say until it breaks 66, 67, maybe even the 70 level, but it's done this before. And the last time it broke a downward channel trend, just to show you, this was last year. It was in a similar like malaise, downward trend, gentle, and when it finally broke it out, you can see that's where the parabolic move was. I think something like that is needed for AMD. Not a bad start today, but not much change when you zoom it out far enough.
Excuse me. All right. Yeah, good talk about AMD. I'm not going to go over it again. Neil just, all right, you know what? I'm going to, what the hell's wrong with me and you here? Okay, so, yeah, maybe that's what it is. I don't know. Are they doing work around here? I don't know. All right, so okay, we're reloaded. I mean, we got stopped out on Meta there on the 200, but it doesn't want to go any higher than that, so we're short now at 86. I do have a bid here at 60. Maybe we'll get filled, maybe we won't, just to take 25 cents on the first piece, because our stop is going to be up here at 501. I mean, we really want this to fall in, man. If I can get out of 20% for just to pay the fees and get out of that one and then reload it up here if it does rip, that's great. And then we'll do sort of what we talked about before, down to the 50 period of basically 499. But like to get a first piece out here if available on Meta. The market, I think, is trying to turn here, to be honest with you. So I'm a little weary of layering into any kind of shorts at this point. So we'll watch out for Meta. Still underneath 5 bills. I like it right here, right now. All right, I mean, again, AMD, I'm not really going to... it was more about, we talked about this earlier, I'll just switch gears a little bit. Micron had that 150 level as well. That was a great bounce early. Bounced off 150, and then once it took it, this is where you can sort of think about using it now as a level of resistance rather than support. So there it is. We did get that fill there on Meta. So now let's see how much lower we can go now as we'll take a 60 fill and then get back in. So there it is. We're short at 90. So a quick little 40 cents right now. We'll see if the market and Meta can flush back in. So if I were to, just so everybody knows, and we're going to talk about BABA, but if I was to flatten everything out right now, we'd be at the highest spot we're at all day. So that's, for me, that's pretty good. It's 218. If you want to go over and watch, I don't know, apparently England's playing there. It's 1-1, 2-1. Yeah, what's the score? 1-1 against who? Ouch. Yeah, I guess that is a little bit of a fail there, Neil. But whatever, the defending champs take the pitch in about 40 minutes, and then we'll see against what is going to be a huge game. I mean, Spain. That is a big game, and then after that, we got to deal with Croatia. So there's lots happening for the Azzurri. No, but when you're defending champs, I mean everybody pretty much.
About England in particular.
You're still muted apparently.
I'm still muted because I was sneezing, but you can't play down to your opponent.
No.
England is absolutely infamous for when they are expected to handle their business, they tend to not dominate or show up well in the games where they need to just
Top two go
press.
through.
No, don't get me wrong. Like I'm not.
Yeah, I think.
It's the way that they've looked that concerns me. Like there's nothing about them that's looked like, hey, this is a team to beat, right? Even though they have been, they are slightly favored, all that good stuff, but not cool. Let's talk. Baba's really not doing a heck of a lot.
Did we get the Baba story though? I don't think we got it.
No, but we haven't got the Baba story. Let's go to Sharif, get the Baba story, and then come back.
Yeah, got that group with England and Italy and Croatia, and obviously that's a group of death, so that's definitely a sick group there. Guys, Alibaba today got, initially a little bit of a bump, marginally red right now, off news that the Lazada group was staying put, their parent company not going to sell them. How does that influence Alibaba? Well, they've invested about $7.4 billion in the company, so yeah, it goes without saying that they stand to benefit or lose from what happens here. What is your look on Baba, guys?
It hasn't really done much, Alibaba, today. So all you can really point to is, I'd simply tell you that $75 has turned into a problem for Alibaba, and I think that's the level you should try to respect. So on Tuesday, check that. On Monday and Tuesday, 75 was the top. You were above 75 today, but that was only the pre-market. And it was only in the pre-market where you saw that strength. Everything else underneath that has been a sell. The good thing about Baba is underneath the $70 level, it's already found a double bottom, so that long is still kind of intact for you. But everything else about the trend has been abated. So 75 needs to get through that. Otherwise, when the stock is trending down, you got to wait for the bottom. Here, Chinese ADR in the afternoon. Will it get to 75? That's a hard. I'd just say it's very unlikely. I can't see any reason why it's trading to 75. It's trend down. It's not even at VWAP. I don't see the catalyst. If the market's going to rally, something stronger I think is going to rally. And what are the odds that we just finished talking about GameStop? Can't make it up. Like I flipped away. We kind of mentioned GameStop. I hadn't traded it all today. We talked about it. Next thing you know, GameStop goes from not doing much and chilling at 25 to trying to break the high of the day at 25.70. So a high of the day break on a squeeze name is always interesting. I would just point out again that 26 level is looming. So there's overhead resistance here. I'd rather go dip by hunting back into 25 even. Now that GameStop has decided to wake up out of nowhere, really. Nothing happened. There was no news. Just a bit of a volume spike. And another move up in GME. If the market's weak, sometimes these things start to go.
I mean, if you just look at this meta chart here, we were bidding teens and it just bounced off of us. So we did not get the fill down here on meta. We're bidding right in front of the 50-period moving average. Went 80 cents in the money. So we just missed that one. So now coming back up. That's okay. We would have only got out of another piece. So we already out of a quarter. We were going to get out of another one and hold half for the move down. We've experienced numerous times here in the afternoon of a very chilled out sort of market that doesn't move much. And I'm not sure today's going to be any different. We sort of talked about with the holiday shortened week and then the weather and just, I don't know. For me, I don't know. This is like the least amount of earnings that we're going to have this week. I mean, maybe last week might have been it as well, but
I think this week's worse.
Yeah, not much happening at all. Crypto sort of dancing around. So look, I really like Alibaba. I mean, we put this in our long-term account down in and around these prices. I don't know what to think about that story. Alibaba's flat today, so I feel like the market doesn't know either. With the NASDAQ being down 0.66, I mean, this is fine. This is normal movement for Alibaba. Look, we were so happy when we had bought it here, and we didn't even buy it there. We had bought it down into here, held it into these lows, and then let it go 30% in the money and didn't get it out because we're going to hold this for the longer term. I still like Alibaba down here, but it is making me nervous. We shouldn't be under. We're under the 50, under the 200, not looking good, man. And it's like kind of like get this garbage out of here to the downside. It's like forget about all this garbage up here. Maybe you won't get back there for a minute. So I don't know. I can't recommend buying it. I don't want to chase down a falling sword here. I'll wait for it. I'm already in this name, but for me, Alibaba remains a buy. Every single time we come in here, I'm looking for that good catalyst every single morning. When we see it, I know it has the juice to get back up to the upside. So as much as I could talk about it from an investment, I think I like the long. I'm just waiting for that story, like an upgrade into China or just like PDD and Billy, all them starting to run. I think Alibaba can help and pick it up. So for me, I'll stay away from Alibaba for now and just trade the chip names. But again, a little bit of I think it's a hidden gem here, and I think Alibaba can go. But for right now with China and the election,
something has to get it to go.
Yeah, U.S. election, obviously.
Yeah, it needs like a jump start or something.
Yeah, it needs something.
All right, so I'm gonna settle this because John Szymanski.
Sure.
I don't know if I said this correctly. Apologies, John, if I got your last name wrong. But so, Neil, did a bunch of little girls take you out? That's what we were told. Just wondering if you're okay. So if you were just tuning in, I did tear my Achilles at my daughter's soccer. It's co-ed. She's one of like 2 girls at the soccer. But at the end of it, they did have a game, and it was like the kids versus the parents for the final 10 minutes of their session. Like the thing that she does, it's mostly drills, and they play a game in the last 10 to 15 minutes. This one was parents versus the kids. I made one little cut on the turf, and it wasn't a big one, and I ruptured my Achilles. That said, for the record, the parents won 6-0. So I'm just going to leave it at that. It doesn't mean it was worth it tearing my Achilles, but it was an absolute destruction. And one of the things is sometimes you take it easy on the kids. Sometimes you take it easy on the kids. I wasn't trying that hard, but a few of the parents were not playing around. We handle our business, but I appreciate all the support and everybody with the good wishes and all that. So it's just a bit of a road for recovery. Got my crutches here, locked and loaded to go. We didn't talk about Tesla. I feel like this is the first time since we've been doing this afternoon segment that maybe Tesla didn't get on that list, so maybe people aren't interested. But it's down 2% today, and I might be getting to it soon in a quick second, but let's just going over what happened to Tesla overall. I wasn't here on Tuesday, but it failed up this 187 level, bounced off 82. It tried to bounce 82 this morning. I was mostly looking for short continuation on Tesla. The best one didn't come when I was able to get it at the top. It never really pushed to 185. It was when it was back underneath and failing that 182. 182 was no good to me early. And really, it would have been a good stock for me, but I initially went long off 182. And that's actually the only reason I'm red is because I went long off this 182 a couple of times and actually averaged into it, which you shouldn't necessarily do. The short ends up working a little bit better. So we had shorts. We were willing to stop it out, then hold, stop it out, then hold on our last short looking okay. If we get back to 182, I think that's where the short would be on Tesla, and only because I always say these two in conjunction. Rivian is almost back at that $10 level. So we liked the long off 10 a couple of weeks ago, or it was probably almost a month ago was my trade of the week off the 10 level. It couldn't get past 12 bucks. Well, we are now within spitting distance of this right back at 10 in the 50 period. So I'd just be looking for a bounce here off this $10 area. It's not 10.20 or 10.30. These lows are essentially $9.90. So the long's really at the $10 level pretty clean that I'd be looking for here on Rivian. So it's getting close, down 5% today. The EVs did not have a good day today. And remember when I said I'm not looking for a breakout trade off the high of the day on GameStop because it's got that 26 level? Well, it just kind of failed that high of the day break or pulled back off that high of the day break. I was trying to dip back into 25.25. Looks like the bounce came 25.30. So I'm looking for a bounce here, making another higher low to play into the high of the day on GameStop. I know that sounds like a broken record because I'm usually looking for that as opposed to just buying the top. The dips are generally better on these trending stocks late in the afternoon. And I'm still in, I'm basically, just to talk about Mogul, if it moves, I'll let you guys know. But I was long this morning in front of VWAP, and then when it failed $1, I shorted $1. So it broke $1 here, I shorted 98, I'm still in it. I have a trailing stop, which I should probably move. I'm going to move down to like 85 or so, but it failed $1. So MGOL was moving, looking like it was going to be strong. It is now breaking lower. It's actually not Mogul. I just call it Mogul. MGO Global. There you go. It's only 5% short float, but the story for this is the float is only 10 million shares, and it's done 150. So it was running earlier today. Now it's just flushing into the downside. So GameStop looking for that dip buy. We'll see if we can get it down around this 25, 30 or so. Once it makes a bounce here, or if it makes a bounce here, I'm looking long.
So I'm almost like, here I am trading $500 names, you know, and it's, what I'm realizing here is that the spread and the fills that you have to catch, it's not my style, to be honest with you. Like, I'm in the position, it's going to the downside, and I can't get filled because I'm posting bids, and it's not, like, we were down here twice, and both times it basically stopped pretty much dead on our fills down at the 50 period moving average. Now, it has nothing to do with maybe it has to do with it's a 50 period, I just need to get more aggressive. And I mean, always when you're looking at stock, you're thinking you have to get more aggressive with your price whenever you miss the fill. But it's like, now it's fine. See, now it's 11 cents. I don't know why I guess when it goes up, it's a little bit different than when it goes down. But there's 30 cents, see, 60 cents, like 40, 50 cents. And like when you're trading with shares, it just gets pretty expensive down at these levels. And this is a problem that I have, it has nothing to do with anything else. It's just, it's getting, to me, just letting people know that once I'm out of this meta for today anyways, liquidity's not as good. Like when I'm trading something on NVIDIA, I can get whatever price I want pretty much. Just within a matter of pennies. You're not gonna miss it. There's a lot of liquidity. Again, another 400 million share day for NVIDIA, and I'm here trying to find liquidity in Meta. That's done 6 million shares. It's a bad look. Look, it's my top stock today, P&L wise. And I'm talking like this. It's just the fills right now, it just bounced off me twice, and we might lose. If it breaks 501, we're out of this thing. But just letting you guys know that I'm not loving the spread and the fills on Meta. So we'll probably back away from it. It just feels a lot different trading this, especially as a day trader or a scalper, than it does trading anything else. So I'm going to hold off on that until liquidity gets a little bit better. Uber came back to the 200 period as well. So wait a second, here's Uber just came off as Trade Ideas scan, 200 period, 1 minute chart. I guess right over there. All right, days high now, it looks like for Uber, or at least, not even. Okay, I'm gonna have to check what that fire off was because it's not there. All right, so Uber's not a play. I don't know. I'm just more concerned about this meta. I want to do anything against this. If this rips up, we're gonna get stopped out of it, and then we'll regroup on this short. So I don't really want to take anything yet. Future's not doing. I think you weren't here, but the afternoon is so like, right now.
Well, I think when you get to this time of the year, everyone knows like after reason they sell sell in May and go away or whatnot. I've never been like that big of a proponent. I found like you still have earnings season, and then after like that first early summer earnings is over, typically the afternoons you don't want to overtrade. It's the reason I'm looking like right now I'm looking at GameStop because if the market does a big power move, we should usually be able to catch something. But if GameStop wants to go, if it bounces anywhere in front of this 25, still looking for it to do something. It's pulling back. I'm looking for it to make some kind of a move on a dip and give you a bit of a bottom. Once I see that, I'm going to look for the long, holding the trend up. Then it could go maybe 25.20. You got the high here at 25.70, 25.80. Like that's 2% that could easily just bounce off of and give you that late afternoon move. If you had VWAP here today on this stock, that was great. But I wasn't looking at GameStop. And now all of a sudden it's doing a little bit of volume. So I want to see this bounce somewhere and then jump into it. CompuCare team with the question, asked it twice. Which is better today? NVIDIA or AMD? On the long, so the problem with looking at the chart for AMD and NVIDIA is you look at the chart and say, well, NVIDIA is at those highs. That's the better AMD is going to be the better value, but then AMD's valuation's insane, is like nuts. And in a lot of ways, it's been more overvalued from a valuation basis, which is why it's been under a lot of pressure, and then just hasn't had the growth that NVIDIA does. So it's a weird thing to say. I'm not interested in AMD unless it gets much more reasonable on evaluation or simply breaks the trend into the upside. That's why I was drawing that little trend that it's kind of sitting in here like this. Like this will be really lazy. But until it breaks out of a trend like this in either direction, I think it's just an inside stock, and NVIDIA is a little bit different. One of these things is not like the other, where like almost every single dip where it finds a bid, you're looking at more reasonable longs. I think one's stuck in a doldrums, and you need something drastic to happen before you can make a trade, and that would be that AMD. Valuation has never been great for them.
So
Well, not never, I just mean recently.
yeah. All right. I don't know how much confidence we have in this trade. We'll go little diamond hands. Here we go. Meta now 50 cents in the money. We were just saying like how we did not like the stock, and I do not. But it just came in and we got 500. So let's go. I mean, what else are we supposed to do? Right now, this will just be added now to my number one P&L trade or stock for the day. I am bidding some 70s here. Maybe we do. Let's go. Let's go right now. It's almost $1. If we can break through this little level here, then the next print, bless you, will be around this 499.50 area. Oh my God. That was me. I'm on this bid. Let's go through. Okay, you know what? I'll just... Okay, whatever, cancel. All right, we actually got that 76 fill. So, all right, here we go. Nice little move to the downside. We are really cruising right now. This has been so far so good for today's trade. Really, honestly, just really... Okay, let's go. Really excited about this trade right now for us with Meta. It is now $1. There it is. That's a dollar club. We were just nervous about it. Meta, we just took it out. 499.50 right there. Big position. Probably notionally wise, the biggest one of the day that we just had on right there. So that we were getting nervous about it, but it does go up to VWAP, and we hold our level. So, I mean, this is where we talk about coming in and doing work and making sure that you study and figure out, where your edge is and all of that. I mean, we're going to sit here and do VWAP and talk about support and resistance, and then talk about the numbers that are getting put up. And right there, we take some more out, man. $1.70 in the money right now on NVIDIA, $1 right now in on Meta. We just put this trade on for you. So we only have one trade for you here this afternoon so far. It's Meta, and it's $1. So hopefully you guys have it. If not, all good, baby. But this is not all a dream, because this is actually happening. The market is trying to come back in, taking the 50-period moving average. Hey, let's just sit back, relax now, man. If this is the time to crack open that cognac, because we're having our best day. We had one of our best days of the month Tuesday. Today is our best day of the month. So there it goes, man. I mean, look what we're doing right here. Wow, into 499. Okay, let's throw a little bit of a party here and try to get something out if we are able to. Cross the bid, see if we can get something out now in the teens of 499. $1.30 or so if we get that fill. Meta coming back in. And the futures just kind of broke the range. Let's see how much lower they want to go here.
What's interesting about that is I love the fact that that's working for you. Meta, I want to say that's VWAP, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
501.
Exactly. So 501's VWAP. It's trending
like
underneath VWAP. I know sometimes I have a different color VWAP in mind, so I look over. It could be the
501s.
But as that's going lower, I just noticed Amazon. I mean, I'm in it, but Amazon holding trend and going higher in this market. So I think really when you talk about relative strength and relative weakness, Amazon's looking a lot better than Meta. I'm going to get some out. It's still making, a slower headways up here. So it's bounced off VWAP. The trend line is now broken. I've got to move my dip buy to reflect the more recent trend in here and try and catch it maybe closer into VWAP and any dip buy. We get into the quarters, we start taking it out. But Amazon up this 1.25 into a down market. It's just held the 50-period moving average. And when you look at it over the last couple of days, kind of like a double bottom, higher low, and it's now clearing or trying to clear back out this 185. So I was long, I was willing to short it when the trend was holding to the downside, but now we're into the long on Amazon and probably going to play some of these bids as well back into the bottom of that trend. GameStop, different story. We bought the first available dip on GameStop. So when it failed the high of the day, I said the first place it bounces, I'm going to look for long. There's the first place it bounced, go in the long, it breaks the low, get out. I feel the same way about VWAP. I'll feel the same way about this like 2480 level, right? So I'm willing to risk 15, 20 cents in here, one play, and I think you could make 30 to 70 cents on GameStop on a bounce play. So it might not be this one, but it can easily be this $25 level, maybe VWAP down here at 24.70. So if I see a bounce, I'm just looking to join something to the upside as opposed to just sit on the bid. I said Mogul's not really doing anything. We're just holding on to that one to the south side. I was looking for an ARM reload entry. I saw someone put in that ARM was doing volume. It's not. Like it's actually dying when it comes to volume. It might be a little more interesting to be on one of the chip names that is moving a little bit more. Just a little more action in the afternoon off the bottom here in Micron. So if ARM's not going to go anywhere, Micron is at a pretty key sideways level in here. If the market's going to roll back over, Micron's got more room to the bottom and a tighter consolidation we can take advantage of. So Amazon's going to hold for it. It might not follow. It might not be able to resist this market pulling back forever, but as long as it's working in a relatively strong stock, we'll stick with it.
So we got a $4.99 fill there. So we did take $1.31 on that. We got $4.99.17. So good fill there. Hopefully that will still pull in for Meta. So $4.99 and change right there. It's been just a really good day. NVIDIA. Okay, do you guys want to talk a little bit about Palantir? Well, Palantir's battle back. We did get stopped out right there. So again, Meta, NVIDIA. So my day is Meta, NVIDIA, Palantir, Dell. So that's 4 for 4. And then the only losing trade that we have today, and it's just one losing trade. It's not even like one losing name. We like most of the trades we haven't punched out on, even the ones where we've reloaded. And it's just Chewy. It came in. Ryan Cohen apparently got paid out or had $3 million or something free, and people thought maybe he was gonna flip that over to Chewy. We didn't hear anything on that other than what we heard. There's the volume spike. There's me getting in. There's a breaking VWAP at that time of the 50 period, and we got out. So we'll slap a fail on that one. But hey, man, we traded, like I said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 symbols and 4 and 1 today, and at our best spot we've been at all month. So it's going to be a good one for us. Just looking for a little bit more. Yeah, I mean, you guys are talking about NVIDIA short. I'm already short, and honestly, we could have just covered it right there at the 50 period moving average. Probably not a bad idea. If a 134 breaks, I'm just going to get out of this. I don't even have a stop anymore. It's not like a huge position, so we're just going to wait. I was actually waiting to reload this at some point, and it might even be a 134 spot. So let's just wait to see. We'll punch out first, and then if it dances around, we can always get right back in. We don't pay very many fees, man. We have just over 140 fills today, and we're paying about $13 in fees. So pretty good ratio right there. The name that we wanted to look at earlier was Google, and that was at 174 for a long. We wrote that one down on our sticky note here today as well. Looks like it got as low as it says 174. It's just right here this morning. It got only to 175 bottom. So, not much there. You were looking at Amazon. I always liked that Amazon for a short, but I don't know. I know it was breaking higher, wasn't it?
Only stocks that I can.
It's not kind of not doing anything.
Plenty of stocks over VWAP. It's one of the only big cap tech names that's holding above VWAP and holding higher lows essentially since the morning. If you look at all the significant levels, and this is not a double bottom that it put in here at 180, like 183.80, but it's a local double bottom when it bounced. And I was in the short off of VWAP on a reversal into that level when it really bounced. So I'm going to look for longs off VWAP in this thing. GameStop is making that pull into 25, so tried this first consolidation. Now the pull into 25. There was a local bottom at 24.85 here. So if it does bounce, I'd like to look at that for a bit of an entry on GME. Just checking out to see if Apple's doing anything. What, my mic is a problem, apparently? My mic is fine. I don't know. They were like, fix your antenna, but I don't know if that's working. Apparently it's still issues. Okay, they're saying it's fine. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Apple trending down toward the low of the day. It has made a big bottom here. I'll get rid of this trend line because it's not really all that relevant. But this is a 209 bottom and now a higher low. Apple's been pretty nasty, unfortunately, and gave up that support that had lasted, I think, the last week or so. If you don't hold on to 209, there's still a little bit of room before you get to where this broke out from 206 being a pretty big level over there on Apple. Like I said, I wanted to get into microns. We jumped over into micron to the south side, so we'll hopefully get that short working. Apple comes back into this local top, 2% to the downside. I can't see any way not to short this unless it breaks some kind of a trend, but it's a little ways away from it. But we'd like to jump into Apple if it can give you something up at the high. I wouldn't want to short the low of the day. So Micron's a new position. Amazon coming in for a reload as that just dipped into VWAP. Not a trend, it's just a VWAP dip buy. If it's going to hold out, it's the one stock in the big cap tech that looks strong enough to want to long in. The chips have been weak, but Micron down 5. I do like that one for a short. It's got at least $1.50 to the bottom.
All right. 15 minutes until the soccer match, or the football match, I should say. It should
Footy?
be exciting. The foot. Oh, Frank.
Oh, yeah.
We've got Frank.
You know what? In my
Ooh la
head,
la, we've got Frank.
this is what happens when you have a midday holiday, right? It's like, I completely forget that it's
Caberna,
Thursday
you
and
may
we have
say.
Frank coming on. So, hey, it's 2:45.
Chi-Town killer. The Sheik of Chi-Town.
The Sheik?
Not he's a sheik. The sheik, he's chic. He's always looking chic.
Okay.
You know,
Chic.
not the Iron Sheik.
Yeah, well, that's where my head goes.
Yeah, me too.
You say that, I'm thinking the Iron Sheik.
I wonder if he's a wrestling fan.
Which is fine,
Frank.
too. Frank's cool. Of course he is.
All right, let's find out. Sharif, do us a favor. Find out if this guy likes rest. Ooh, look at that. We've got daily trading lessons as well happening very, very soon right here. All right, without any further ado, we've got a treat today because we've got Sharif and
Yes.
Frank. So it's leveling up right
Sharif
here.
and wrestling fan extraordinaire, plus
We shall see.
expert on all things macro, Frank Caberna.
All right. May have oversold him.
The director of strategy at IG, Frank. Good to see you again. How are you?
I'm great, and I am a wrestling fan. Iron Sheik, I think, might have been before my time. I get the reference. I don't know if I've ever seen him fight. I was squarely in the Undertaker, Stone Cold Steve Austin,
Love that.
Triple H, that kind of area. Although I think it's been coming across my desk more and more. I remember there was like the Bad Bunny WrestleMania. That one was wild. I think that was like 2020 or 21. But yeah, I'm into it for sure, man.
You missed out if you didn't follow Iron Sheik, Frank, on his boots. Those things alone were dangerous. They had wicked hooks on the ends of them. He would use them as weapons at times. We're digressing. Good to see you, Frank. All right, we're talking today about rates staying a little bit higher for a little bit longer. We had Neil Kashkari today at the Michigan Bankers Association convention making certain statements with respect to wage growth being too high to bring that inflation back down to 2%. That's after we heard him, Frank, on Sunday on Face the Nation saying that he thinks there's going to be at least one cut by the end of this year. Does that mean that we cut before we get to that 2% according to Neil?
That's what it's sounding like, and very quickly, of course. I mean, it's like 100-point sell-off in NASDAQ from all-time highs. So I don't think anything to necessarily get too worried about. But yeah, the potential for this soft landing or, golden path or whatever you want to call it, of turning a little bit rougher than expected, it is quickly becoming apparent. And what that I think looks like, Sharif, and Kashkari, you could say everybody wants to hate on the Fed members all the time. You could say what you want about him in particular. They all seem to talk out of both sides of their mouth and everything else. But I think he is kind of highlighting, like I say, that rougher landing than we've seen so far, which could be economic data outside of inflation starting to slip. And we saw a number. It was really funny. The dichotomy of all the data that came out today in the US was soft across the board. And if you just looked at that data, you might expect US rates to be down 10 basis points and stocks to be ripping through their highs. And right after that soft data came out, and we can look at it, here you've got the jobless claims, which is down from the last reading, but is still, the last reading was the highest since summer of last year. And so this reading is the second highest since summer of last year. And so still seeing in certain parts of the job economy here in the US some softness. But to Kashkari's point, and actually before I even get to the inflation piece, we might as well hit the building permits as well really quick, because this number, it's not the most important number in the world, but it is a high priority number, and it's the lowest since the mid part of 2020. And that's, we've seen some of the strongest data of the last decade or so since this period, and that was some of the weakest data that we've seen in the last decade. So a lot of soft data in certain parts of the economy, but the inflation data, to Kashkari's point, is not moving low very quickly. And so I think that he can actually be right in both of his statements that it's going to take a longer than anticipated period to get to 2% even, which is where they want to get. But also we might cut a couple of times. And you see here with the core PCE, and this is coming out next Friday. That's probably the next big number on the board, will be this PCE inflation data that comes out on a week from tomorrow. And keep in mind, this is the inflation data that the Fed likes to look at the most. And it's been exactly 2.8% the last 3 months in a row. And before that, it was 2.9%. And before that, it was 3% even. And so if you're looking at the last half a year of data, Sharif, and the rate of change is maybe 0.5% per month, then at that rate, it's going to take, I'm just doing back of the envelope math here, but around 16 months to get to 2% even. Now, of course, that rate of change was a lot faster a year and a half ago. It can speed up. It can go in the other direction. But I think that's the point that he's making, is some of the economic data is getting softer. We're definitely looking at 1 or 2 cuts this year, and we're looking at cuts in general, but inflation's not 2%. And so for all of the stock market bulls out there that want this interest rate to be 2% or 2.5% or lower in the next handful of months, I think what he's saying is we're not getting there. Although we are going to get lower, we're not getting there.
And it's interesting, Frank, that you included the building permits as one of those data points off which we can work, because I kind of feel these elevated rates are starting to really have an impact on the economy. I know you guys have an issue with housing shortage like we do here north of the border, maybe not as badly. And so you feel like these builders are waiting for those rates to drop so they can start building, even though that demand is still there because of the shortage of supply. So it's almost as if these rates are sort of having the desired effect that they wanted on the economy, which is to rein it in.
Yeah, and I guess that's a great example of this tension. And like I say, it's funny that these numbers came out 7:30 our time, and Kashkari talked 7:45. And you can look at the price action across bonds and stocks and everything else. You saw that knee-jerk reaction of, oh, soft data, we're going to hammer interest rates and spike stocks. And then 15 minutes later, he comes out with these more hawkish statements, reversed everything. And you're exactly right. It is that tension that is keeping this interest rate market from moving significantly in one direction or the other. They're seeing the economy get reined in so many places, but not the way that they want it in inflation. And yeah, here you have, for by the time 2025 rolls around, what might you expect on the interest rate front in the US? And they're still just looking at 0.5% lower, 50 basis points lower, although there is an outside chance of getting 3 cuts. But I mean, listen, we've got, again, I know everything doesn't boil down to a math equation. We all wish it would. But if you are looking at the fact that they have, I believe it's just 4 or 5 FOMC meetings. I think it's just 4 for the rest of the year. And they only really like to move interest rates in 25 basis point increments. And they've priced out, I think it's like a 90 to 95% chance, or maybe even higher, of no action at the next meeting, which is another month in advance of now. That doesn't leave them a lot of room to hike 3 times, right? That's an aggressive schedule. That's basically saying if they are going to get to 75 basis points or 100 basis points, a full percentage point lower, then they're going to have to cut more than 25 basis points at one of these meetings, or cut at every meeting the rest of the year. Whereas to Kashkari's point, the Fed seems totally fine with a little bit of cutting. Maybe that picks up some of this economic data that has been reeled in recently, and is still that higher for longer to continue to rein in the inflation rate. And it's something to monitor, that real interest rate, which is the interest rate minus the inflation rate. That being at 1.5–2% is historically a very normal number. And so now that inflation is in the mid 2s, but not 2% exactly, maybe the Fed does bring interest rates to 5% or just below 5%, but kind of keeps them there for longer than you might think, maybe longer than 6 months or a year. Maybe we do get these 2 or 3 cuts in the next several months. And Sharif, they don't move lower as aggressively in 25 or 26 if inflation does stay higher for the next year or two, to Kashkari's point.
And you brought up a really good point there, Frank. You were making the point between the actual inflation rate and what's being given on some of these shorter dated yields, the 2-year, the 5-year, the 10-year. You're still able to get close to that 5%. So what do you make of the spread, Frank, between what you're able to get on your money and what actually is in inflation? Do you think that there's a bit of a wealth effect there that's happening that's artificially keeping inflation high because people are able to make that money on the spread?
Yeah. I mean, you talk about certain parts of the job economy, to Kashkari's point of wage growth, and some of these pieces, though the job numbers might not be as strong as they have been historically, and unemployment might be starting to climb a little bit higher. There definitely is a wealth effect in certain parts of these data points. And it's the reason why inflation has stopped right here at 2.5%, 3%, 3.5%, depending on if you're looking at CPI or PCE. I know, which is all to say it's not 2%, right? It hasn't gotten down to that metric that they like, that's historically sustainable for economies. And I think, it's exactly to your point that there are these little areas, these little pockets where money is still flowing and people are still feeling very comfortable. And on the math side of that difference, I've looked through the data a bunch of times, and that difference between, whether you want to say it's a short-term treasury bill or the overnight rate that the Fed sets, that difference between that rate and the inflation rate is usually, in normal times, between 1% and 2%. And so, like I say, them bringing this interest rate down to the mid 4s, but keeping it there until inflation gets down to 2% or even less, would be very normal. And I think that that's probably one of the pieces that they're looking at for, like, okay, we can bring this thing lower, but we don't want to bring it to 2.5% or 3% because we like that buffer. We like that difference to be 100 to 200 basis points. And so, I can totally understand where the Fed is coming from. And we'll see what they actually do. In my mind, the real question will become, do we get any rate cuts at all this year, or do we get the 2? I think that would be really strong for the stock market, this gold market, this crypto market that is kind of waiting, hoping for a couple of cuts. But in my mind, it doesn't look like there's any chance of getting 3 or 4 cuts this year or anything like the aggressive cutting we thought we were going to get 6 months ago.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that that dot plot that we had in December had 3 rate cuts priced in, or plotted in, I should say, in the market. For whatever reason, Frank, started pricing in far more, 5, 6. We heard at times. Now we're talking about 1. It's funny how things change so quick. Frank Caberna, guys, Director of Strategy at IG US. Thanks very much for joining us, Frank.
Thanks, Sharif.
Thank you so much, Frank. I knew he'd be a wrestling fan. Come on, we know Frank's cool. We know Frank's gonna give us the juice, give us the goods. And this is one of the reasons why we love to bring Frank on is, when you're talking short-term trades or when you're talking equity markets, you're not always going to be locked in. I'm not watching yields every single second. I'm not watching currencies every second, but you want to have that bigger picture, because I think you're starting to get to that point where some decisions are getting made by central banks around the world. And that's going to start to matter as we get out of earnings season. You can start to look at some of those economic indicators a little bit more. I said next available bounce play, I'd look for GameStop. So you won't see me in position on it now because the trade already resolved itself. It made that first bounce. We got out. It then held this low here at 25.15. So there's the bounce. Kind of broke back out here above the quarters. Was able to get some at 23 and then some at 27. Played into 40. And then look at the high of the day. If it's kind of a triple top-ish, we're going to jump out of GameStop. There might be another dip buy left. It's only 3 o'clock, so there might be another dip buy left. But just get to Amazon, I'll get to the short because shorts are probably less concerned than longs. We had the bounce off Amazon on VWAP. It cannot carry through the 185.40 level, so we're still holding it. I don't know if I want to reload if it retests VWAP. And then Micron, trying to push for that dollar move in. We shorted 146.30. If it breaks 145.30, I think the floodgates could open up. Down 5% is Micron. I think, when you see the kind of reversal that it's put in here, if it is going to lose local support, a retest of 144 can easily be in play here for Micron. So that's the short we wanted. That's the short we got on here. And Micron starting to power hour. Thomas says GME is going to 0.
Maybe.
You know what, might, but it's not going to 0 today, just yet. Right now, it's one of the stronger stocks in the market.
Wake up. All right, there it is, man. Apple, we just shorted it right now. I mean, we didn't want to interrupt, but there it is. Apple right away goes to P&L 4. We shorted it right there off 210, off the 50-period moving average, off the 200-period. Nice little drip down there. We almost got stopped out. Our stop was 20s. Our stop was 20s, man. We're short at 9s. Almost got us there. Tricky. But what's going downside right now is NVIDIA. This one, Sharif hit it before. He already hit the $4 in the money. We'll do it again. 1, 2, 3. And change right now for NVIDIA as it continues to go. $0.50 now. Wow, Apple. I mean, you are really, we talked about having a good day today. Yeah. Something like that. Look, we just put this trade on again. So here we go again, man. I mean, big trade alert happening. That's about all I can tell everybody. In, out, still got a little bit more than half on. Oh, wow. That was not expecting that, man. This is an 11-cent worth of risk. We just went 4-1, Sharif, in 2 minutes on this trade. So, again, you guys are looking for trades. Taking a line from Neil. I'm your huckleberry, Sharif. There it is right there. Look at, we got trades in spades. Yeah, that's right, about right. But we're more like, we like to play the hearts, than the spades. All right, so right here, we're a lover, not a fighter. There it is right there, $4.99. So we put on 2 trades so far. We got out of some of our NVIDIA. We're still holding that one. And then we put on this Meta trade, which has printed $1 and change a couple times. And then we just put on Apple, which is coming back in. We'll hold now. We've only got 30% left of Apple as it just went top to bottom there. So I don't know, man. $1 in the money on Meta, $3 in the money on NVIDIA, and now $0.50 plus in the money on Apple. I mean, we are just like, what's up, Brad Gober? What's up, everybody that's in the chat there, and you guys can see it. We could hashtag real trading, but we don't need to do that. We're showing you the trades every single day. Make sure you do. Go over and check out our #1 subscriber. Oh, man. As we sit here with Real Trading, we're on their platform right now, big time movements happening all over the world, and you can get 50 plus markets. You just mentioned Frank there. We also have Forex, crypto, futures, commodities, everything available to trade. Over 3,000 traders worldwide. Go join right now, Real Trading. And follow them on Instagram. There's a few posts I've seen. Oh man, right now, wow, Neil, we are just on one over here, man. I mean, I know it's been a little bit of a slower afternoon, but right now we are starting to finally tick to the downside. We now are having our best day of the month, and it's clean, not even close. So, so far so good here now as we continue to make some moves on Apple, Meta, and NVIDIA. NVIDIA almost $4 in the money.
Market be flushing, and we're about to break. Sorry, check that. 20,000 just went.
Oh man.
As you were starting, 20,000 was about to go on the NASDAQ. As you were finishing, 20,000 is now come and gone one more time. So if we check up here, maybe you catch a little bit of a bid. I'm not reloading Amazon. I think the market's a little bit weak for that. Amazon's in the money about 10 cents or so, but everything just pulled back in pretty heavily. I don't know that that's the moment. And when you're under 20,000 and the market is pressing toward those lows, I don't think that's the time that you want to jump back into a long trade. I've got a bid out here for 144.60. I'm going to take 170 on Micron. That was the big level on the way up. It's the only place where it checked up. So if it slows in front of that, then I want to respect it. If there's going to be another long, it might be right back into GameStop. GameStop doesn't have to care what the market's doing. Amazon's going to. If we don't hold 20,000, Amazon's very likely going to lose VWAP. If we don't hold 20,000, GameStop could continue to go higher. It could continue to break highs and all that good stuff. So that's the only reason I'm looking at GME here for the next available dip buy. Last time we were able to scalp trade it, take 20s in here, give it about 10 cents. It made about a 40 to 50 cent move, depending on the best you're able to get out. Scalp them out at the first 15 to 20 pennies, and then go for the same play if we get it again. If it makes a lower high, I'm not interested. I want to see it put in a higher low, which it's been doing once, twice, three. The fourth time was the charm. If it can do it fifth, I got no issues with that whatsoever. Apple shorting on a pop. Apple's not going to give us that pop that we wanted to short. Well, I wanted to short Apple if it could. Why is this? I deleted this trend line. Hold on a second. I'm just going to remove it again. When you remove a trend line or add it, I have to hit save on the platform, not on the chart. I just did it. No, I wanted Apple back in here at 210.5. So somewhere in this range, I was looking for the short. I don't have that order in anymore because it just hit the low of the day. So if Apple gets there in the next 20 minutes, you got to play it by ear. Things could change. And Amazon here, I am going to take it out if we get back into this top. 185.50. If the play is VWAP and it's only going to give 70 cents, we're only risking about 10 cents anyways. So I think we just got to take it if it gets back up here. As long as it's over VWAP, I'm in it. But I'm not holding out that much hope when 20,000 can't hold on the futures.
Yeah, so that's what we were. It's funny you're talking about Apple there because this is that dollar that we have right now. Just put it on a couple of minutes ago, but
I was 40 cents higher.
That's what I'm saying. So like we're all gonna have this is the 200 period and the 50 period. So everyone's gonna have a completely different spot, and there it is, right? And so again, you could follow what we're talking about, and sometimes people. I looked over and like Brad said that he was in the same trade. So it's like, yeah, you guys make sure that you for sure do you because see, like we just took another fill right there. I trade with firm capital, and so sometimes the amount of shares that I could have on is a little silly. So you got to make sure that you understand that, like for your risk to reward, do you all of the time because we're even as you guys can clearly see, Neil and I completely different beasts all the time. Like sometimes we'll even have different ideas, different methodologies, and that's the same for Adara, Sharif, everybody, right? And so that's why we have the midday show to learn a little bit about some of these strategies, and then you'll come over here and you'll see that I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible every single day. And so that's kind of my trading style: simple, easy, scalp. And try to get it going. Meta is going to be my number one stock. We've mentioned that again a couple times. But the thing about Meta is I'm not thrilled about the spread. So I'm light on it now. We've just been getting out. Every time it comes to $4.99, I have a bid out there. I don't have one anymore. But that is what the strategy was there. Now I'm getting out on a break of the 50-period moving average now for Meta or for NVIDIA. We're already in the money off these crazy shorts up here. So let's just watch out for it. Again, hopefully it prints out for us. We did get out. We only have 20% of Apple left. You just saw me take those fills down there. Probably get the rest out here at a break of the 50-period moving average. I really like that as a trend breaker. And again, I think we've talked about that numerous times. Probably tired of me for saying that, but those are the strategies that I'm using and keeping them as simple as possible. So that's it there. There we go, Brad. So between 500 and 1,000 shares. So there it is right there. So thank you for sharing that and congratulations. I hope that you're able to make your best trades on your most amount of shares, because that would equal the best possible return. All right. Peloton, Roblox. So what is Roblox doing? I did buy some Roblox. I don't know what the price. I did buy it at 34. Okay, so 35.85. 34 was a key level for us. That 50 period. Once we broke above there, we did get some. So we've recently bought more Roblox in and around here at $34. We're gonna wait for that though. That's definitely a longer term play. And we just bounced off VWAP again. So how I would trade Roblox if you guys were in this name. Again, a pretty strong name considering the market, right? So I would trade this to the long side, not to the short side. And what I mean by that is you're down 1% now in the market. You're basically flat on Roblox. So to me, a nice little bounce off of this level that also matched with past support and resistance. So 35.75 is your Roblox long.
Again, you know what, Roblox, I just pulled it up. I want to make a comment about Roblox, but I got out of Micron, so I want to address that first. Micron, it doesn't quite get down to that 144.60, but it does bounce off 145 in here, so I trailed it at that buck. We're going to end up risking to the $146.50 level and then play it out off 145. If it wants to continue to trend down, I'll look for an entry underneath 45 that can play into the low of the day. Amazon, as mentioned before I say anything about Roblox, I did not pull the reload. It's actually going to put in a lower high in its own. I don't think this one's looking that strong, but the NASDAQ is over that 2,000 mark, so 20,000 mark one more time. It's more likely that GameStop, I didn't want to buy it up here. I was kind of really looking for something down around 25 and a quarter, 25.30. It would have been a lot nicer up here, but now you're really calming down in terms of the volume. When it did that spike, we were talking about it in our rundown, and when we were talking about the symbols you guys wanted to hear, it all of a sudden did a bunch of volume on the dip. You can see the volume come back in, another volume spike. Now all of a sudden the volume's back to the nothing that it was when we started talking about it. So there was a hot minute where it was doing extra volume, but if it's not doing that extra volume at the highs, I don't want something at the high or close to the high unless you're getting that volume in. And then before we go to Adair, all I wanted to say about Roblox, this is doing a weird battle in between the 50 and the 200 period moving averages. And I kind of, when you do that wipe out bottom and hold it, I like that. If it can close above the 200, just momentum-wise, given the higher lows it's put in, like a 37 break, maybe not imminent, but I like that hold of the 50 period break of the 200 in a general sense. I could care less that it did a death cross recently. It's been in an upward trend anyways since, so that doesn't matter too much. Let's go to Adair at the desk.
Great look for Hertz here, HTZ. This one just dropped a little bit, but it was just moments ago at high of days here, initially trading lower after announcing its plans to offer $500 million in first lien senior secured notes due 2029. So initially a bit lower here. Now up about 19% currently. Lots of attention on social media and 11.3% short float. So HTZ, try to get nice volume spikes here to go into the end of the day, guys.
All right, thanks, Adara, for that one. We can look at it. I just got another piece right now. We're just going to put 40 cents in. I don't know if it's going to take the 50 period or not, so I don't have to worry about punching some out right there. So my stop remains the same for Apple. We already talked about that 210.20s. So if we could break up above there, we'll definitely take it out. We are playing so much with house money to the fact that now, if I were to get out of everything right now, it will actually overtake Palantir today, being Meta, NVIDIA, Apple, and then Palantir, Dell. One red trade today, Chewy, and it is so far so good. So we'll wait to see what does happen now with CHWY. Hopefully it moved back in. We can check out Alibaba now as well. Yeah, there's that. I mean, we talked about maybe a bounce there on Alibaba, right? Getting through some levels. You may even want to take a VWAP break now as well of 74.50 back up through for Alibaba. So that could be another break long. Or again, I like it because it's flat today in such a red market. So that's generally speaking something that I will look for. Meta is starting to go higher now. Which is completely fine. Our stop is 501. I mean, that's right where we are right now. If it wants to break higher, let's just get stopped out. We've already done enough damage on Meta. It's going to be my #1 stock, and we'll just wait for it. Apple's already coming back in. NVIDIA, we already talked about. Wow, it's still going lower. So see, this is the best part about trading the way I'm doing it right now, in my opinion anyways, is that when you have these wins, you just keep on adjusting where your stop is. So 132 right now. So now we can go all the way to 132 and say, okay, now we can wait $1 is like our next stop spot. Like, can you believe that? In the money now, 350 on NVIDIA, and trying to stop out on the 50 period moving average. So look at this, really good all the way down. And again, we stopped out of half of what we had left right there at 133, which at that point was silly. We should have got out at the 50 period, so we're not going to make that mistake again. So this time I'm going to get out at the 50 period moving average and make sure that we do capture most of that trade so that we don't stop out at the top. Meta, almost as if there's news right now, moving way outside the market. We could try, I mean, just because.
Not really. I mean, Amazon bounced. I think Google bounced a little bit too, so there have been some bounces.
I'm just saying, like, I've been watching Meta here. It doesn't, like right now, like I said, it's the #1 P&L stock, but this move up right here is not really corresponding with the market. So we'll wait. We'll get a little bit more up here, but yeah, this name's getting going here. So there goes Meta right back up to the top. Almost going to stop out of this one. Like I said, give a little bit back on this. Fine to do that, but $500, if we can get it back through there, we'll take that bid. But it looks like it's going to rip higher. So this is why you do get out. And once we're out of this one, we'll let Meta rest for itself and just chill out right now. As we are slow, we're just purely in chill out mode. So, damage been done for me today. If we didn't have the stream, we'd probably just be chilling. So if there are any comments or anything there you want me to talk about, please put them in the chat, and I'd be happy to go over any symbols for anyone.
1320 Wolf. Look, I'm going to tell you right now, I've seen nothing about Tesla. The question or the comment here, I got a notification about Tesla merger via IBKR Interactive Brokers. Anyone know what's up? We have a new service as well. I have no idea what that is about on Tesla. And suffice to say, if there was something going on Tesla, like you'd see probably a little more action than just the normal following of the market. So we always keep our ear to the ground. We have news sources. We get it in our ear as well. I've heard nothing. And I don't think, based on volume, that there's anything pressing happening on Tesla. I said if we didn't get past this 185.5, that we'd jump out of Amazon. I'm not going to let it get back into VWAP again. We're holding the 20,000 level. As long as it holds above 185.30, then good to go. And that'll be like that 50 cents that we'll lock in. That's been the range this afternoon. It's been bottom to top, a 50-cent range on the stock. So we're risking 10 to 15 here. Then we're going to make sure that if it breaks down, at least it'll make sense to reload if we've taken the profit. So it's all green candles on a 3-minute chart. So I'll give it a chance to try to break a little bit higher, but we're just going to hang on. I like to go station to station on these, regardless of like how something works for you, like in the day, try to remember the bigger picture. So for me, this month, trading trends from key level to key level or respecting the range that the stock has worked really well for me. So I want to stick to it. I'm out of the Micron trade, and it is back under, it was back under 145. But remember I said we're above 20,000 on the futures. If we were failing under 20,000, I think I'd be a little bit more eager to jump back into this short at that same price level. When we're holding 20,000 again, suddenly you've got this little wick underneath 20,000 and a potential reversal happening in the NASDAQ. So when I see that, I want confirmation that we're holding back underneath, and then I'll jump back into the short. Right? Until that happens, I want to look for the same price we got before, which is the 146. So I just locked in the profit on Amazon, as I said. If it can't hold, we're just going to jump out. So maybe we get a bounce off VWAP again. Maybe. I don't know if GameStop is going to pull back and give some kind of a dip. It's at the high of the day. I'm not buying the high of the day. And we played the last dip into that high. Now it's exactly where it's rejected 3 times before. Well, if it's rejected, twice before. If it's rejected twice before, I'm going to give it a chance to reject a 3rd time and then try to buy a dip on a higher low, because that's what's worked over there on GME.
All right, so let's just do what we're doing again here. Why not? We're short DraftKings. So it tried to break a little bit lower there into the low of the day. I thought we were going to be underneath this 50-period moving average for DKNG. It looks like it wants to get lower here against 43. I'm only going to give this into the 90s though, because again, we don't want to throw good after bad, and you've heard me talk about this a bunch of times. Meta, we could take profit now if we wanted to. We're not going to do that. We'll get stopped out if it goes. We are going to take something if it comes into the 30s though. But right now, Meta trying to stick a little bit higher. Remember what we said? How it's not moving like the futures. Well, there it goes again, not moving again like the futures. As the futures pull back quite nicely, Meta just hangs out at the top. So, okay, we'll have to wait for that as we go. Hopefully we'll pull back in and then take a fill down in the 30s and just keep on topping it up. DraftKings broke that level. It was the low of the day there, right here, and it just happened. So we actually went short. We got a good fill, like we're short at 83.50s. So it's not a great fill, obviously, but it's not really like it broke it clean. It didn't really break the low of the day, and there's not a huge volume spike there. So I'm just going to use kind of like the 50 period, the same thing that we're doing everywhere in order to get out of that. So that makes a lot of sense to me. So we're going to try to do that here. And then after that, man, it's 318. So yeah, let's go over to GameStop. I mean, GameStop could be something that moves here into the close, and yes, it is. It is moving upside as it just keeps on right. I mean, you guys wondering now why we have the 50-period moving average. I mean, look at this. Straight upside pressure here from GameStop on the 50-period, and it just keeps going, man, through 26, going higher and higher. I mean, looks like it wants to break right here, right now. So, yeah, 26.20, good little level there for GME. So if you're in this name, watch out now. Nice move back there to the upside. So, all right, just quickly on DraftKings, I was going to say we should be out of half once it takes that high of 95 or 93 breakthrough. So we will lose a penny on that trade, and now see what's happening with a dime on that trade. Now we'll see what's happening with the rest of them. And it looks like we had a little bit of a miscalculation right now. So let's just punch out there of Meta, and there it is. We just got out. So we did take an L on that last piece, but okay, not much of one as we wait to see what happens now with Meta. Just DraftKings is what we're in. NVIDIA is still here, and Apple actually holding out as well. Let's take a piece out on Apple. Just don't want all of these stuff to turn around on us. We do have some size here on the bid now for Apple. So, all right, we're out of that push, and now we'll just wait to see if we can make some more money somewhere else. But it's going to be DraftKings for me. That trade breaking through 43, and we're out of it. We lost 10 cents. We have to make that back at least. So we'll hold on to DraftKings, see if we get a push down at the end of the day.
Yeah, speaking of push down, we just broke that 20,000 level, and local support is starting to go on Micron, so we're back into MU. We'll see if this one wants to matriculate back into the downside. GameStop just turned off that high of the day, so I still think it's got a bit of a chance to dip buy. I prefer the dip buy here, and that's what I want to go into. So we're going to try and respect that over there on GameStop. I'm sitting bid about 25.60 on GME, so that's what I want to be in the next to that long side. If Micron can't hold underneath 145, then we got to jump out.
All right. No problem. Okay, so we'll check that out. I mean, we like that Micron trade because we are short NVIDIA as well. So if NVIDIA wants to do the damn thing as well, we can watch out for that. Nice downside push here for them. We're $4 in on this one, so we definitely are liking this trade for now on NVIDIA, but still not doing too much. So we'll have to wait to see if it does come back. I'm still waiting for a 130 break. We may or may not take that break short. Not too sure. Apple good out there, and DraftKings not doing a damn thing. We can check out on Dell. Dell 145, so that could be something. Roblox, Ford, Oracle. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else snapping.
Snapchat's not moving.
No, I was just.
I'll stop you right there.
Yeah, it's not. Well, it's doing okay. I mean, if we get to 1530, maybe. But yeah, I mean, right now we're just going to be as patient as we can with some of these trades. Maybe Palantir. What's that at? 25.50. Okay, so kind of. I was going to say, is that 25.50? That's kind of in the middle, a spot that I'm not super excited about. So that would be something to come into play right there for us if it does hit.
I just realized what I need to order off Amazon.
iBit maybe, a Pan W. Well, what do you got?
I need a scratcher. That's the one thing I haven't gotten yet. I've ordered just about everything you need when you have a cast. I haven't got. I definitely need a scratcher. It's starting to itch like a mofo, and it's like it's day three. Day three. I haven't even been in this thing for very long, and this is a new cast. It's like the second one I've had in. So look, GameStop's starting to come back in here to go back to trading. It's one of those things that's probably like it's a small deal, but it's very, very irritating. This is the third time I've been in a cast in my life, and I know how ridiculous it can be, and it's frustrating me right now. But there's the last dip that just happened in GameStop. I want this to calm down. If you look at both times that I went into the long, I waited for it on the 3 minute to actually show green and show a higher low instead of just sort of standing in front of any random level. So for now, I am not on that bid. It is 323. I'm probably, admittedly, I'm going to get up to go to the desk for the aftermarket show maybe a couple of minutes earlier just to get comfortable. We've got Danielle Shea coming through. That'll be a good one. She wants to talk about the pause in this rally in the markets, if we're calling it that. I'd say with Micron down 6% and what you saw happen in NVIDIA, I think we could say a dip. I mean, it's a temporary dip. We're day traders. That's exactly what's happening here. So want to respect that, and we'll talk about what's going on in the overall market. She's got some ideas as well, so excited to have her on. But that's for another time. It's 323. The low of the day is the target for everything. On Micron, if it hits the low, that's 143. I'm out. So I've got bids on the way down, 44. We're going to take some more out. And then if this wants to continue, great. I don't know if ARM should have been the play. But again, the reason why I went to Micron instead of ARM, even though ARM had been my best trade in the morning, was just the lack of movement, relatively speaking, in ARM and the way the spread works on ARM. And when ARM isn't going anywhere, it can sit there in like a 50 to 60 cent range where the effective spread is half of that. And I'm not a huge fan of that with ARM. Like when ARM's trading that way, you want to get it early in the day when it can go on those bigger moves. That's just my experience. Yes. So now we're starting to head back in. We're about 60 pennies in the money. We just got 44.12 fill here on Micron. If it breaks 44, next level in is going to be the half, and then we'll work toward the absolute low of the day, which is 143. Tesla will probably end up being, Tesla's not going to get back into 182, so I might just get away from that altogether. It's going to be Micron and GameStop are the only two things I think I will be trading going into the final 30 minutes of the session.
All right, we're now $4 in the money on NVIDIA. And then, by the way, Apple, as we've tried to talk about this a little bit, back into 25s. Let's just put a bid down here. If we can get that, we might as well just do it and take that out now as we're falling back in on Apple. So here we go, maybe a nice little bid. We just actually stopped out in that bottom right there. Should have probably been a little more attentive to that fill there. So, all right, we missed on that. Oh, DraftKings. DraftKings just popped up pretty huge there. Okay, what's up with that? Big move up there for DraftKings. Someone just came in and bought that. So let's see, we'll short a little bit of this now and see if it does come back up. I don't know what was up with that move, but DraftKings going to be an L right there. Like, what? We were just down. I was like, oh, okay, we're going to get filled. And I started putting some bids out. Volume picking up on DraftKings shot, I don't know, just shot right up there. So I don't know what that's up with that. So let's put some more bids, see if we can make a little bit back here. But this will be a loss. I mean, unless for some reason it gets right back into the 80s again, which I'm not sure that's going to happen. So we're going to have to now wait for DraftKings just to figure it all out. So, all right, we'll do that. Breaking back up, we'll get out if it breaks that high right there of 43.10. It looks like it does want to do that. So, all right, that is that trade. That came out of nowhere, but hey, we got to be responsible for the L if it's there. We did not get the Apple fill, unfortunately. We tried to bid down there. Once we saw that, and we put a bid at 25. We should have just punched out immediately, but we didn't. And now it's trying to go back up to the upsides. There goes DraftKings, so that will be an L. I don't know. We tried it. It's going. I mean, look. Wow. I mean, I don't think there's news on DraftKings, but that is a...
Penn's halted right now, so it's not...
Okay.
Penn, I don't know what... Look, I don't know the story. I haven't heard anything in my ear.
Yeah, like nothing,
but Penn is halted to the upside. It was at $18.60 and now halted at $19.70. So a lot of times, if you ever see news and you're like, there's no chance DraftKings makes a move like that without... Let's be real. Like that...
Yeah, I know. That's why I was like, sure. What?
The first place I thought was, okay, well, is there a related name making a move? I don't have anything on the wire just yet, but Penn halted up 8%. I don't want to speculate. Let's go to Adara, see if she has something.
I do have something here on Penn, PENN. This is Penn Entertainment. Worth noting as well, short float for Penn of just under 20%, 19.2%. So notable short float, but right now halted to the upside, though not a ton of volume on this move, comparatively speaking, on the 5-minute candle. But basically, Reuters reporting that Boyd Gaming, which is a U.S. casino operator, has approached Penn to make an acquisition there. So casino operator Boyd Gaming approaching Penn Entertainment, right now halted to the upside, guys.
I mean, we sat here, we knew that that was going to be something. That's too bad, man. I mean, that little break right there, that's too bad because we were in it and then the news happens. But hey, we've made money on news plays the other way. So unfortunately, that is just part of the game that we wind up playing here every single day. The best thing to do now might be to short the market. What time is it? It's 3:30, so there is still some time left in the day here to do this. The market just came back up to the 50-period moving average, so that could be something. So is Tesla. Tesla's bouncing its head off of here as well. So this might be the better trade for now. I don't want to give back too much here in the afternoon, but I will put something on in here at 181 on TSLA. So let's just put that on, and if we break above, then we can get out, no problem. 180, or so. This little top break right there. So we're at the 50, we're at the 200 period, sorry, just crossed through the 50, 181.40. We'll go short now a little bit of Tesla, and let's see if we can't make a little bit of money back from that loss there on DraftKings as we get stuck in a news halt, basically, on the competition there.
Yeah, effectively. And one of the things, I mean, I don't want to say, like, I would never say you fade that kind of a move. However, I mean, if Penn opens back up and were to dump, I wouldn't think it would be that bad of a short in DraftKings. But it's currently showing a theoretical auction price of $20 for what it's worth. 1968 is the haul, $20 the current theoretical auction price. That's where it would open if it was right now. We'll see in about a minute or so. But if it does open up and wants to flush, you might get a sympathy move back into the downside as well. Micron, our entry's at this 73. I just tightened my stop up. This 20,000 just keeps on wicking underneath, and then we just recover right back above it. So I've tightened this up. I'm going to give it to about 85 in here. I'm not going to let it retreat the entire move. So we were able to make twice on Micron. I don't want to give it up. You're getting bounces almost across the board here. Like I look over at Amazon, it might have breached VWAP, but that's a pretty distinct bounce off this. And the 20,000 level starting to hold. I might not go back to the well another time here. And let's go to Adara at the screen. Naresh, I will have a look at Nike when we get back.
Let's take a look at some of these names making outsized moves on the S&P 500. There are quite a few today, but we're going to steer away and talk about some ones that maybe we haven't discussed as much, including Gilead here. This one up over 8%, trading higher after the company announced some results from interim analysis of a phase 3 trial showing some positive results for its HIV prevention treatment. So nice look for GILD. Next up, we have ACN here, Accenture. This one reported earnings up almost 8% right now. The earnings themselves were pretty weak. They missed across the board. They also had lower than expected guidance, actually lowering from their previous guidance. But they did have a 22% increase here in new bookings and also over $900 million in AI-related bookings for a total of $2 billion in fiscal year to date in AI. So good look for ACN in this AI-related earnings win. We also have here XOM up 2.5%. Oil pretty strong across the board, the strongest sector in the day, as we have crude oil looking to close at this highest level in 7 weeks, lower than expected. EAI inventory. So nice look here for XOM, guys.
All right, I just realized that we're supposed to be out of NVIDIA because the market's starting to go back to the upside, and we were trying to track the 50-period moving average. We had set it at 132 and then just missed it when it broke through. We were looking at Apple, looking at everything else, and I wasn't even thinking about NVIDIA. So we'll have to get some out. It did break above the 50-period moving average, so let's take out the rest. It was going to be my stop anyways. We've canceled the stop, and I guess it was just that DraftKings hoopla there. Where we got a little bit distracted from this trade. So we should have been all over this one. Let's just put a bid there and get it out now. Did we just get filled there? Yes, we did. So that's it. Close that trade. Again, now it will be Meta, NVIDIA, 1, 2, then Palantir, and then Apple is trying to figure itself out right now. So hopefully that will come back in for us on Apple. But we do have a new trade alert. I think we had sort of gone over this. we are now into Tesla. So nice little pullback there. He goes, we'll take some out at 80s there on Tesla and now see if we can get a move back in. We're short right now at only 02s. So that's only 15, 17 cents, or no, we got 81s there. Whatever that is anyways, 20 cents. Now let's see where we can go for Tesla. It's a decent pullback again. I'm just trying to take some profit, but I'm still upset about that DKNG, and that's
Pen's
just
open.
what happens. Yeah, I saw Penn was open right now to the upside, right? So
Well, no, it did open up. It's
yeah.
already heading back down.
There
So
goes
Penn
the
opened, like, I don't know, like a couple of pennies higher, ran to 1980. It just pulled right back underneath. It's trying to bounce off the previous high. Check that. I mean, it did bounce off the previous high, which is 1910, and tracking back to the upside. If it never breaks the halt price, I'd rather be in like the sympathy name. So if it doesn't break that halt price, which is at 1968, let's call it 1970, then DKNG underneath VWAP I like as a short. So there's two ways that if I short this into VWAP, if it breaks VWAP, I'd be out. If Penn breaks the halt price, I'd be out. But I'm trying to get it at the 40 level. It's 330, so we can't. Oh, and there it goes. So I might be getting away from me there. Unfortunately, it is past 330, so we can look at the early look imbalances. There are some. Suffice to say, Visa 3 million is not a big deal. 1.6 million doesn't matter. But Palantir is an early look 1.5 million to the sell side. It was a big buy imbalance this morning, but 1.5 million shares on an early look for Palantir isn't nothing. You know, if it gives you some kind of a fade into a level before we get to 350, I don't mind that play. And then if it comes out bigger, you might catch yourself with a little bit of a short opportunity. So tracking Palantir on that early look. If it starts to get smaller, I don't care. But if it grows in size or stays the same going into 350, you know, there could be a nice little scalp trade. Yeah, we're not going to get that on DraftKings, unfortunately. So Penn still tracking back. Oh, yeah, Penn's all the way back to where it started.
oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, okay, almost. I mean, close enough. Like, it just came all the way back underneath 19, so it's starting to give it back up. When it opened and lost that halt price, I think it would have been safer to short in DraftKings. You get a bigger move in Penn, but Penn's the one with news. Micron, I tightened up to stop, and it came out, so we had 75 short. The best we were able to get was 144.10. And now it's breaking back out. So, you know, we're out of it. We did short a lower low on the way back down. But Micron holding on to that 143 and now starting to press higher. I mean, the NASDAQ's really going here relative to what we've seen this afternoon. It's bounced off 20,000, and it really wants to try to press this afternoon range top here. So I'm going to back off. We might be able to still find something in like a DraftKings. I don't think I'll touch Penn. And GameStop, there might be time for one last salvo in GME. It's still in the midst of a pullback off that high. It hasn't even had a green candle yet on the 3-minute chart. So if it wants to put one in here, I'd look for a long off this local bottom 25.40. But it's still in the dropping phase. If it never shows me a bid, I don't have to sit there and force the trade. I'd like to see it bounce and join a bounce. Join buyers instead of be the one that stands in front of the freight train.
Yeah, I definitely, especially at this time of day, not standing.
335.
Yeah, it's like, you know, you never know what's going to happen here, but the imbalances are going to come out and definitely affect some of the directional plays here on the market. And with that being said, I mean, look at that. We'll just go bang. Because that was a good, I mean, we were sitting here, came back in. This time I was actually watching it. You could see when the stock was, I mean, had a huge move down. So we just sat on the bid. Like, I don't know, it could have continued, right? It could have continued like this, but we'll take advantage of that as Apple has been a great stock. Like, we're making, you know, we'll make here what we lost sort of DraftKings. We went back and forth with all of that. So it sucks that we wound up getting hit right here on DKNG. But again, what was only a 10-cent hit, and then we lost another 10 cents, so it turned out to be 20. We could have just got it all out, but we kind of didn't believe the move. But, you know, and then we got that news. And when it's news-based, I feel like the best thing to do is get away from it, especially when it's not even news on that company.
Yeah, that's the key.
Yeah, a little bit of a bad beat there, but that's okay. That happens all the time. So, all right, 181. We just went below it again on Tesla. It doesn't look like it really wants to move. I mean, we did pretty good getting out at 81 there, but we only got out of 20%. 20%, yeah. So I'm still waiting for that 181.50. Getting tired. My son has hockey. My daughter has baseball. She's going to a hitting clinic tonight, so that should be fun for that. So we'll get home and figure all of that out. Now, okay, so now the market's pulling back in. So far, so good here on a pullback. Let's see if it does continue to go down. Come on. All right, let's take advantage of this and just put another bid right now in here for Tesla. If we can get an 88 or whatever Phil I just put in there, we'll take it. Nice little pullback down. I don't know. Just trying to stack it up. It's 337. You can just sort of see when the market makes that move down. Certain names are moving and others aren't. So Tesla not with a big move there. Meta, glad we were able to get out of this one. My number one P&L name today. Shorts until we broke VWAP. And then we got out, which was a good move because we did go, wow. Oh, man. You see this trade again? And we just went right back into that level one more time. I'm going to have to set up a program that shows me when stocks are back to levels I've already got in on. I'm pretty sure that's pretty easy to do. So that could be something that I wind up building at some point.
Yeah, that would be, I mean, it would obviously be doable. It'd be a cool thing to integrate into Pro 8. It's a kind of thing. So here at Real Trading, there is an API in Pro 8. So for those that, are, good at coding, or able to, you can program all kinds of things for whether it's alerts, whether it's trading automatically off alerts. Like you could set something up easily to say, well, it comes back into a key price level that I trade. Like if my last trade was at X price, last execution, if it trades X away from it and comes back, that's reasonable. I know a lot of people do it. DraftKings did come back into VWAP, but I'll probably take the L on it too. I said if we go down on Penn, if Penn goes to the downside after the news, I want to short DraftKings into VWAP. So here it is. I got 41. The high here is 52. That's also VWAP. Oddly enough, and just to show you, Penn's not that, like it's bouncing, but it's not like it's back at the highs. So Penn's doing a little bit of a move here. You might expect that it would catch a bit off of VWAP when it had positive news. That's logical to me. But if it's not anywhere near where it spiked to the highs, I would think that the sympathy players shouldn't necessarily be breaking out. But again, all trades are just theories. You put the trade on. So here's my short, average price of 41. There's my stop above 52. So if it breaks that, I'm out. It doesn't matter what the hell my theory is. This can decide to be stronger for the rest of the day than Penn. And it doesn't make sense to me, but if it happens, it happens. The local bottom is 43.20. I want to be sure that I'm getting some out in front of that. There's only 10 minutes until the imbalances come out. And when you're day trading, real trading, you got to be flat at the end of the day. So even if this makes it to the low of the day, there might not be time for it to go any further. Matt Carnes, thoughts on the 200 break on JP Morgan? Oh, for a second there, I thought you meant the 200 period on the daily. And I was like, what? There's no way JP Morgan is breaking the 200 period moving average because I know it's way too strong of a stock. I'm not a huge fan of it. Because if you look at the trend line on JP Morgan, like the 200 level hasn't meant that much in terms of being clean. Like it's got lower highs going into it. 200 just seems like a round number to me. I think the play on JP Morgan, and I drew this trend line the last time we looked at this, I don't remember exactly what day, it violated the trend and then immediately regained it. I think when a stock is doing this, you're looking for dip buys, not necessarily breakouts. So it's got 5 or 6 good days in a row that are green. And I'd say if you look at the chart on these up days that it's had, the most efficient trade has typically been a breakout or like a late day double top, a dip buy or like a later in the day double top. And the dip buy worked here, dip buy worked there. You don't get much of a dip, it just kind of trends up. This one was a pretty clean breakout. Today you would have dip bought at the open and then it rallied. So if 3 of the last 5 days in an uptrend are dip buys, I prefer dip buys to breakout. I try to keep it simple. Sometimes stocks are in a breakout mode. NVIDIA does it all the time. And other times it's in a dip buy mode. And they can both be longs. I just prefer to play whatever the short-term pattern has been. But that 200 level hasn't been the cleanest. Even 201 might look a little bit better for that stock on a breakout basis.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I think right now at this
chart.
Yeah, at this time of day for breakouts for me, obviously we're not going to be doing too much of that. We just got Apple back into 209. I mean, this one could break down through 209, which would be the low of the day, right? So that would be some sort of a breakdown right now that we could all be a part of, 209.10 and change. We're already short up here at 210, so it's 70 cents in right now, looking for a little bit lower and looking over at Adara to see what she's up to.
More details here on that Penn story. So again, this reported by Reuters. Boyd Gaming, BYD, this is a casino-related company in the U.S. They've approached Penn to express interest in acquiring it. They want this acquisition apparently valued at more than $9 billion, including debt. This is worth noting because Penn's market cap right now is about $2.78 billion. So $9 billion deal is pretty significant. Keep an eye on PENN with that in mind. Short float of just under 20%. So this one could get some moves with this catalyst going forward, guys.
Yeah, like you would think that a buyer for Penn would just strengthen them as competition in some ways and wouldn't necessarily be directly good for DraftKings, but I suppose it's like valuation up, right? Like if one gets a premium, then it kind of gives a premium to everything.
Right.
That's the reason why it goes in sympathy. I'm just sort of thinking through the long term, does that actually matter? It might not. It's 342. This might be the only thing that we put on because I might have missed my chance at GameStop there. So I don't think we'll be in that. So we're just going to hang on 30s, 20s, and then see what happens on DraftKings. So it'll be this, and for that Penn move, you want to be looking at both. So Penn's still bouncing off of VWAP here at 19, and it's moved from 19 to 1940, and DraftKings is still putting in that VWAP resistance, so we'll hang on to that. I don't have any orders out on Micron. Just going to cancel. I had a stop order that I don't need anymore, so we'll just go ahead and cancel. I cancel it for Amazon as well. But I don't see myself getting back into that trade. Amazon still holding its strength. It did eventually bounce in adjacently to VWAP. Got about 30 cents underneath it, and then another bounce. Amazon's strong today. 1.5% to the upside in a NASDAQ down 0.8, in the ES down 0.3. I think we should be respecting the strength. I hate calling things like this a rotation because as if Amazon's been a weak stock. It hasn't. But it is bouncing off the 50 period. And if I were to draw a trend line, you'd be able to see it's just higher lows and now potentially triple top here. I'm liking Amazon off VWAP as long as not VWAP, off this 50 period. As long as it can hold, I think looking for some longs off this are going to start to make sense. You just got to be patient looking for those dip buys.
So Tesla just went back into basically flat. You can see our price. I mean, it's 181.20. It's at 181.40. Oh, that's Apple. Oh yeah, by the way, Apple could be the one that just winds up breaking this whole thing down to 209. It might be the only one worth really attending because as I look right now, Tesla just wants to stay up here. The market wants to stay up here. So right now, we'll probably wind up staying up here. I mean, here it goes. If it breaks, we're going to be out of Tesla, and we'll be there. We go. So we will good break. We'll be red on Tesla right there as that goes up to the upside right here. The market right now, we had one move down and we did take advantage of it, and then since then it's just kind of been like battling with various names, and it really hasn't been working out. Like now, if Tesla bounces off here, I'll be like, oh man, I should have held it, but not really. Once it breaks your level, like we were just short there at 17s, and we got out at 52s, and we're not playing this. Oh, you want to ask a daily question? How many fills? I think we talked about how many fills we had before. We took a couple more stupid fills right now. Where's my fills? 390. No, that's not right. Hold on a second. 302, 90. Yeah, about 210 fills or so today. But like just for example, just like even on this Tesla trade, this is like 5 fills. Doesn't really need to be. But okay, so we're just in Apple now. Hopefully this comes into the downside. We are at the low of the day. I don't have too much else. The one thing I was going to say was IBIT. So IBIT right now, $37. There are some key levels that bounce around here every once in a while. We did have some high moves. As long as Bitcoin sticks around 65, I think it's probably worth having a look at some of these levels here into the close. So IBIT, 36.75. We'll put that down on our marker for tomorrow. Dell, maybe 150 for tomorrow could be something. Is Palantir bouncing off 25.50? Okay, so good. So we'll try to remember that. Tesla's starting to go back up. Meta, we cleared out at 502. This is my best trade down here at 499. I was looking at 502.50. That's a reload spot that we said, oh man, we wish we had it. But now with 3 minutes until imbalances, probably not the greatest time to talk about a reload now. And yeah, let's just hold on to our Apple. We like Apple. Apple's going to be a top stock for us today. And just so everybody's aware of how I trade in the risk, we'll make double on Apple what we lost on this Tesla trade. So it's a matter of like risk to reward a lot of the time and being able to be confident in what you guys have. Yeah, I've never really done a study on what's winning or what's losing, Piper, like what percentage of the fills. I just sort of look at the end of the day. I do know that I need to hold things a little bit longer. Okay, now Apple is now $1, approaching $1 in the money. So Apple just made a nice move down to the downside right now. I think, like I said, I think this is going to be the one. So if there's anything that's going to break lower, probably Apple through 209. And again, it's too bad it's too late in the day. I do think you could probably hit the short in Apple again. When it broke every level it broke to the downside is going to have worked, right? Here's the 211. The very first time it broke it went all the way down to 210. Pops back to 211. Then once it finally breaks 210, right? There's 210. Here's the 210 break. It goes all the way to where we are right now, 209.40. So every last dollar here has gone without too much trouble. So if you break here at the end of the day, I really like it. Maybe if it comes to sell imbalance, we'll see if we can join it. But I like this trade to the downside here for Apple, breaking through 209. So we're already short 75 cents in the money, but I would definitely consider a breakthrough of 209.
You want to hear something crazy? Because you've been talking about Apple. I had this conversation with my dad. This will be a little bit random. I'm taking some out for like 5-6 cents on DraftKings because it's flat out not moving since that pen move. But my entire family, except for me, are iPhone users. They love it. We had a Macintosh computer in the 80s. My dad is a big Apple guy. And so you can't make this up. Outside of the indexes and all that kind of stuff, because every index and mutual fund has Apple, he's never owned Apple as an individual stock since the iPhone. So before, like back when Apple was like the cool thing that nobody was using, and all the PCs, like everyone at his work at Nortel had PCs, whatever, everyone was using IBM or something else. Like back then, he's like, yeah, Apple stock, cool. And then after everything flushed, he never got back. And obviously, if you're invested in the market, you've benefited from Apple, which I find hilarious because I'm the exact opposite. I don't use Apple product, and I always invest in Apple stock. The apple sometimes falls farther from the tree in some ways, but like Apple is I think it'll recover from this, but there's no denying the downward trend today, right? And it's been that way since it got to the 220 level. Like that, it tagged 220 and it's been trending back down. Maybe it just needs to retest 200. Maybe the 205, 206 is also a big level for it. So as I mentioned, DraftKings with only less than 1 minute to go. I was about to say it was more than that, but less than 1 minute to go. DraftKings doesn't want to do much off VWAP here. I'll show you a pen in a second. I just took some out at 30s. If I can get the 20s, great, but I'll probably have to get more out in the 30s. Don't want to be holding this when we got to go back up to the desk. So pen here, like the good news is, hey, pen's at the high of the day and DraftKings isn't breaking VWAP. So that's good. I mean, that's part of the thesis for the trade. The other side of that trade would be it's not good enough that it's just not following. I want it to also flush. So it's not flushing either. So you can be kind of right about something. The better play, instead of fading this, probably would have been just go long pen off VWAP, but my idea was to short this and play any weakness on the retracement when pen couldn't hold that bid initially. So I don't think we can lose on this trade at this point.
Flying.
Because it's definitely holding down here enough. But I got to get out in the 30s, maybe even just flat it if I have to. I can just punch out at 42s if it tries to cross breaking.
NVIDIA just came with a 7 million sell. So I don't... remember, I'll take a piece out here. We just reshorted NVIDIA, right now. So I don't...
Oh, yeah, tomorrow's...
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be a big day, guys. Yeah. Tomorrow we do have the rebalancing again. So we'll see about what happens with NVIDIA. Big sell side there. Doesn't mean it's going down. I mean, it's going to get paired off. It's already been paired off a lot. So it could pair off and then just absolutely rip up. So we're not going to do anything too silly. If NVIDIA does go through this 132.40, I guess we can always get out of that one and just say, okay, well, I guess the pair doesn't mean anything. 132.43 or so for a stop order to be able to get out of that, as we just reloaded it there. So let's take some pieces out and we'll try to get that short back in. And here we go. It is $1 smooth.
Apple's also a sell.
Yeah, Apple's $1 smooth.
And Amazon.
Yeah, okay. So I mean,
so Apple $2 million to sell, NVIDIA 7, Amazon 1.4. With tomorrow being the rebalancing, it is expected downweights on most of these big cap names because they've been so ridiculously strong. Which does make some sense. And don't forget, of course, you've got CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike, I always forget it. It's
GoDaddy and it's
GoDaddy is the one I always forget. KKR, I remember, it's GoDaddy that I forget. Not excited about GoDaddy at all. The big one, of course, is CrowdStrike.
Okay, I mean, we just sat here and we talked all about the trade that we would take if there was more time left. Did you take it or not? We'll props it up to everybody right there because we said Apple probably to the downside, and there goes Apple. Now $1, as we keep saying that, in the money now for Apple going lower. I mean, this was, for me, just off the 50 period, executed pretty much perfectly for me anyways, and then there's the push down in. Instead of just sitting here waiting for further of a flush, let's just take that bid right now and go. That was another one, and props it up for anybody that had it. All right, we are just adding to our day here, of course, as we look at our friend NVIDIA. We're only short right here right now, just watching out because there was that big imbalance there, and that's why we went short, for no other reason other than that. So we have to be careful not to get hit here, being silly because we thought that this imbalance was going to do something more than it clearly is. So right now we'll just wait for NVIDIA to do something else. It's not looking like it wants to do too much. We'll bid in the 30s, just see if we can just take 20 cents here or there. I actually might as well fix the stop if it breaks through 132. I imagine that it will break when those imbalances refresh at 355, which is still a couple minutes away. So we'll wait for that one. Out of Apple, that was a good out, I guess. So a good trade there to end the day here for Apple for everybody, down into the downside. Tesla, we did take an L on that, but we sort of talked about it. Now we've made more than that money that we lost on Tesla and Apple with that fill. So that's pretty natural right there. Let's just take a fill on NVIDIA. I know this is going to look silly to take a dime and change, but maybe we get a downside push, maybe we don't. That imbalance is not, yeah, it's only 90 seconds from now.
It's still at 6
Still
million.
there, still
The
there.
paired volume on that imbalance being 15 million. That's a lot of open interest in the close tonight on NVIDIA, but it'll probably be even the open. I don't know how big the imbalance will be. Just because the stocks are up and they got to reweight to the downside does not mean tomorrow they're all going to come out gigantic sells or they're all going to sell off, because they could just pair off. But I'm expecting to see tens of millions of shares for paired volume on every single one of the big cap names. Like Apple's only paired off 5.8 million. I'm expecting those to be really large numbers tomorrow. That's usually what happens. I'm now out of DraftKings, so it comes into VWAP. I had 42 as a price. We take 2/3 out here at 32, and then it goes to 43.20. I'd say it's decent, but part of the issue, of course, is Penn broke the high. So Penn, you play it the other way, you don't play the fade, Penn bounces off 19 and goes up $1. So the good news is DraftKings fade worked because it was weak relative to Penn, but Penn bouncing and ends up breaking out that whole price, ends up getting to a fresh high, up 9% for the session. This should be one at least worth watching tomorrow. It's in the midst of a breakout. It doesn't have a gigantic short float, but I mean, how much does it take when a stock is making a trend like this is now starting to put on? So watch out for Penn. Anytime you have any kind of deal speculation, it can have the net effect of putting a semi-floor on the stock right around where it got announced, right? People are like, hey, well, if it was good around here, you can dip buy off that level. Just be careful if there is any lack of follow-up news in the next couple of days. So 355 just hit. I'm just going to stick around to see. NVIDIA still 2.3 million to the sell side, so that's still a big sell. Apple and Amazon both paired off, but NVIDIA still a sell imbalance.
All right, yeah, man. Good trading here. To stop the day, and yeah, we will see Neil on the recap show as he'll go over there. But hey, man, I mean, that was good. NVIDIA, we just got filled at tens right there on the downside there for NVIDIA, as we just have a very, very small piece left. Ooh, cancel your meta trades, my guy. All right, start to cancel everything. Looks like that NVIDIA trade will work out for us. We might as well just put a bid out right now. We're short. We'll get a bid in the 30s. Well, you know what? Let's just hold it all the way, whatever. NVIDIA is still a sell. We'll see if there's any money to come in here at the end for NVDA. Looks like we did take a good advantage of Apple as that went back down in and we get that fill. We are now flat. We don't have any more orders pending or nothing else going on right now. So again, which will be a pretty decent day for us here again, one of the best days. We did give some back up at the end. We talked about that with DraftKings. DraftKings was really, it's crazy that it came all the way back down right now, but all right, man, yeah, see you, man, see you. Enjoy the recap show. And we'll be here.
You gotta do me like that. No, they just showed me getting.
Oh, they showed you getting up. Yeah, they're savages, these people. All right, so there's NVIDIA. Here's the pullback. It looks like it does want to break 131. So a nice downside push here for NVDA, trying to get down below 131 here with just 3 minutes left for now. 131 and change, trying to fill. There it goes. Yes, sir. That was a face slapper. And anybody that was wondering, Italy and Spain are at half. And I was watching it, and it's a tie game. So the Spanish and the Azzurri right now tied up 0-0 for anybody asking in the back. Halftime is upon us. All right, so we'll wait down here. Maybe we'll go to Little Italy after this. All right, nice move down, 130 and change, 130.80 coming in here for NVDA. Good trade to end the day. Hey, it's just a ho-hum 70-cent winner here. Let's just put a bid out and clap it out right there. We are now done from NVIDIA. Good reshort. Thank you for finding that rebalance there. And remember, tomorrow we do have an imbalance again, so we'll wait to see if there's anything there. NVIDIA is starting to pair off. We're already out of it, but look at it continue to fall down. So NVIDIA continues to make moves back to the downside now, 130 and change. That Apple breaks, goes back. Tesla's where it is. What a good day it was today, and I hope everybody did have a good time and enjoyed themselves and will be able to trade back with us again. So, wow, with only 2 minutes left. Yo, how's it going? Good. It's always nice to see my Freedom and Wealth compadre come by. There, see what's up, man. Guy delivering some waters. I like this. All right. Look, a minute and a half left. Just a quick little recap here on some stuff. So NASDAQ down 0.79. Let's just check out for everybody what NVIDIA's end of the day run is. Down 4%, not good. We always look at, come over to the screen here. Ramin, flip the screen, and I'm just going to run over some stocks quickly. AMD up 5%. So very rare do we see this one up and the other one down. So we'll have to wait to see that relationship coming up here for NVIDIA and AMD and what that looks like moving forward. Apple 220.20 the high. We only have 1 minute now until the U.S. market close. We will get, I have to go back there. There's the countdown. We'll get that countdown ready to go. That's Apple. Quick check in on the banks. We haven't checked on much of them lately. Looks like banks up today, up 1%. So again, some of the tech names down. NASDAQ down 1%. Banks up 1%. So understand the rotation could be happening, especially with rate cuts coming through. Penn is up now 10%, starting to go. Penn holding bids. It did fall back down. Penn coming back in right now. DraftKings, let's have another quick look at DraftKings. As NVIDIA says, see you later, by the way. Look at DraftKings, man. I hate to have been right on that one, but it don't matter. We got hit on that. NVIDIA, man, that was a good punch short. We had just done that on that imbalance. It's now $1 in the money on that punch short, but you don't have to worry about any more dollar winners because right now the countdown is on and we only have 10 more seconds until we all got to be flat around here with only now 5, Adara. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hey, what's up, Adara? Yeah, you might want to get that razor going over there. Thank you, Fabian, for that one. He rings the bell there. He is Fabian, he is Chilean, and he is fantastic. So there we go. Hey, it's going to be a good closing show. Neil has trekked all the way over there. Told him I would do it for him tonight, so don't hate on me. But Neil stepping up. Thanks for that, Neil. Hopefully he's in. I don't know if he's. Can we say that you're not going to be in tomorrow? Yeah, so Neil, so just letting everybody know. And I'm just telling you, you know, he's putting in the work today, came in. We want to thank Neil for that. Obi will come in tomorrow. Neil, rest up. Hopefully have a great weekend. Come back. He won't be better than ever. That's done now. But he will be better than he is today. So we say we hope for that for Neil. Yeah, go get him here. Are we ready to go? With the market recap show, you're going to have Danielle Shea, Adara, and Neil. And then tomorrow, myself and Obi will be on right in here with the Sharif and Adara. So far, so good. Thank you again, everybody, for watching. Make sure you do hit the like and subscribe. And we'll be back here tomorrow. For now, it's the market recap show. See you, everybody.
Hi, everybody. And look, thank you, everybody, for all well wishes. There was a moment on in the afternoon show I hope there wasn't a hot mic because I kind of accidentally, as I was trying to like massage the leg and get into comfortable position, it kind of dropped and like the cast is heavy and it hit the ground and you would have heard me curse and almost like I was just like, "Argh." But I'm doing the best that we can here. You got to be able to move on. And what the market is trying to do is move on. Adara, we started the day with another all-time high.
Right.
This is what we were supposed to be. It's supposed to be S&P all-time highs. The NASDAQ was supposed to be powering to the upside. Everything was going to be all good. You had the chips, tech names. Supermicro was up on news. Dell was up on news. NVIDIA was doing NVIDIA things, but they gave up the gains, especially around midday. Things really started to accelerate to the downside. Like if you're looking specifically because just talking about NVIDIA here while we're talking about this. If you look specifically right in the middle of the day, I'll just pop a 3-minute chart. It was trend down and selling after that all-time high, but it really, really accelerated at noon. We had Fed Kashkari talking before the bell. Like he thinks it'll take another year or two to get to that 2%, which Britain already got to. Look at them, all fancy. But at the end of the day, markets giving things back up. We did have a push higher for oil. That's because we had a crude inventory report. I know it's a Thursday, but in a holiday being yesterday, you got that out today. And inventories dropped by 2.5 million barrels. So there was some strength over there in crude. When you look at the individual sectors out here, I mean, look at where the strength is. And it's not normally the things that we like to see. Like come on, like silver, we're not trading it. Great if you like it. Got silver, gold, 3.8, GDX up 2.5%, GLD up 1.25%. As mentioned, oil caught a bid with XLE powering to the upside. Here holding some strength up 2 points. This is the one I kind of wanted to go over first, just looking at XLE. I think for obvious reasons, if you know me, then you can understand why this gets interesting. You just had a bounce off the 200 period for oil at a key $88 level. You had a bit of a pullback and a downward trend, lower highs, lower lows as well being put in, a chance to break that trend. So if this were to get back above the 50, it would be a break of this trend of these lower highs and the bounce off the 200. It gives you an opportunity for this to get some momentum back to the upside. So you're finally seeing a bit of a curl specifically in XLE. This is one thing we should be watching. Got to watch out for these oil and energy names if it can maintain this. Unfortunately, you would have seen this morning us talk about this in the morning show, First Solar and some of the other names getting trounced. TAN's down 3%, but FSLR, we talk about things being the best of breed. So when TAN's down this 3%, we know Solar Edge this morning, Adara,
and Enphase
both downgraded. First Solar is only down 1%. So this is what we mean by relative strength. I'm not telling you to run out and go buy First Solar. It's still in a bit of a pullback phase, but it matters that when TAN is down 3%, when Enphase is getting hit, when Solar Edge is getting hit, that First Solar is clearly the one that the buying steps into, and we want to make sure we respect that. We have a couple of earnings names,
we do.
Smith & Wesson, and then
one other thing that starts with an A.
That starts with an A. It's a ASTL, not a stock that we're that interested in, but Smith & Wesson might be a bit of a mover here. We'll get those numbers when they do come out there, Adara. Yeah. But there's an interesting thing. We don't actually have any indicated expected move on.
We don't even have an expected time on Smith & Wesson.
We don't know.
So
I don't want to jump. I don't want to jump the gun and try to give you a, hey, this is going to come out at this particular time. We just don't know.
No, we don't.
It's see what I did
surprise.
There? Nothing.
Wait, what?
I don't want to jump the gun.
Oh, jump the gun! I was gonna. Oh, yeah.
Oh, come on.
That was really. You delivered it so like casually. I want to shout out to Neil for that pun there. Don't do the crickets. I liked it. I am just too tired.
Can I even get like a sympathy laugh for me?
I liked it. Once I caught it,
that was Fabian?
Oh.
Fabian.
Fabian. For shame.
I can't fight anyone. I'm not fighting anybody. I'm losing every single fight. I can't walk.
Oh, Smith & Wesson came out. It's like it heard the pun and decided to come out.
So SWBI Smith & Wesson earnings are out. It is a move to the upside initially here. So about 9% to the upside. So this is off to a bang.
Oh, yeah. Hit the ground running after that initial starting pistol.
There we go. No false start here. What are the numbers we got here?
Yeah, so it's hard. Again, we can't really have any comparisons because we don't know what any of the estimates were, but I can give you guys the numbers. So we did have net income, $26.1 million. Gross margin, 35.5% for fiscal Q4. Sales are going to be $159.1 million. Q4 earnings per share, 57 cents. Adjusted net income, $20.9 million. I wish I had estimates for you guys, but they were very elusive.
Did you say this quarter sales were 159 million?
159.1 million.
So, and again, this is just napkin math, but I have my trade IDs up while I'm looking at the chart. I mean, the market cap's only 800, so if you're doing 150 a quarter, you mean to tell me that your full year sales are 600, as I'm going to shift to get some blood flowing. So your full year sales are about 600 million at that rate, which means you'd be trading at that rate at 1.25 sales. That's pretty good. People aren't, like, really? That looks, I mean, it's not that exciting on the daily chart, but my first thought would be, like, I'd have to look at it historically, but if you're at 1.25 sales, that to me would be pretty good, especially in this market. This could be received pretty decently. Oh, it's back to only up 6.5%. I mean, what do you want from it? We didn't have an expected move. If you guys have that, you can always let us know. We'll see what happens with some of the ones. It's the big one. It's the one that we expected would possibly move in here. That ASTLA or ASTL. Yeah, that's expected like much after the market closed. So not much to happen there. SWBI, not much of a short float, but I do like the move, almost double digits here. That could be at least a little bit interesting. We're going to have Danielle Shea coming on in just a little bit, but I did want to maybe go back to a couple of things here, because as we're doing that sector recap, I wanted to point out that the Widowmaker itself, that would be natural gas, doing widow-making things, which is tricking everybody into thinking it's breaking out. UNG double topping and proceeding to pull back. Now it's already made a bottom. You could argue it's still making some higher lows. I think this needs a little bit of confirmation. Anybody watching knows that I was in Tellurian. I liked Tellurian a while back. And then it was my trade of the week a couple of weeks ago off of this 60 area into a buck. It got to 95 cents. It's right back at that support level. So this can get spicy again. If UNG can bounce and show a little pep in its step the next couple of days, then suddenly I might like this back off that 50 to 60 area here in Tel. Just a little small capper that tends to move pretty decently when we have any strength in natural gas. So Adara.
Yes.
I obviously wasn't here on Tuesday.
Yes.
But today, great day of trading, lots of opportunities. Before we get to Danielle, how about you talk me through? I know you had a good afternoon or a good midday because there was a lot of price action.
Oh,
you
it was
had that
fun.
big flush. But did you catch any shorts? If so, what?
Yeah, so I'm actually really happy. I ended up being flat in the day, but initially I had a really rough start to the day. I kept trying with Dell, and there were some positive trades on that, but I don't know why I kept trying with Dell, because Dell is not my type of stock at all. I like things that move quickly. I like things with small spreads. I like things I can just try to trade the pops and the drops on, and that's not really something you can do with Dell, unfortunately. The levels were mostly okay. It wasn't really my type of trade. So instead of just licking my wounds, I saw we had that big drop in the market, and I said, Adara, short every pop. So I just watched mostly AMD, but I did a little bit of Tesla and NVIDIA as well, specifically later. That first half hour though, every time AMD would get to a level of resistance on the book, I would take that thing short. So it was just rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, shorts. And I was able to make everything back. So I was really happy. Ended up flat in the day. And yeah, honestly, as Obi sometimes says, no regrets, because I was able to get flat and then make it all back. And I'm
No
ready
regrets.
for tomorrow and see what happens in these markets.
That's what I love to see. I mean, obviously, sometimes you have those types of days. I'll admit, the early morning, I had a couple not great trades in there myself, and I had to wait around for ARM to actually hit for me, and then that ended up being a hit. I love the fact that you caught AMD on this retracement. So you were shorting pops in AMD, but it's worth noting when this gave up the trend, eventually, because the trend was to the upside on AMD. AMD at one point was the strongest thing known to man today anyways. Still closing 4.5% up, but when this gave up trend, it was right in about here. Even if you were to draw a trend line, you're still giving it up right around 164, 165. And then all available pops were pretty solid. This pop back into 62, this lower high. Things got a little bit interesting at about 130 because you can see it just straight to the upside. But when it would make a curl, it was good.
Yeah.
And you could scalp it. You just had to wait for it to show you some kind of defined top,
Absolutely.
and then you were good to go. But it does bear mentioning, AMD still up 4.5%, almost 5% on today's trade. So it was one of the stronger names out there in the market and should be respected. Just jumping back in, Smith & Wesson Smith & Wesson still holding upside, but only about 6.5%. So it's giving a little bit back, not really holding the bid. It's not the ridiculous high flyer. I'm just intrigued by, when I hear that number, like the first thing that popped in my head is it's not even $1 billion company and it's doing more than 100 million in revenue.
Yeah.
So I think those numbers are pretty solid there. But I love that look on not just AMD, but just wait for the next trade. When the market when the market turns like that and just starts going down, just look for some shorts.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that you have to just punch short into something, but you can look for when the market makes a curl, when the market gives up a failed breakout at all-time highs and starts giving back. You see what NVIDIA did? Just find some shorts, join the trend, and that's how you battle back almost on a daily basis. I think if you start out rough in the morning, the last thing you want to do is fight the trend at lunch. The easiest thing is just jump on the trend, wherever it happens to be, and then try to benefit from that if you can.
Yeah, and I think like trading your style too is huge because I am a scalper at heart. I have my best trades when I scalp. And with Dell, you can't really scalp the way I want to, the way it was kind of moving. So having AMD, NVIDIA, Tesla, these are all stocks I'm very comfortable scalping. And as well with Tesla, I was actually really happy. I think low of the day at one point was 179.66. I got out of that 179.73s. So I was really, really proud. I took that low of day break past 179.81s, got out at 73s the second I saw a bit of a change in the book, and that was the lowest we got on the day. So small victories for sure, I think.
5 cents off the low of the day. Yeah. At least a quarter, I mean, yeah, from what I tell, let's just call it 5. It's less than 10 cents from the low of the day. And that was a pretty distinct turn. As a matter of fact, I would argue from that point where you got out there, that was, it was probably a long from that point holding the 179. So Tesla down 1.8%. Great look being short that name. Just one, only because you mentioned Dell, and I like when we go over this. We're kind of just doing the trade review now while we get ready for Danielle. The thing about Dell, and I can 100% concur with what you said about it not being like necessarily a scalping stock.
Yeah.
When you look at, it's easy enough to say, hey, failed break at the open and it just trended down. But if you look at the nature of these levels, like this is 150, this is a 3-minute chart, this is 153.80. When it wicks up here, that's a dollar wick. And then it reaffirms underneath. Like really taking that trend. I know this when I trade ARM, I have to trade it the same way. Like you're shorting this, like you're just getting in here once. If it doesn't break that, like you get your entry in here, it tries to break that dollar against you. If it just breaks straight, you're losing $1. You're not losing 10 cents or 20 cents.
Yeah.
If it holds it and confirms underneath, then I'm adding to it there, and I like it even more because it did the wick top. But you know you've just doubled your position. Your stop is still $1 higher.
Yeah, that's the hard thing.
And that's not always easy. But if you go into that, you know when you take that trade and it gives you that move, okay, you can scalp some at 1-to-1, but I'm taking that ARM trade, I've got to hold to the low. It's that simple. If you're giving it that much room, you got to hold to the low. That's the only way that you'll have that relative risk to reward if you take a trade like that. So if you're scalping, it's not the same thing. But one thing you can always do is ask yourself, if I was still in this trade or if I had made that trade, if I wasn't wicked out, like where would my exits be? Give yourself the mental practice of still picking where it would turn.
Yeah.
Right? Because you were right about Dell. It just wasn't a scalp trade. You were right about wanting to short it. It trended down the entire way. So you can ask yourself, what are the paper trades you can make and how you can always try to get better. That's what I'm always trying to do because it's the only way to go from trading one style of stock to another is to take some mental reps, and then when you go from that point to taking some reps on maybe smaller size, and then maybe you work something into your toolbox that will be good for your trading going forward.
Thank
you. You guys let me know because we are excited. It is time. We have got Miss Shay.
Hey everyone, how are you doing?
Doing fantastic, Danielle. It's great to see you. We got Danielle Shay, Trader Danielle, as you all know. I don't think you need an introduction at this point because everyone's so happy with all the longs that have run into all-time highs and hit pretty much, as you were even saying to me when we were going back and forth, like every target got hit. What's more to say? Like all of these fantastic long opportunities, I know you picked out a bunch, have hit their targets. So we can talk about a lot, but the nature of this pullback today. Some stocks were a little bit more harsh than others. If you look at the chips, there were a lot of really harsh pullbacks in the chips today. And is this sort of a, hey, look how much we've rallied and look how ridiculous this is? How can people not be taking profit off? Is it the end of earnings season? Is it the summer? Do you attribute it to anything, or is it just par for the course? We've been trending up. Of course, we'll give something back.
I'd say it's a combination of events. I mean, it's definitely time to take profits. You know, we've been extended for a while. If we look at the NASDAQ, for example, on a daily chart and just focus on this, I mean, you can see how extended it's been and the run that it's been on. And so when you look at that and then you combine that with all the various price targets that we've been targeting in Microsoft, NVIDIA, in Google, Amazon's still been pulling back, but Netflix has had some really nice moves. When you can see that all of these major stocks are making targets at the same time as the index, it's definitely the time to be taking profits and not focusing on, how can I push this to the next high? Because that's where people really get burned when they're buying these super extended prices.
Yeah, and we talk about this sort of all the time. And in a day, it's always easy in day trading, right? Because you look at that like high of the day, especially given the time of day. Sometimes when it's trying to break, maybe it's trying to break at lunch. You're like, is it likely on that kind of a volume? But the exuberance when a stock is getting to an all-time high in the daily, sometimes you hear that term, never sell at all-time highs. I've always attributed that to, hey, when you're long-term investing, you don't want to do that. When you're trading something, if it's a swing trade, you've got to have places to take profits. And this is the leading question here, but we had a question from one of our viewers, Paula. Thank you, Paula, for the question, because I know you were involved in Meta, and Meta was obviously, there's no way to argue that it didn't work out as a long trade. So can you just run us through that trade, maybe the price targets that did get hit, what you might be looking for next with Meta, as it was obviously a fantastic bounce with a lot of others?
Oh, definitely. So when you're looking at Meta or any of the Magnificent Seven stocks, I first of all start off by always looking at the NASDAQ futures. And the main signal today for me in the NASDAQ futures was a break of the low of the high bar. And so anytime, you're following a trend and you look at this daily chart and you can see that low of the high bar has been broken and, you close the day down, especially looking at those lower time frame charts, you really have to take that into account with the Magnificent Seven stocks. And so Meta was absolutely one of those that just didn't make the price target. If we go over and we swap to a Meta chart here, and you can see the way that the NASDAQ just rolled today. That's, first of all, great for scalping. I hope you guys made some money today. But looking at Meta, I was trying to push it up into the 520 price target, but it fell short. So if you're looking at a lower time frame chart and you see something like this, 78-minute chart is a pretty good time frame for someone like me who's a swing trader. When you can see that the price comes right up below the previous high, and in this case, it also hit some Fibonacci retracement areas, and it just completely reverses, that tells me I'm not going to get my 520 price target and I just have to get out. Another thing that I want to point out about this stock is that I was originally looking at 520 to be the sticky point for options expiration, but the 500 strike has significantly more open interest. And so a lot of the time what you'll see with these Friday expirations is you'll see those stocks come right into those highest open interest strikes. And so I think that's what's happening with Meta, as it's just settling back down into the highest open interest strike at 500.
And that's such an important key. And this, of course, isn't just any options expiration. Tomorrow being the third Friday, it's also the semi-annual rebalancing for the major indexes. You got a lot going on there. But what I love about that, and thank you for answering the question about Meta, is that it's all well and good to have a trade that works and a bunch of trades that are working and going in the money, but sometimes you've got to have little things in there like, as you mentioned, that open interest in the 500 strike and maybe not getting to that 520. We've just got to be able to take what you can get. And being able to adjust on the fly is important. We say you got to be mentally agile. So thank you for that. I appreciate you asking. We have a super chat in here as well, so I want to get this, and I haven't read it yet, so you're going to get put on the spot, Danielle. I hope you don't mind. From Ian Rispetto, thank you for the super chat there, Ian. Can you ask Danielle about Micron earnings this week, how she feels about playing it? So we've got, obviously, Micron is one of the few names that we still get to have earnings on this late in the season. It would have been a heck of a lot cooler if it had held those highs. But Micron, one of the names that kind of took it on the chin today, down 6%. It had been making essentially fresh highs every single day, but a bit of a pullback before we get their earnings next week. Any thoughts here?
Sure. So looking at Micron, obviously down move today, like you mentioned, but I like that ahead of earnings actually, because we talked about this one last week, and part of my problem with it was, as a swing trader, I really want to be getting involved 21 bars ahead of earnings, which would have been around the 24th of May. And the move had really already happened and it's gotten so extended. And so for me at that point, it's almost impossible to trade it over the earnings report unless you want to short it because it's just so extended. So now that it's come back 6% and, it might end up falling again tomorrow as well. If it could get back down to the 21 EMA, which would be around 135, that would be a much more reasonable place to trade this name. So, Micron, it's gapped up 2 quarters in a row. So typically I do like to trade it to the bullish side, but it's got to be at, a key support zone, a pullback zone. You can't really be getting super aggressive after a massive rally. So if it pulls back into 135, I wouldn't mind selling some put credit spreads on it. Definitely you have a positive trajectory as of late. It looks like last quarter they were estimated to lose 41 cents and they made 42 cents and then they gapped up 17%. The quarter before that, they lost a little bit less than what was expected and gapped up 8%. So pretty positive trajectory here with the stock, and we'll have to see what it's doing. Let's see, it looks like it's reporting on the 26th. So we'll have to see where it's trading around then to see what kind of options trades we could do.
There you go. Thank you for answering that question on Micron. I want to, if we can, I want to pivot to something we've talked about, a few stocks that have been making fresh highs and doing pullbacks. How about one that is nowhere near any highs? And so I always ask you about Tesla. I feel like every single time we talk, I want to hear your thoughts on Tesla and Microsoft. Now, Tesla in particular, it really did feel like last week there was a chance it was breaking down. And you got back, you had that little push underneath the 50. It was underneath 170 for a hot minute. And then it did another patented Tesla bounce that hasn't really gone that much of anywhere. So for the day trader, it doesn't seem like it's that complicated. Like, okay, well then wait for it to get down to the low 170s and look for longs down there when it gets there and play some nice bounces. And when it's trading in the high 80s, then you want to look to fade it. But in terms of looking where it's actually going in any kind of longer term sense, it's a pretty long and interesting consolidation that's not taking us anywhere in Tesla. So what are your thoughts here?
I thought the Tesla was going to break out up above 185. It was finally having, good enough catalyst that it could break out of this wedge. And it did break slightly above 185. We almost made it through 190. And so on the break of 185 and on the break of 190, I wanted to target 200. But here's the thing is that break only really lasted a day or two and it kind of lost momentum. So I think at this point we need another catalyst in Tesla, but I still want to try to trade it to the upside on a break of 185 to 190, especially because we have this consolidation. It hasn't broken below the 50 simple. Originally, I was basically saying, okay, if it breaks this 50 simple, we short it. If it breaks up above 185, we go long. It didn't break the 50 simple meaningfully anyways. So at this point, I'm going to focus on trying to look to the upside. And that's especially because of the earnings report coming up. So I know Tesla hasn't done very well over earnings for the past 2 years, but they did gap up 12% last quarter. So there may be some short covering before that report. There also may be some hopefuls. I've been seeing a few Cybertrucks driving around. I'm not sure about you, but could be a catalyst.
I can't even tell a lie. My family is from Antigua. Both my parents are from the island of Antigua. And there's this family WhatsApp chat that just like all of my aunts and uncles and cousins are in. And suffice to say, I have one that lives in the States. And he sends a picture, and why he's sending a picture from his car or whatever, like it's fine. But it's the back of a Cybertruck, and he's asking the group, "What is this thing? It looks he's mocking it like it looks ridiculous, blah blah, all this good stuff." You know, he hasn't been in the States that long, and I'm like, "It's a Cybertruck. It's Tesla. You've never heard of Tesla?" And then he goes and waxes poetic about Elon. I'm like, what kind of can of worms did I open up? And I found out that one of my uncles does not like Elon Musk whatsoever. But you are seeing them out there. I'm not a huge fan of the truck being the catalyst for them. I don't think it's doing enough to drive sales. I feel like you got to be looking at, it's automated driving. It's a full self-drive. It's the robots. It's got to be something bigger. I know you ended up not getting, before we finish off here, I know you ended up not getting the Cybertruck. Are you changing your mind on us here? Because you went forward.
We ended up canceling the Cybertruck order. You know, I have one Tesla already, and, you know, I like the car. It's a nice car. I can't complain about it. The charging hasn't been an issue at all because, I mean, I have a charger at my house and there's superchargers everywhere as well. So I do like that, but I didn't want to be with only 2 electric vehicles. You never know, some kind of crazy apocalypse or some situation happens, and I just wanted to stick with 1 gas and 1 electric. So
you know what? I cannot agree with that more. Like, I have some family in Florida, and that is exactly what they say. They said, look, if a hurricane comes, I'm not going to be sitting there with only electric vehicles. I want to be able to have another option to get out of Dodge if I have to. And I think that's an important thing. That's probably why you have the early adapters, and some people are reluctant to make that move, whether it's getting the first or whether it's getting that second vehicle. And I think you're just going to have to wait it out. Thank you so much, for answering the questions of the viewers. We don't have a lot of earnings to get through, so appreciate you going through those questions on Meta, on Micron as well, out of the blue. And thank you, Ian and Paula, for those questions. Tell everybody where they can find you outside of when you pop on the show here a couple of times a week.
Oh, definitely. So you can find me on YouTube at Trader Danielle, which this is my page right here. And you can also find me on X at Trader Danielle.
There it is. Thank you so much, Danielle Shea, one of our favorite guests. And can't wait to talk to you next week. And maybe we'll see what happens with Micron. And of course, those options expirations tomorrow should reveal a lot for us. Danielle Shea, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Ooh, I got to hit the button. No, you got to catch. The whole point is you got to catch Adara when she's dancing to that Trader Talk thing. I was doing some moves too, but like Adara, who also, by the way, you actually dance. Like, what don't you do?
Well, I used to, yeah.
I don't know. I'm not a dancer.
I guess, I don't know. Fair.
Either you are or you aren't. I'm not going to pretend to be. My brother's a dancer.
That's cool.
My brother was a salsa dancing instructor.
That's amazing.
I told this. And this is basically Adara's like, that's amazing, and Ramin goes, what? And this is essentially, I love my older brother, and trust me when I tell you, anybody that is over 6 feet tall and makes children's shows as an animator, so he animates kids' cartoons for a living, and he does rock climbing, and he's a salsa dancing instructor. You can imagine where I'm getting at with this. Like, my brother's the ish. I tell it like it is.
That's amazing.
He's a fantastic dad too. I'm just gonna throw it all out there for you, but he's great. He's a great older brother. But you know what time it is? It's past. Oh my goodness, it's already 4:30. I'm really bad at this. I'm like there used to be when I would fill in for Sean. I'm doing it more regularly, so I should get better with this. There used to be like this countdown. We'll get to 4:30, and we did some trade review. I'm glad for that. Smith & Weston to the upside, but I want to get a little bit of a roll call in here. And life is perfectly fair. I can't, like my brother is, I look for him, I look up to him for a reason, like he's the man. And the best thing about it is he's always done, he's always been like my biggest supporter, which.
That's awesome.
And when I take chances out there, Bobot, oh, are you kidding me? I do not do that. You stop me in my tracks. Daggering and dance hall is the most dangerous, ridiculous thing to ever go to the West Indies. Don't look it up. It's horrible, absolutely horrible. But let's get this roll call going. My mind went immediately to like some ridiculous videos that I've seen and things that I've heard cousins do, which you should never do. Dance hall can be dangerous at times. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls, the best moderator in the chat. I didn't actually see if I beat you in that duel for 100 points, so you can let me know if I won or not.
I think Bears versus Bulls took your points and then gave you more points, I believe.
Oh,
I
you
saw
did?
The interaction.
Usually,
that was Bears versus Bulls.
if somebody gives me the points, I immediately spin them in the chat. Because why not? It's free and it's just points, so you just have fun with it. So shout out to Bears versus Bulls. Thank you so much for that. And thank you for being the best moderator out there. Dragos, I love that comment. It's why people buy hybrids. I think that's a good reason as to why you've had some of the traditional automakers actually hold up pretty well. Shout out to you. Shout out to the Piper. Shout out to Manny Ayala. Perspalis. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Thank you as well. Alex Diaz in the chat. James Dell. Stan O. Bright Awakening. TH. Alex again. You need to bring. I just missed it. You need to bring High on the show. See, my brother on the show. I don't know the next time my brother lives out in Halifax. So he's out east. It's like Canada's a big place. That's not that close to here. The next time he's here, if he comes on, I'll definitely introduce you guys. But I don't know the next time he's coming. He'll let me know. Hopefully sometime this summer. Great dude. What else we got going on here? Antoine Aguilar. We got Trenches Trader, we got Darwin, we got Marie L, we got Dave B, Trey Only, yeah, real deal, we talked about that before. Kurt Hoffman, we got B-Bot 5000, Lava, Bora Hout, DJ Marshall, Tony Keever, go Neil, go Adara, 1320 Wolf. Appreciate you, Mr. Westermeyer, the Piper in the chat. Kurt again, we've got Alan Smith, we've got B-Bot again with Bears versus, I love that, Bear versus Bull equals GOAT. I don't know. See, this is how you know I'm an old man.
I like that.
Because it's literally never occurred to me to just put that in the chat when I'm praising Bears versus Bulls. It's so obvious. It's so perfect. Thank you, B-Bot, as well. So Sean kind of spoiled it. I'm not going to pretend that it hasn't been a difficult day. And let's be real. When you're trading, you want to be in your right frame of mind. Yeah. You want to be, if you're going to put risk on, you want to be making decisions in the right frame of mind. I've been in some pain today. It was pretty uncomfortable. It's my first day trying to come back. If you haven't been paying attention, I tore my Achilles on Monday. So it's going to be a long road back, but today was the first day. Hopefully I'm going to figure out a way to be a little more comfortable and a little bit less pain. And we'll be back next week for sure, but I'm going to take tomorrow off. So thank you for Obi for stepping in. And I want to remind everybody, if you're getting your mind right, one of the best ways to do that is to check out the podcast, which they've already filmed, episode 4. What? Don't do what? Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
We're not supposed to bang the table.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Rammer. We're not going to bang the table anymore. So I'm going to figuratively pound the table that you check out the podcast, which is dropping on Saturday. They've already taped episode 4, Brennan and Sean. It is the Freedom and Wealth Podcast. Scan that QR code below. You know it's going to be good. They got the goods. They work hard on it, and they do a fantastic job every single week. You can even check clips, check out the page, check out some short clips, have fun with it. Go back and listen to episodes 1, 2, and 3 if you haven't done so already. And everybody on the team, sans myself, will be back tomorrow. It is triple witching. It is S&P rebalance. It is CrowdStrike. And a couple of other names going into the S&P 500. It's going to be a big day worth of trade. So be sure to tune right back in tomorrow morning at 8:30. Good luck trading, everybody.